Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Good evening. We begin tonight here with the breaking news, the war in Iran and the dramatic scene playing out. Iran attacking ships in the critical Strait of Hormuz, where so much of the world's oil passes through. Tonight, several crew members still missing, the war throwing the global oil market into turmoil. Iran is now threatening oil at $200 a barrel. U.S. Central Command tonight now saying it has taken out more than a dozen Iranian vessels capable of laying mines underwater in that critical shipping channel. President Trump urging oil tankers to push through the strait after saying 24 hours ago crews should have the guts to do so. Late today, President Trump repeatedly referring to this war in Iran as an excursion. He was asked, is this an excursion or is this war? ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell leading us off from the region again tonight.
Tonight, with 20% of the world's oil being prevented from passing through this vital waterway, 3 vessels attacked in the critical Strait of Hormuz. One of those ships in flames, claiming the captains ignored their warnings not to come through.
Attention all ships, from now on, all navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden.
Meanwhile, a foreign oil tanker was ablaze in the port of Qasr near Basra in southern Iraq. A security source saying the vessel sustained significant damage. It's not yet known what the cause was. And tonight, Iranian drones also striking Oman's largest oil facility, setting off massive explosions in videos circulating online. All of this adding to huge global volatility in oil markets and gas prices back in the US. Late today in Ohio, President Trump, aware Americans remain focused on prices at home and gas prices at the pump, today repeatedly calling the war in Iran an excursion and explained the growing concerns over oil and gas prices this way.
We had to take an excursion, but it's doing well. The market's holding up well. I figured we'd be hit a little bit, but we were hit probably less than I thought, and we'll be back on track in a pretty short while. Prices are coming down very substantially. Oil will be coming down. That's just a matter of war that happens.
Fox News then asking the president, is this an excursion or is it a war?
You just said it is a little excursion and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war. And the war is going to be, for them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought.
Tonight, the retaliation from Iran on those ships and oil fields seen as a major escalation. It comes just hours after the US struck at least 16 boats capable of laying sea mines in that all-important Strait of Hormuz. Iran tonight now warning the world to get ready for oil prices to skyrocket to $200 per barrel. President Trump late today suggesting he'll tap the strategic oil reserves.
Well, reduce it a little bit, and that brings the prices down.
Earlier, the president was pressed if he'd still encourage oil companies to pass through the dangerous Strait of Hormuz, after saying 24 hours ago the crews on those oil tankers should have the guts to do it.
I think they should use my opinion. Look, we took out just about all of their mine ships in one night.
Tonight, thousands taking to the streets of Tehran for the funerals of top Iranian regime leaders, many chanting death to America. And tonight, new questions about the whereabouts of the new supreme leader, the son of the late Ayatollah who was killed. An Iranian official saying Mujtaba Khamenei was injured during a strike. He hasn't been seen publicly since he was named as the new leader, reportedly recovering from leg injuries in a secure location. And tonight, the New York Times reporting a preliminary investigation has determined the US military was responsible for that deadly strike on a girls' school in southern Iran. 168 people were killed, mostly children. Iranian state TV airing this video, appearing to show a US-made Tomahawk missile slamming into a building next to the school. The president's claimed it was Iran that hit the school.
We think it was done by Iran. Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Late today, the president saying he knows nothing about these reported preliminary findings.
A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
In the last 24 hours, the White House saying the investigation continues and the president will accept its findings.
He will accept the conclusion of that investigation, whatever it may be.
Tonight, the war intensifying on multiple fronts. Israel launching large-scale bombings in Beirut, striking areas known to be strongholds of the Iranian-backed Hezbollah. And even as all of this plays out, including the Iranian attacks on those ships in the Strait of Hormuz, the president tonight in Kentucky claiming victory.
And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
David, these attacks by Iran causing havoc with international shipping and oil prices. President Trump has said he'd act to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, but so far, Iran's ability to pose danger to any vessel all too clear.
Ian Panel from Tel Aviv tonight. Ian, thank you. Also breaking tonight, this war in Iran, and now the FBI warning right here at home. The FBI alerting authorities that Iran wants to strike the U.S. homeland, possibly launching attack drones in the West. And tonight, President Trump is asked if he's concerned about a potential domestic terror attack. Here's Aaron Katursky.
Tonight, with the war against Iran in its 12th day, a new warning about how Iran may retaliate. In recent days, the FBI alerted police departments in California that Iran wants to launch attack drones against the West Coast. The alert, reviewed by ABC News, cites recently acquired information that Iran aspires to conduct a surprise attack using drones from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California.
Through its operatives, its proxies, its relationship with criminal organizations, Iran has the expertise, the personnel, the access to equipment to conduct a drone attack here in the United States. Now it has the incentive.
The FBI declined to comment, and we did not hear back from the White House. But today, President Trump said he is unconcerned about an Iranian strike on the United States.
Mr. President, are you worried, sir, about a domestic terror attack backed by Iran here, sir? No.
Iran is already using drones to retaliate, launching a wave of Shahed 136 drones that have struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia and buildings in Bahrain, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. And tonight, the Michigan-based medical equipment company Stryker says it was hit by a cyber attack, and there are indications a pro-Iran hacking group may be behind it.
And David, that cautionary alert to police in California contained no information about Iran's aspirational targets or timing. Governor Gavin Newsom's office saying tonight, David, that it's actively working to protect California communities. David?
Aaron, they're calling it a cautionary alert, but it is still rattling to hear. Our thanks to you tonight. There's also a severe storm threat as we're on the air this evening. Parts of Pennsylvania all the way down to Texas bracing tonight. Possible tornadoes, severe storms, 50 million Americans now on alert. The tornado outbreak deadly already. The couple killed in their home. Lee Goldberg has the forecast and Alex Perez right in the storm zone for us.
Tonight, a 1,200-mile-long line of storms bearing down on millions after a violent and deadly 24 hours.
There it is, right there.
60 miles south of Chicago, Lisa Blanchette capturing this massive funnel moving into Kankakee, Illinois, right around dinner time. It tore through this industrial area on the outskirts of town. Listen to the alarms blaring and the gas leaking.
You could smell a strong aroma of gas in the air.
This was the kitchen.
Mitch Girth and his family, including his 2 young children, were taking cover in his parents' basement when the house caved in on top of them.
Even as you look at what's left here, is it a little hard to believe that this is what happened? Yeah, it's definitely hard to believe. Hard to put words to be completely honest. Just looking at it, it's overwhelming. Hard to get a grasp of how to move forward.
From above, you can see homes shredded, trees snapped, debris scattered as the tornado tore a brutal path from Kankakee to Aroma Park, the same supercell tracking east across the state line into northwest Indiana.
There's several houses that have been hit, a lot of damage. Please do not come here.
First responders in Lake Village is searching through the night for survivors. Late today, authorities identifying 2 killed in the storm. Lake Village residents 89-year-old Edward Kozlowski and his wife, 84-year-old Arlene.
And David, authorities say at least 9 people were injured on the Illinois side of the storm. Families now preparing for the long road ahead as they recover and rebuild. David?
The damage right there behind you, Alex Perez, our thanks to you. Let's get right to WABC Chief Meteorologist Lee Goldberg back with us tonight. Hi, Lee.
Hey, David, and this storm is bringing March back to the east in a big way. It was 80 here in New York yesterday. We go to snow showers tomorrow. We had a tornado warning expire recently in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, just to the north. We have an active tornado warning in Louisiana, not too far from Alexandria. So we're going to watch these severe storms tonight from Pennsylvania and Maryland all the way to the Gulf Coast. Continued alerts. More strong storms for the southeast tomorrow. And then in the mid-Atlantic and northeast, it's temperatures crashing. 30 to 40 degrees from their peak warmth. Rain mixes with snow in D.C. and New York City. It doesn't stick. March giveth and March taketh away. David?
That's right. Still a mess Wednesday and Thursday, Lee. Thank you. Tonight, the danger in Hawaii, the exploding lava and ash from Hawaii's Mount Kilauea, forcing highways to be shut down now and multiple flights canceled. Authorities report lava shooting more than 1,000 feet into the air. Dangerous conditions temporarily closing nearby Highway 11. Residents and tourists warned about falling debris the size of footballs. We turn now to the case of the beloved math teacher who was killed in that high school prank gone wrong in Georgia. Tonight, the student who drove over the teacher and what he's now saying, with the DA there now deciding whether to press charges. Here's Faith Abube.
Tonight, the 18-year-old student charged with killing a beloved Georgia teacher outside his home in a prank gone wrong, apologizing. Jaden Wallace and his parents speaking out through a family attorney, expressing their grief in a heartfelt statement saying, quote, "We are family in deep remorse," adding that the teacher meant the world to their son. And quote, Jay expresses his deepest sorrow and sincerest apology to the Hughes family. According to investigators, Jaden fatally ran over Jason Hughes, a math teacher and coach at North Hall High School last Friday. The 18-year-old and 4 other teenagers went to roll toilet paper on the teacher's property. The victim's family says the teacher loved the students and was excited to catch them in the act, but he tripped and fell in the roadway as the teenagers tried to flee in their vehicles. That's when investigators say Jaden Wallace ran him over. The teenagers tried to render aid, but the father of 2 later died at the hospital. His family says it was an accident, and they want the charges against the 18-year-olds dropped. Hall County DA Lee Barr telling ABC News he will give great deference to the family's wishes as he reviews the case.
And David, the DA expects to make his decision by next month. And then the teenager who's charged in the teacher's death says he now plans to live the rest of his life in a way that honors the man he once called a mentor. David.
Faith Abube tonight. Faith, thank you. To the economy tonight, gas prices soaring amid the war in Iran and news on inflation on the rise. A new report showing the consumer price index up 2.4% in February compared to 1 year ago. The national average for a gallon of gas now at $3.59, roughly 60 cents up since last week. The Dow losing nearly 300 points today, falling to its lowest close this year. When we come back here tonight, the dramatic struggle on the train tracks, officers trying to get a woman to safety, a train fast approaching. What plays out right here in a moment. Also, the 5-year-old girl who went missing. She was just 5 at the time. Now she's 11, and where she's just been found tonight. And the NBA star making history, 83 points in a single game. And here's the question. Who's the one player who ever scored more? They're in good company tonight. Tonight, a dramatic rescue in Abington, Massachusetts. Police were called after reports of a woman walking on the train tracks, the train fast approaching, the woman violently resisting officers trying to pull her away, wrestling her down Wow, just as the train goes by there, officers calling an ambulance for her, the woman clearly in distress. They did get her the help she needs. Tonight, a close call at a school bus stop in Cecil County, Maryland this morning. The bus pulling to a stop and opening its doors when a speeding pickup truck passes by, narrowly missing the children who are about to board. Tonight, deputies asking for the public's help in identifying the driver of that Toyota pickup. Tonight, a 5-year-old California girl who went missing in 2020 has been found. She's now 11 years old, found safe in North Carolina. Authorities say she was enrolled in school under an alias and is now in protective custody. She was found along with her mother in a suspected case of parental kidnapping. So far, that mother is not charged. When we come back, news from McDonald's tonight, what they're reportedly planning to roll out when it comes to prices amid this economy. And then the rare sight streaking across the sky, a meteorite, in some places crashing right into a home. We'll be right back. To the index of other news tonight, a fireball streaking across the sky across northern Europe. The glowing meteorite appearing around twilight on Sunday across Belgium, France, Germany, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, eventually breaking into pieces. One piece smashing through the roof of a home in western Germany. Scientists say the meteorite was likely several yards in diameter before breaking into pieces. Back here in the U.S. tonight, McDonald's reportedly set to roll out new discounted menu items, including some of its most popular menu items. Some meals cost $3 or less and $4 for breakfast combos. The fast food giant aiming to reclaim its reputation as a provider of affordable meals. It begins next month. 4 days to the Oscars right here on ABC. Host Conan O'Brien rolling out the red carpet, literally, right there at the Dolby Theater. O'Brien revealing to our Lara Spencer how he prepares, how he tests the jokes out.
So it is true. You are going to local comedy clubs and working out the material for the monologue.
You work out the material, and the crowds really like it because I'm a surprise, so they don't know that I'm going to show up. And some of these are very far-flung comedy clubs that are also a bowling alley, that are also a car rental place.
Yeah. So you have a good chance of getting a laugh.
You have a decent chance of getting or punched, but either way, it's entertainment.
That's right.
Can you imagine just being at the bowling alley? Conan O'Brien shows up. More with Conan tomorrow morning right here on Good Morning America.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Much by way of details about the targets specifically, or the casualties, or the amount of destruction that has been taking place. The Iranians are much more focused now on the possibility of someone seizing the opportunity of these strikes to do something that can hurt national security. So police is disseminating messages, warning people and asking them to report about any suspicious activity in the streets. So because the authorities are trying to botch that attempt by the Americans and the Israelis to create a situation of chaos that can be seized, according to the authorities here, that can be seized by elements, rogue elements, or people who are here implanted as spies for the enemy to create chaos and confusion in the country.
Okay, we're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. And I know Donald Trump hasn't spoken or been seen himself so far there today, but I understand that the White House has put out a statement explaining exactly what he has been up to in the last few hours.
Well, according to the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt, the president did have a phone conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There's also reporting indicating that the defense secretary was at Mar-a-Lago with the president as the airstrikes were being launched overnight East Coast time. We've also understand from a U.S. official that in addition to a classified briefing, which the Secretary of State Marco Rubio had with the so-called Gang of Eight, top political and intelligence leadership on Capitol Hill, that he did reach out to 7 of the 8 members of Congress overnight to inform them that the airstrike and the air war had begun, and that he was able to speak to 7 of these 8 members of Congress. We don't know which was the person that Rubio was not able to speak with. We also understand that once the air campaign was underway, that the Pentagon did contact the leadership of both the Senate and the House Armed Services Committees to inform them of this action. But this is not the kind of notification that would satisfy the 1973 War Powers Resolution. Numerous congressional Democrats are saying that Congress needs to reconvene immediately in order to vote on whether to retroactively approve the Trump administration's decision to launch this war against Iran.
Okay, thanks so much, Ros Jordan, for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack on Iran followed negotiations that were, quote, fruitless. He echoed Donald Trump's call for Iranians to take their fate into their own hands.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
The Israeli military says it has preemptively imposed restrictions on people moving in and around the West Bank to counter potential terror threats. Noor O'Day is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, we heard a little bit from Netanyahu there, basically framing this along the same lines as Donald Trump as a war for the people of Iran. How is that message going to land coming from Israel, though?
Well, this is Netanyahu's line, Tom, and it has been his narrative for decades, preaching a need for overthrowing the government in Tehran for at least the past 20 or more years, saying to Donald Trump that negotiations with Tehran was pointless, that they would only be deception, and really rallying the Israeli public over this point of consensus. Israeli Jewish society is very polarized, but on Iran there seems to be almost a consensus, at least a politically correct one, where nobody would question the choice of attacking Iran, of preempting the Iranian regime from having more military capability. The doctrine in Israel of needing to be the hegemon in the region is one that does not have any pushback in Israeli politics or society. And that's why, even though the Israeli public has been prepared for a war that will exact a price, it's not clear what that price will be yet, but it will disrupt their lives. A state of emergency is in place in Israel. There are no public functions. There is no school. People have to stay next to the shelter or inside of one. And that's how they spent all of today. And yet, there is support among Israelis for this because they believe this is the only way for Israel to stay on top of it, on top of the region, that is, and to continue pushing back at its perceived enemies.
Okay, thanks so much for the moment, Noor. Well, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to US media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that.
Araghchi also stressed that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium.
We agreed to do enrichment only based on our needs, the needs of Iranian people. I can tell you one of our needs. It is your Tehran research reactor. This is a small reactor, by the way, built by Americans before the revolution. And this reactor produces radioisotopes, medicines needed for nearly 2 million Iranians. So how we can give it up, how we can just stop this reactor? So we would continue our program based on our own needs.
Okay, we're going to go back to Mohammed Val, who is in Tehran for us. And we heard from both Netanyahu and Donald Trump trying to frame this as a war for the people of Iran. How have the people of Iran responded to that message?
Well, what we have seen so far is a demonstration that took place at the Palestine Square here in Tehran earlier this afternoon. We can't estimate the numbers, but it is probably more than 1,000 people gathered there. That's in a condition, a very specific condition, when people are fearing, more strikes and unable to go out of their homes, and when there are instructions that people shouldn't go to places where they can have some risk there. So we have seen that gathering of people there at the Palestine Square today, demonstrating against these strikes. That's the only sign now of reaction by people collectively. We have seen also a small demonstration in the streets here tonight in the same direction, people shouting against these strikes and condemning the Americans. The Americans are betting, and the Israelis as well are betting, on a kind of chaos that can happen, and that chaos can be seized by people who are opposed to this regime, because we have seen lots of demonstrations over the last few weeks and months against lack of freedoms and all kinds of complaints by those people against the regime. And the Americans and the Israelis think that just by conducting these very powerful strikes and probably killing some of the top leaders, that there is enough popular force and popular anger against the regime that people will go to the streets and take matters into their own hands. We have heard President Trump say that, but there are no signs so far of any of that thing happening in the country. Instead, the government is issuing statements, demands, and alerts, asking people to report about any suspicious activities in the streets, asking people to keep an eye on those types of activities so that nothing of the sort that the Americans and the Israelis are planning can happen.
Okay, thanks, Mo. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan once again, who is in Washington, D.C. And as we have been talking about, that this wasn't approved by Congress, many saying that Trump's attack on Iran doesn't have any mandate or legal basis to it. How big a problem is that actually going to be for President Trump, though?
Well, a slim majority, but nonetheless, a majority of Americans in a recent poll indicated they were not interested in a war in Iran. This is something on which Donald Trump ran when he ran for re-election in 2024, that he wanted to end wars. He was not interested in launching new wars, and he certainly did not want to see the U.S. military entrenched in another conflict in the Middle East. Now we have the second strike on Iran in about 8 months. And this time you have 2 aircraft carriers and some, tens of thousands of U.S. troops in the greater Middle East who are poised to carry out this air war for some indeterminate amount of time. This is also a matter where it's pretty much falling along party lines in Congress. Democrats, almost to a person, are opposed to this military action. Republicans, with the exception of one who has been very critical of the Trump administration, applaud the decision to start launching airstrikes on Iranian targets overnight. Now, Congress is out for the weekend. The Senate is supposed to come back into session this coming Monday afternoon. The House of Representatives is not due back until Tuesday, but there are many Democrats in both the House and the Senate saying that people need to come back to Capitol Hill immediately in order to vote on a war powers resolution, whether to approve or to condemn the Trump administration's decision to go to war against Iraq. Because the Republicans hold a slim majority, it is unlikely that Democrats would be able to get a move of condemnation forcing the Trump administration to dial back. But they're saying that this debate needs to be held publicly because it has not, in their view, been held publicly up until now. There simply has been this drumbeat to war in the Democrats' view, although the Republicans are arguing that this is an action that is long overdue, decades long overdue in their view.
Okay, thank you so much, Rosalind Jordan, for us there in Oman. Okay, we've got many guests joining us now to help us dissect all of this. Abdullah Papood is a chair of the State of Qatar for Islamic Area Studies at Waseda University in Japan. He joins us from Muscat. Shrita Parsi is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Here with me in the studio is Paul Musgrave. He's Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. And Mohammed Al-Mazri is a Professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thank you all very much for joining us. If I could begin with you, Abdullah, because obviously Oman played a significant role in trying to negotiate some sort of deal in the last few days. That obviously didn't happen. Can you just give us an idea of the feeling there among Omani leadership to what we've seen over the last 10 hours?
Well, I believe that Oman has been always trying to ensure that any conflict in the region is solved through dialogue and through negotiations. And particularly when it comes to the United States and Iran, but also other conflicts in the region. I think Oman has expended a lot of efforts in this matter. It's not just this particular negotiations, but if you look at last year also, before the 12 days war in June, then Oman had been trying to resolve this conflict. And as you know, if you go back even with the nuclear deal, Oman has always been active in this regard. So I believe, the amount of efforts that they have put, and also the amount of enthusiastically, supporting a peaceful resolution of this conflict, is going to, what is happening now is going to actually make the Omanis feel a bit disappointed, at least to say that. I think they will be dismayed with what has happened. The fact that the foreign minister of Oman, Said Badr, was on US TV last night saying that that Iran had almost agreed to every
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise.
and to
Tap
ensure
in
that
for real
this
news,
comes to a
where your
peaceful
voice
resolution.
matters.
Yeah, Oman obviously not the only ones in the region to be dismayed at what has happened. Trita, if I can come to you next, what, if anything, changed, do you think, in the last 24 hours or so that made military action in the eyes of Donald Trump inevitable? What was the tipping point, despite all this anger that he must have known was coming from those in the Gulf region?
I think, unfortunately, Trump had already accepted the Israeli narrative and the Israeli red lines. The narrative that says that Iran is very weak and has no choice but to capitulate, and the red lines that are designed to be rejected by the Iranians. And as a result, once again, Trump allowed himself to be trapped by the Israelis into a situation in which war was the most likely outcome. He still could have pulled out. He could have celebrated the fact that the deal that the Omani foreign minister in detail laid out on CBS News last night was far stronger than what the Obama administration had achieved with zero enrichment en masse, but also de facto zero enrichment, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. And taken that as a huge victory and said that this was achieved because of his military threats, etc. But he nevertheless chose to go down the path because what he's looking for was humiliation. He was looking for capitulation rather than a deal.
Mohammed, do you subscribe to that view, that he was looking for annihilation, basically?
Yeah, and I think, and I said this in an earlier interview as well, I think this was basically pre-planned. I thought Marwan Bashara said it best a couple of hours ago. He said that the problem was that there was a breakthrough. And as soon as there was a breakthrough, the United States and Israel, I think, decided this was, this was the time. But I think they've long wanted to attack. I think that the negotiations were just kind of a smokescreen. And so, yeah, this was a premeditated attack. And I think it's worth underscoring that this is an Israeli war. I thought the Almani statement from earlier today by the foreign minister was interesting. He said, this is not America's war. And what he meant, I think, is that this is Israel's war. And so we have another instance of the America First president, Donald Trump, doing things that are actually serving the Israeli agenda, not the American agenda. And let's watch and see what the fallout is on the American right wing. You already have people condemning this. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene taking to X a couple of hours ago and condemning not only this attack, but specifically the attack on the school that killed dozens of little Iranian girls. And then you have people on the right wing also retweeting or reposting Charlie Kirk from just 6 or 7 months ago, saying that a regime change operation in Iran would be insane. So let's watch and see what the fallout is on the American right.
Yeah, I see you nodding along there. Obviously, that is something that Donald Trump is going to have to take into account. How do you think we haven't heard from him since it's turned daytime there in the US. What do you expect from him in the coming hours, and how is he going to try and sell this to his base effectively?
Well, predicting what Donald Trump is going to do, fool's bet not going to do it, because as we've seen over the past week, he can say one thing and then reverse course the next day. What I do think is that President Trump is going to have a real problem with his base, because he did campaign explicitly on going through with no new wars. And here we are in the war that American restrainers, that people on the right, that ordinary Americans who don't care about foreign policy have tried to avoid, which is not just a war in the Middle East, but a war with the most powerful of America's adversaries in the Middle East, and doing so with tactics that seem remarkably ill-matched to the goal that President Trump laid out, that goal of putative regime change or an option for regime change. I do think that the Americans may be more interested in negotiations than some of our guests have said. They have certainly said that they'd like to consider off-ramps or continuing dialogue. Certainly, I know they'll be lobbied for that on the Hill, by the base, and of course by regional governments who don't want to see any more of these explosions overhead that we've all been living with. But on the other hand, the Trump administration has laid out from the commencement of these discussions goals that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for any Iranian government to agree to, goals that touch on the very heart of sovereignty. And if you can't agree to something, you can't negotiate over it. And that's going to leave everybody in a really tough situation, even if sincerely, who knows if they do, they want that off-ramp.
Yeah, making it incredibly difficult to find that. We'll come back to all of you in just a moment. We're going to go to Zain Basravi, who's in Doha. Qatar's foreign ministry actually released a statement earlier about the ongoing attacks. It says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression in defence of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasises that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risks of escalation. We're going to go to Zain Basravi, who is here in Doha, and talk has been of escalation right throughout the day, hasn't it, Zain? We've heard booms throughout the afternoon and into the evening. They seem to come in waves, although at this point in time, it seems relatively quiet. Is that what you're seeing from your vantage point out there on the Corniche?
That is correct. For the last 2 or 3 hours, and I say this with some trepidation, we don't know what's going to happen throughout the course of the night, but for the last 2 or 3 hours, we have not seen those interceptions. We have not heard those explosions that have been going off since this morning for hours. For the last 2 or 3 hours, the skies over Doha seem calm. What we may see in coming hours is as Israel continues to pummel targets in Iran, Iranian guns may shift their focus to focus more concentration, more power, more firepower on targets inside Israel. But it has been a very dramatic and tense day for the cities in the GCC. Of all of the countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council, only Oman is the only country that has not seen some kind of attack throughout the course of the day. Now, Qatar saw multiple attacks last year when Iran hit it after U.S. carried out strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. Iran attacked Al Udeid Air Base in June 2025. We saw Israel carry out attacks on targets here in West Bay, in the area just behind me, on a Hamas negotiating team. That happened in Qatar as well. Saudi Arabia has, for a while, seen attacks, sporadic attacks by Houthi vis-a-vis the war in Yemen. The UAE saw similar attacks as well. But none of these were of the scale that we are seeing now. What's happening today is different. For the longest time, cities in the GCC were an oasis of calm, of commerce, of progress, of financial investment, of tourism. What we're seeing now, especially the videos that are beginning to emerge on social media, some still need to be verified, of aftermath in Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. All of this really indicates that these interconnected conflicts involving Israel, Iran, and the United States, and conflicts all over the region from which these cities had been sheltered for so long, those conflicts are now directly knocking on their doors, and they are inside their homes. That's what we've seen play out throughout these attacks and this retaliation from Iran over the course of this morning and this afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much, Zain Basravi there for us in Doha. Well, you're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop
just want to bring you
on
up
Truth
to date with
Talks
the very
Live.
latest. Tehran is retaliating.
Join
by
us
launching
every
a
day
wave
at
of
6
strikes
a.m. to
targeting
12
Israel
noon.
and US assets
Real
right across
news
the Gulf
where your
region.
voice matters.
The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Iranian authorities say a strike on a girls' primary school in the south has killed at least 86 people. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. And a satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to US media. He says that as far as he knows, the country's Supreme Leader and President are still alive. Sirens have been sounding right across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran. The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. And Iran has also launched strikes on US assets across the region, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital, Manama. It is not yet known if there are casualties. This follows earlier strikes on US military sites, also in the capital. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. And Ros, we keep seeing more and more images of Iranian drones and missiles actually hitting many of their Gulf neighbours. Can you just give us an idea of, obviously there's been condemnation from many Gulf leaders of the US and Israel strikes in Iran. Has there been any sort of messages getting through to Donald Trump in response to what we've seen happen?
The White House has not commented on whether there's been any sort of diplomatic outreach from the Iranians since the airstrikes began. We have only heard from members of Congress. We've heard perhaps most famously from the Omani foreign minister condemning the attacks. We've also heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, condemning the attacks. But whether or not there are actual diplomatic efforts underway to try to bring this military confrontation to a swift end, we are not aware of any such contacts. If anything, the Trump administration has been saying that it is doing what it considered to be a long overdue attempt to effect regime change, to help the people of Iran, to prevent Iran from being what it calls an existential security threat, not just to the U.S., but to its allies as well. But again, in terms of diplomatic outreach between Iran and Washington, even though they had been negotiating in this past week about the future of Iran's nuclear ambitions, so far, no update on any new contacts.
Okay, thank you so much. That's Ros Jordan for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, we're going to bring in all our guests once again to continue this discussion. To a wider conflict, do you think it's going to work?
I think, of course, we need to condemn what the United States has done to Israel in attacking a neighboring country when it is in negotiation. I think equally, we still don't understand why the Islamic Republic would also attack its neighbors. I can understand their motives, but that is not something that is acceptable, and it should be condemned at the same time. And I don't think this is going to help the Iranians in a way that it will, while the Gulf states were getting much closer to Iran and trying to avert the war, it's now going to get them to rethink their position as well. And I don't see benefit that Iran is going to get out of this. And in fact, it's going to not only make the governments and the states and the authorities, but also the people against the attacks on their sovereignty. So I don't think this is helpful. I think it's a big mistake, and I hope that Iran would stop doing that and continue to defend itself against Israel, against other American interests, but not to attack the sovereign states of the Gulf state, because I think that is going to change perception.
Okay. Trita, if I can come to you. So as we heard there from Abdullah, there's no real benefit to Iran. And do you agree with that? And if so, why do you think that Iran has decided to continue striking these Gulf states?
I think, first of all, the GCC position condemning this obviously is completely understandable. This is their territory. They don't want to be involved in this war. Most of them have made sure that their airspace is not used in the attack. On the other hand, from the Iranian side, their argument is that these bases nevertheless facilitate these attacks directly or indirectly. They have little choice but to do this in their view. What they're trying to do is to expand the theater of war to make it as costly as possible for everyone else for this war to go on in order to amass the type of pressure on the United States to back off. But I think it's absolutely correct to point out that this nevertheless will have likely profound impact on the GCC and Iran's relations going forward. In many ways, on the one hand, the perception of Iran as a threat will be solidified in many different quarters. On the other hand, the perception of having bases on your territory enabling you to protect yourself may also come under question, because now you have a scenario in which these bases are targeted and that these countries' territory are being targeted, not despite these bases, but precisely because of these bases.
Okay, Abdullah, obviously we've heard many countries come out and condemn what Iran has done. Do you think they're going to take further steps, though?
Are you talking about the Gulf states?
Yes, the Gulf states.
I think they have obviously condemned what is going on because they saw it as... And despite the fact that they have always, and they're clear that they will not allow the US and missiles and also the bases to be used against Iran. I believe that the Gulf states are going to recalibrate their relationship with Iran. As you know, there have been there have been rapprochement between Iran and particularly Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf states, and they were working hard to bring them to work together. And the GCC states have been trying to stop this war, and I think this is going to have further the Iran GCC relations on one hand, but also on how the Gulf states view their relationship with the United States, and also the value of these bases as well, because they've been subjected to attacks not now but before, and now they become a reason for attacking them. So I think there is going to be a very good rethink of how this region is going to and how this war is going to. But I believe that the Gulf, that this escalation stops a certain point where negotiations on both parties are back together because I don't believe there is any real solution to this conflict through just waging wars and destructions and killing. And I think at the end of the day, reason will prevail, and it will come negotiation. This time, I think Iran will have an upper hand in one way or the other, because they are the ones who've been subjected to these attacks when they were actually negotiated process.
From what we understand at Al Jazeera, that the US military is going to continue carrying out strikes over the next few days, even if they do eventually get a dating table. I guess the initial part in terms of launching a military going to happen next after that?
Well, very much depends on what the results of these strikes are, and if the Iranians continue to strike back and what they achieve with their strikes. I mean, if this ends up becoming a costly, it just drags on, there's actually no implosion, there's no softening of the Iranian position, and the pressure on the U.S. rises, the pressure on the president from his own base, from GCC allies, from the rest of the international community starts to grow up stronger, then that's when you might be able to see some sort of an exit that both sides want. And the thing is to make sure that probably particularly probably what we saw blow on the theocracy and Iran and come out of that. So much is on both sides, I have to say, based on very assumptions, which to be frank, each participate in whatever exit draft will emerge, and instead this will be more escalatory than de-escalatory.
Okay, thank you so much. That is Trita Parsi and Abdullah Barboud for us there. Well, I want to bring you up to date with the very latest. We understand that 201 people have been killed and 747 injured in the US-Israeli attacks. That is Iranian media citing the Red Crescent. If I can bring you back in, Mohammed and Paul, thank you very much for
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Of their government, that they'll begin to resent their government. This is what they call the Dahiya doctrine. They've used it in Lebanon. They've used it, of course, in Gaza. And I think we've seen some evidence that perhaps they're using it already now in Iran. So, there is the chance, unfortunately, that there will be many more casualties in this war.
Paul, how is all of this going to be perceived in the US, do you think? Obviously, we saw and heard a lot about that strike on the primary school. That I believe the death toll there is over 86 now. How is the US public going to take this on board? Because this is obviously incredibly significant. That it's not just going after the Iranian leadership. There are civilians, many civilians that are being killed right now.
Well, I think that this war is probably going to go down as the war that was least popular with the American people when it was undertaken. If you compare this to the 2003 Iraq War, there had been lots of effort to convince the American people, and more than a majority of the American people supported that war. This war, on February 23rd, 27% of Americans favored strikes in Iran. That number will go up a little bit as people rally around President Trump, especially conservatives. But all of the elements you look for that would make a war popular and therefore politically sustainable are absent. Congress hasn't agreed to it. The international community is more or less united in condemning it. There's no clear justification. And when there is a justification, it's not being done for humanitarian reasons. There's a very bad way for this to go out. And I think that the American people, to the extent that it matters in a government that's been very resolute against public opinion, the American people are going to be much less in favor of this war than people might assume.
Okay, so then why, Mohammed, do you think that Donald Trump went through with it, given everything that Paul just had to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the easy answer is that Donald Trump is doing the bidding of the Israelis. A lot of American foreign policy, whether people want to believe it or not, but much of American foreign policy, a good chunk of it, is made in Tel Aviv. Benjamin Netanyahu has been lobbying not since 2023, not for years, but he's been lobbying for decades, quite literally, for this war against Iran. And I would refer people, as I did earlier, to the book that was written in 2007 by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, two leading scholars of American foreign policy and international affairs. They wrote an entire analysis about the power of the Israel lobby in the United States. And I think we've seen that with Donald Trump. We saw it with Joe Biden, with Obama, and all of the other recent U.S. presidents. There is a very strong Israel influence, and the people that are in Donald Trump's ear people like Lindsey Graham and Mike Huckabee and others have been telling him that this is a really important war for Israel, and they've convinced him that it would also be good for the United States.
Yeah, Mohammed Paul, stick around. You can't go just yet. We're going to come back to you in just a couple of minutes because countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says his government rejects the military actions against Iran. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called the developments in the region perilous, but also says the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. Meanwhile, Russia has urged an immediate end to the attacks on Iran. Moscow says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has called for an immediate stop of the military actions and resumption of dialogue and negotiation and efforts to uphold peace and stability in the Middle East. I'm going to go to Dominic Kane now, who is with us from Berlin. We heard a little bit there from European leaders. What else have many others had to say in reaction to what has happened throughout today?
Very similar thoughts coming from three key capitals in Europe today, from Paris, from Berlin here, and from London. From the three heads of state, heads of government, all effectively putting out the same message. In a statement, they said they continued to urge Iran to end its nuclear program, to curb its ballistic missiles program, to refrain from interfering in the affairs of its neighbors, but also their homelands, by which it means their countries, those three, and also then calling on Iran to end its oppression of the Iranian people. The three governments saying that they had not taken part in the strikes against Iran, but they condemned Iran's approach, Iran's indiscriminate attack on its neighbors. The interesting thing there is that some governments, certainly one government in Europe, the Spanish government, condemned the Iranian response, but also the Israeli and US attacks in the first place. The other thing to say is that many of these governments, they've been in special cabinet or emergency cabinet meetings. Certainly the French government, the French cabinet currently in an emergency session discussing security and defense issues. We know that President Macron called for, among other countries, had called for a special UN Security Council meeting, which we understand will be at 21 GMT in a few hours' time. So there's no question about the element of urgency here, but there is at least one government in Europe that has chosen to condemn what the Israelis and the US government has done just as much as what the Iranian response has been.
Okay, thank you so much, Dominic Kane. Dominic Kane for us in Berlin. We're going to go straight to Gabriel Elizondo, who is at the United Nations in New York. And Gabe, no doubt a very busy day ahead there. Can you just run us through exactly what we are expecting at the UN today?
Yeah, that's right. It is expected to be a very busy Saturday afternoon here at UN headquarters in New York, where at the Security Council, which is the chamber right behind me here, we'll be holding an emergency meeting of the Security Council at 4 p.m. New York time. That's about 3 hours from right now. This meeting was requested by China and Russia primarily, but Bahrain and Colombia, two elected members of the council, also signed on pushing for this meeting that is now confirmed for a few hours from now. Highly unusual for the Security Council to meet in open session on a weekend. It has only happened 10 times in the last 5 years and only twice on a Saturday. So these emergency meetings on weekends are saved only for the most urgent of matters, clearly this being one of them now, of course. We are being told as well that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is expected to attend the meeting, and he will be making opening remarks in the open session of the Security Council that will get underway here shortly.
Okay, thanks so much, Gabe. No doubt we will be talking to you extensively in the coming hours as things begin to get underway there at the UN. Al Jazeera's Tohid
You are
Asadi
watching
has been
Morning
speaking to the
Mic Drop
spokesperson
on
for
Truth
Iran's
Talks Live.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He
Join
says
us
Iran
every
is acting
day
in
at 6 a.m.
self-defense.
to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Another unprovoked act of aggression, an egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. And we have every right, in accordance with international law, with the UN Charter, to defend ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
All right. We know that the country actually was involved in a trajectory of diplomatic interaction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of end for hope for the diplomatic track?
That's exactly the point. This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
With the escalations ramping up to an unprecedented level, to what extent do you think this confrontation can go for the days and maybe weeks down the road?
We don't know, because you see, as I said, this is something that is imposed on Iran. We never sought war. We were going to resolve this issue diplomatically. And this was the demand of the whole countries of the region and the international community. So this was started by the United States, and we believe that it is just to advance the whims of the Israeli regime. And I think this war would not serve the interest of the American people. This is against their interests, but this is what they chose to do. And I think the consequences would be very dire for everyone. As I already said, just as part of a single attack this morning on a primary school in Minab, more than 61 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and still more than 70 innocent ones are under the rubble.
Previously, we heard from Iran that in case of a U.S. attack, there is a risk for a confrontational scenario down the road in the region. And now we see that the United States bases in the region are being attacked by Iran. And also, there has been widespread condemnation by regional countries who are now coming under attack. My question is, what is Iran's reasoning behind that?
I think they're not really coming under attack by Iran. We have said once and again, and I would like to repeat that we are friendly with all countries of the region. We have proven that we trust our friends in the region. That's why we try to get together with the countries of the region in furtherance of this diplomatic process. The problem is that the United States is conducting this war of aggression at the cost of everyone, including the countries of the region. Under international law, any place, any location, any logistical support that are given to the aggressor are a legitimate target for the victim state. So we are not attacking any country in the region. We are friendly with all countries of the region. What we are doing is just taking defensive actions. We are defending ourselves against attacks by Americans and by the Zionist regime. And as you know, many of these bases, although they are part of the countries of the region's territories, but they are completely controlled by the United States, and they are used, or better to say, abused by the United States in order to launch an act of aggression against their country of the region.
Is it like a credible claim to put forth that in the days ahead, we may see a continuation of Iran's attacks to the US bases in the region?
One thing is for sure, we would continue defending ourselves with all force. We are entitled, we are responsible for the safety and security of our people, and we have every right under international law to defend Iran against this act of aggression.
And speaking of the trajectory of, again, diplomatic interaction, have you received or initiated any sort of contact with the mediating parties, including Oman or elsewhere, to settle down the issues under this situation?
This is a serious issue, and I think now the whole situation is different from yesterday. As you know, the mediator was involved in this very difficult process. We appreciate what Oman and other countries of the region and our neighbors did during the past 1 month. They really tried to convince Americans not to take the path of confrontation and bullying, but unfortunately it seems they failed. So what we are doing right now is to focus on defending our national integrity and Iran's territory against this act of aggression.
The public mood at the time being could be highlighted by a sense of frustration and fear as we speak to people. In this situation, what is Iranian government's response or message to Iranian people?
I think our people understand very clearly that we did whatever we could, whatever was at our disposal to resolve this issue diplomatic. It was not Iran's fault. It is simply an excuse put forward by the Americans. They said 9 months ago that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program. And still they are repeating the same. They are talking about Iran's ballistic missiles. They are talking about some other excuses. They are all big lies put forward to justify this act of aggression. So our people are very clear in their mind that they have to stay strong in the face of this injustice, in the face of this organized military bullying. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, the Iranians will come out of this challenge victoriously.
Well, as we've been reporting, the UN Refugee Agency says 3.2 million Iranians have been displaced by the conflict so far. We're going to go to Tawhid Asadi live for us in the Iranian capital. Tehran also saying that Israel and the US have hit nearly 19,000 civilian sites since the war began. And I can see behind you some of the devastation that's been caused by those strikes. Just talk us through what's been going on.
Well, actually, this is day 13 since the commencement of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans in Israelis targeting not just the military headquarters, police stations, and the state buildings, but very residential areas like this one, as you can see. And the amount of devastation, the amount of demolishing building is massive, unbelievable. And as you can see, people have gathered to just help those targeted. Several apartment buildings in this residential neighborhood have been heavily damaged by the airstrikes, and the entire section of buildings that you can see have collapsed, leaving exposed rooms, twisted metals, and piles of concrete. Rescue teams as you can see, are basically working to help people to remove bodies from the rubble, while large trucks here work to clear debris from the streets. Nearby buildings show shattered windows and hanging utility lines as the emergency crews and residents continue searching through what was once a quiet neighborhood, now devastated by the strikes. The surrounding streets are covered with debris, shattered glass, broken balconies, and damaged cars buried under rubble, as you can see. And of course, you can see some people trying to basically take some of the remaining personal belongings of them from among the massively destructed building, and the nearby areas also impacted. As you can see, we are on the rooftop of one of these buildings, which doesn't seem to be that much stable, and human casualties is also something very tangible. We saw a lady crying whose husband lost his life in this recent strike, and we know that more than 20-30 people have been said to be killed in this strike, just in this very neighborhood that you are witnessing. But it goes without saying that this is not the only neighborhood targeted across the capital. We know that there are many more. This is not just the hospitals, this is not just the schools, but the residential areas being targeted. And now there is this growing concern about the fatalities. We know that around 1,400 people have been killed, and this is the official statistics. We know that, seeing the ongoing nature of these strikes, we can rest assured as a matter of misfortune that this number could grow up further and further as these air strikes continue to target different places. In Minab, in one of the earliest hours of these strikes, we saw an elementary school which was targeted, leaving more than 160 student girls losing their lives at that very school while the class was in session. This is the huge scope. This is the unbelievably massive scope of the fatalities and damage and destruction as a result of these continued air strikes in Iran, here in this neighborhood and in different cities. We know that more than 200 cities across the country have been the scene of these continued air strikes. And on the other hand, we hear from the Iranian side about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes targeting the Israeli territories, American bases in the region. And right now, based on the rhetoric that we hear from both sides, the situation seems to be far from any point of de-escalation.
Tawhid Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. Tawhid, thank you very much indeed. Going to go to Mahmoud Abdelwahed. He's live for us in Baghdad. We were mentioning before, Mahmoud, Iraq suspending oil operations at its ports because 2 foreign fuel tankers were hit in the port of Al-Faw in the south. What have you been finding out? We've been seeing some extraordinary pictures of those tankers on fire.
Well, first of all, Iraqi officials say that it's an Iranian explosive-laden boat that hit the oil tankers and that caused that damage and the casualties. 38 of the crew members were rescued by Iraqi rescue teams. 1 confirmed dead. And there is no speech, there is no word about whether or not there are missing other crew members of these 2 oil tankers. As you know, that these were loaded with crude oil and they were offshore of the Al-Faw oil port in southern Iraq in the Basra province, but they were in the Iraqi maritime domain. That's why Iraqi officials here are very upset. They say this is a violation of Iraq's sovereignty, and Iraq preserves its right to take all legal measures in this concern. Now, these 2 tankers, this is not the first time, by the way. Last week, another similar incident, an explosive-laden boat also hit another ship and set it on fire. You know that Iraq relies on oil revenues, and more than 90% of Iraq's budget comes from oil revenues. And since the beginning of the military campaign by Israel and the United States on Iran, Iraq has decreased its oil production from 3 1,300,000 barrels a day to now less than 1 million barrels a day, also because of the unrest and the security situation in the Gulf.
Mahmoud, we were talking there about the tankers and the fires there. That's, of course, south of Iraq, but there have been attacks in Iraq daily. Can you explain to us what's been happening?
Yes, indeed. Daily, every day, every night. You know that Iraq has literally turned into a secondary battlefield. In fact, the parties involved in the conflict on Iraqi soil are more than those on Iran. You know, here, for example, today, earlier in the morning, an airstrike believed to be U.S. Israeli, according to Iraqi officials, hit the headquarters of the 19th Brigade on Al-Qa'im crossing terminal between Iraq and Syria. And this brigade is part of the paramilitary popular mobilization units. But it also includes major groups of what is so-called the Islamic resistance that are affiliated to Iran. Those who have been carrying out dozens and dozens of attacks targeting U.S. interests, military bases, the consulate in Erbil, the embassy here in Baghdad, and the diplomatic center attached to Baghdad's international airport. So 29 dead in this airstrike and more than 50 injured, some in critical conditions, some unaccounted for, believed are still under the rubble. But one last important point. This area that was targeted, the Al-Qa'im, is a crossing terminal between Iraq and Syria, is an important connecting link for Iran, connecting Iran to Iraq, Syria, and to Lebanon.
Mahmoud, thank you very much indeed. That's Mahmoud Abdelwahed breaking all that down from us in Baghdad. Israel's defense minister says he's expanding Israeli military operations in Lebanon. That announcement comes after a series of attacks on Israel and another night of heavy bombardment on the Lebanese capital. One attack killed at least 8 people in a popular beachfront district of Beirut. Another 30 people were injured. More than 600 people have been killed in Lebanon since the fighting resumed this month.
I say to all the enemies, take a lesson from Gaza. They said they wanted to eliminate the resistance, and they tried by every means, burning children in hospitals, the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza, killing and terrorizing. Yet the resistance is still continuing. They are still there, and rockets are still being launched from behind them.
We are against the escalation. We don't want war, we want peace. We want our children to live in this country and secure their future in this country so they can live. War leads nowhere except to destruction, devastation, and death. Let them find a solution already and end this, because people are exhausted and worn out.
And just before we move on, I want to bring you some pictures that we just got in from southern Beirut. Now, I don't know if you can see it just on the screen there, but towards the top right-hand corner of your picture, that is a fresh plume of smoke. Of course, this part of Beirut has been under fire from Israel for several days now. It's part of an operation that Israel is carrying out, claiming that it is attempting to hit Hezbollah-held targets in southern Beirut particularly. We were talking to a representative from the UNHCR, the aid agency, just within the last hour or so. She was explaining that about 815,000 people have been forced from their homes in this part of the city. They're now sleeping in cars and in parks and on the beachfront that was struck we were talking about just a few moments ago. And they're trying to get some sort of sense of safety, trying to get some sort of protection from the elements, because at the moment there's no conceivable way, they're told, that they can return to their homes. Well, Zaina Khodr has been at the site of that overnight beachfront attack in Beirut.
Yes, it was a difficult night, not just for the residents of Beirut, the Lebanese capital, but for people in southern Lebanon and eastern Lebanon. There were intense Israeli attacks across the country. We are in Ramlat al-Baida. This is a seaside boulevard where the displaced people, the people who are displaced from the war, seeking shelter. I'm going to show you the first crater which caused the blast. It is here on the ground. It appears, according to Lebanese security sources, that the car was not the target. The car was parked here alongside the motorcycle, and there were people here, traces of blood everywhere. They've used sand really to cover those the blood. You can see this is what we're showing you right now. I'm also going to show you the second crater caused by the second blast. This was a double tap strike. So people here are telling us that this was an attack on civilians. There was no military target. If you can see in the distance, there are tents. This is where people are sleeping out in the open, people who have been displaced from the south of the country, from Beirut's southern suburbs. So there's increasing concern here that really we've been talking about so-called precision strikes in outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. But this appears to be an attack on civilians. And people here were expecting this simply because on Wednesday, late on Wednesday, Hezbollah launched its largest rocket barrage since the latest confrontation began.
Well, Lebanon is struggling to find shelter with the hundreds of thousands of people displaced by the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Many are sleeping in the open. Schools, stadiums and theaters are also offering temporary accommodation. Brandon Smith reports from Beirut.
Cinema has always provided an escape from reality, and these children in Beirut need that more than ever at the moment. The Colossi Theatre and two others in Tyre and Tripoli are now hosting displaced families.
What we try to do is small things now to host the people, and they are welcome. It's home for everyone. And what we try to do also, the families now, they cook together, they eat, they enjoy the time to be in the space. They are from different nationalities, but they become friends together.
800,000 people have been uprooted by the fighting in southern Lebanon and southern Beirut. Those that can't find room in a public shelter or can't afford rent or a hotel end up outdoors. Mohammed Mansour stayed at the theatre during the last war.
Of course, everyone is afraid. Everyone is worried about how they will return to their homes. What can you even say? This is war.
Jihad Istanbuli is here with his wife and son. 1 minute you're in your home, he says, and suddenly you find yourself sleeping in a theatre.
Here, we are relatively comfortable, though of course, it's not like being in our own home. There are activities taking place inside the theater to entertain the children who were displaced under the bombardment, to help them forget the suffering they went through, and to give them a bit of joy after what they have witnessed on the road.
When tonight's movie ends, it's back to reality. This is where everyone will sleep.
So for more than a week now, many of Lebanon's internally displaced have been forced to sleep outside. And every day that this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah goes on, the need for shelter increases and the likelihood of a swift end to the fighting decreases. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, Israel's been the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Across Israel, strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations. Gideon Levy, the journalist and author, spoke to me from Tel Aviv earlier about the Israeli population's broad support for the war.
On one hand, you see the polls, they are unbelievable. 94% of the Jewish Israelis support this war. 82% of the entire Israeli public opinion, but what is important are the Jewish voices in this country, and they support it in terms of North Korea. Yeah? On the other hand, people are really quite crushed by those daily and nightly running to the shelters, fears, traumatized, no schools, no education system, no economy. I cannot overbridge between those two contradictions. I mean, people are really being taken blindly in Israel after every war, at least in its beginning. When the price will get heavier, maybe people will rethink about where are we going to, what do we earn out of this war, and are we really ready to pay the price?
The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted global energy markets, pushing up the prices of oil and gas. Before the US and Israel launched their offensive on Iran on February the 28th, the two most common types of crude sold at $65 to $70 a barrel. Iran's retaliatory strikes on what it said were American assets in Gulf states sent the price per barrel of oil well above $100. On Monday, President Donald Trump told U.S. media he thought the war against Iran was nearly over. The price of oil began to fall. Since then, with little indication the conflict is ending, prices have increased. They were back above $100 a barrel in early trade on Thursday.
We took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone. It's bottom of the sea.
President, how do you respond? Mr. President, how laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
Well, earlier I spoke to Neil Quillam. He's an associate fellow in the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House. And I asked him whether releasing oil from strategic reserves will help stabilize oil prices.
It's not going to make a large material difference. I mean, in total, it's 400 million barrels. It really depends on the pace of the release. It's not clear yet what the schedule is. 3 or 4 European states have said, they're going to release, like the UK is going to be 13.5 million barrels, France 14.5 million barrels. But if that were released all in one go, which it wouldn't be because it's going to be over probably 60 days, it will only make a material difference for 3 weeks. It's going to be dragged out over that time, but it's a one-shot solution. So it's a high-risk strategy. So once that oil's finished, there is no real alternative.
Donald Trump has been describing the spike in oil prices, at least initially, as a temporary thing. Now, how significant is it that the U.S. itself is having to release supplies from the strategic reserve, given as the point you were just making, that this is essentially a one-shot deal?
Oh, it's very significant. I mean, it really tells you everything you need to know. I mean, Donald Trump has said, this is a blip. Longer term, markets are going to be very well supplied, and this conflict will be over. Well, we don't know, do we? 3 or 4 weeks time. But the fact that they've sort of rolled in with the IEA and they're releasing 172 million barrels is significant, and I think it really tells everyone what they need to know about the situation.
Going to take a look at some of the day's other news now. The Bangladeshi parliament has reconvened for the first time since the 2024 uprising. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party won the recent election, making political veteran Tariq Rahman prime minister. He told parliament he wants to build a safe and democratic country. He blamed the toppled Sheikh Hasina for making parliament dysfunctional and running a dictatorship. South Korea's parliament has passed a special bill to allow for $350 billion of investment in the U.S. The trade agreement signed in November is aimed at getting Seoul more favorable tariff terms. More than half of that amount is going to be invested in strategic U.S. industries, including semiconductors, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. The rest is going to be dedicated to cooperation related to shipbuilding.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice
matters. An Israeli airstrike has killed a Palestinian man in Gaza and injured dozens more on Tuesday. Israel is continuing to bombard the Strip despite a ceasefire that came into effect in early October. The health ministry says more than 600 people have been killed in these attacks. Ibrahim Khalili reports from Gaza City.
Nearly 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold here in the besieged Gaza Strip, and people think that the guns fell silent, but the Israeli forces had other plans. Another ceasefire violation committed by the Israeli forces here in the west of Gaza City, resulting in killing 1 Palestinian and injuring many more here. People here come to get the basic necessities during the holy month of Ramadan. We can clearly see here the situation is catastrophic in the light of the ongoing Israeli violations. The government media office says that the Israeli military committed 1,950 ceasefire violations since the ceasefire took hold here in the Gaza Strip. These civil defense teams have arrived to the place here to rescue the injured Palestinians. What was meant to be a place of family gathering and to get the basic necessities for their families now turned into a site of deadly attacks. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
And coming up next, Inside Story is going to look at the consequences of the war in the Middle East for Europe, which is competing with Asia for oil and gas supplies. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Is this a genuine attempt to revive Venezuela's oil industry or surrender of state control under pressure?
Critical debate.
Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to annex the West Bank.
Netanyahu doesn't have to annex the West Bank because effectively it's already happened.
Informed opinions.
It's still the richest, most powerful country on earth, and the idea that it's always been cheated and that needs to put tariffs, I think the world is getting tired of that.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Europe under pressure as the conflict in the Middle East continues, now competing with Asia for scarcer oil and gas supplies. Rocketing prices benefit Russia and weaken sanctions over the Ukraine war, with Europe wary of antagonizing Donald Trump. So how's the Iran war impacting all of these? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Imran Khan. Like everywhere else, Europe has been plunged into an energy price crisis in a matter of days. The US and Israel began attacking Iran less than a fortnight ago. Now, Europeans face stiff competition for oil and gas from Asia, with reports of ships being diverted to higher bidders. The Ukraine war upended European energy policy. The EU imposed sanctions on its main supplier, Russia, and Moscow is now benefiting from higher oil and gas prices because of the offensive against Iran. European leaders continue to tiptoe diplomatically around President Donald Trump, hoping he'll broker a Ukraine peace deal that they can back. It's a complex picture, not least because Trump, along with Israel, is responsible for starting the present war. So how might this all play out? We'll ask our guests shortly, but first, this report from Amma Boateng.
Global energy markets are on edge once again. The conflict in the Middle East is causing sharp fluctuations in oil and gas prices. European leaders, still haunted by the 2022 energy crisis, are bracing for another potential economic shock. The bloc imports only about 10% of its liquefied natural gas from Qatar, but rising global competition for cargo is already pushing prices higher.
Since the beginning of this conflict, gas prices have risen by 50% and oil prices have risen by 27%. If you translate this in euros, the 10 days of war have already cost European taxpayers an additional 3 billion euros in fossil fuel imports.
Economists warn it could fuel inflation and slow growth across the continent. But the surge in prices could also make Russia the main beneficiary and, by extension, strengthen its war effort against Ukraine.
It gains new resources to finance its war against Ukraine as energy prices rise. It profits from the diversion of military capabilities that could otherwise have been sent to support Ukraine. And it benefits from the reduced attention to the Ukrainian front as the conflict in the Middle East takes center stage.
The European Union had been preparing to introduce a ban on its remaining Russian energy contracts. In response, President Vladimir Putin warned that Moscow could redirect its exports to prioritize other markets.
Russia is a reliable supplier of energy. It has always been so. We will continue to supply oil and gas to countries that are reliable counterparts. I mean, not only our partners in the Asia-Pacific region, but also states in Eastern Europe such as Slovakia and Hungary.
The situation has been further complicated by comments from US President Donald Trump, signaling Washington could ease sanctions on some nations to stabilize global energy supplies. Although he didn't specify which countries, Russia is a possibility. Washington has already granted India a 30-day waiver to continue buying Russian oil as part of its efforts to ease price volatility. As the conflict in the Middle East increasingly reshapes global energy markets, its ripple effects are being felt far beyond the battlefield. Amma Boateng, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Now, let's bring in our guests. Joining us from Berlin is Stephen Erlanger, the chief diplomatic correspondent for Europe at the New York Times. In Moscow is Chris Wiefer, CEO of Macro Advisory, a strategic consultancy focused on Russia and Eurasia. And in Riverdale Park in Maryland is Alan Tunnelson, who is an economist and founder of the Reality Check blog. A welcome to you all. Let me start in Maryland with Alan. Alan, this is a victory for Russia if Donald Trump eases sanctions. It's going to plunge Europe into crisis, and it was completely avoidable. I mean, do you have any sympathy with that argument?
I have no sympathy with that argument or whatever. And the main reason is that however discouraging things look right now, economically and also geopolitically, and especially for Europe, not for the United States, especially for Europe, we have to ask ourselves, how much worse would this situation be if Iran had acquired nuclear weapons? How much power would these mullahs, these Islamic fanatics have had over the entire world economy if they acquired nuclear weapons? And I would submit to you, it is glaringly obvious that things would be much worse.
I mean,
and by the way, President Obama's 2015 Iran nuclear deal at best kicked the problem down the road a bit, and it was very flawed regarding inspections.
Well, let's bring that to Stephen. Stephen, this is a typical argument, right, from the Americans. You had to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon, but that was what the negotiations were for, and they were ongoing. So do you have any sympathy with the position that Alan takes?
Well, I don't want to see a nuclear-armed Iran, and I don't think anyone really wanted to see a nuclear-armed Iran. Now, the mullahs kept saying we would never have a nuclear weapon, but of course they were enriching uranium to 60%, which is very close to bomb grade. Now, I don't think they were going to have one very quickly, but had they chosen to have one, it could have happened. But I do believe the JCPOA, the Iran deal in 2015, though Mr. Thompson's right, it was limited. In fact, it's now expired 10 years later. It did limit Iran's enrichment to 3.67%, which is pretty reasonable. So now we have an Iran with at least 10 or 11 bombs worth of 60% highly enriched uranium buried somewhere, we think, under Isfahan. And so that's a danger. Now, does this war make the chance of Iran going nuclear more likely or less likely? That's a very serious question. I don't know the answer, but I worry that if the regime survives, which it seems to be doing, it will make the chance of Iranian bomb more likely rather than less likely. But I'm not a prophet, and we shall see.
I mean, that clearly sets out the American position. I want to bring Chris in here, but lifting of the sanctions, if that happens, it's already a propaganda victory for the Russians. But if the lifting happens, you know, that is a knock-on effect on Europe completely, right? I mean, it's a problem for Europe.
Well, it is to the extent that the European Union, as you said in the introduction, is already
agreed and has adopted a plan to completely cut itself off from all Russian energy, oil and gas by the end of this year. It's supposed to start on April 25th with a ban on any new short-term LNG contracts, and then a ban on all contracts by the December 31st this year. So I guess the assumption that Europe made when it adopted this plan is that it would be easily able to get as much energy as it needed from the global market, from the Gulf and elsewhere. And now that clearly has got an enormous question mark over it. So Europe's energy strategy is in tatters. They are definitely facing a potential crisis if they get the next moves wrong. And remember, the backdrop here is that European gas reserves coming out of this winter are at an historic low. They used a lot of gas for heating this winter. They would normally need to start rebuilding those reserves for next winter, certainly by June at the latest. And now there's an enormous question mark over where are they going to get that gas and how much will they have to pay for it. So if you like, Europe's problems with regard to energy are only just beginning.
And Alan, that situation there is very, very stark, but it begs the question, did Donald Trump know what he was doing when he got into the Iran war? Did he know that this was going to have an impact on oil prices, gas prices, this severely?
Well, certainly Donald Trump knew what he was doing when in 2018, he asked the Europeans, why are you still so dependent on Russian energy sources at the same time you're expecting the United States to protect you from Russia? And I found it fascinating to just find out this morning that 4 years after the Ukraine invasion, Europe still has not cut itself off from Russian energy supplies. For decades, we've heard about Eurosclerosis in terms of the continent's poor economic performance. And now it's very, very clear that concerning matters like energy resilience, that term Eurosclerosis applies even more strongly.
Stephen, do you think Donald Trump knew what he was doing?
That's a very good question. I can't read into his head. He was warned by General Kane, the chief of the armed forces, that this could be a very difficult and long war that would test America's supply of interceptors. It's one reason why they waited a few weeks to get a second aircraft carrier off the coast of Iran. But I think they expected a short war, to be honest. I don't think they expected it to go on this long. Trump said publicly that the jump in energy prices would be a short-term blip, as it had been in the last June bombing, which lasted 12 days, and it would soon go back to normal. I don't think they thought through, I don't know why, the Strait of Hormuz shutting down, essentially, because for the last 50 years, people have been worried about the Strait of Hormuz. This is hardly a new topic in security anxieties. So I do think he expected a quicker victory. I think he expected the decapitation of the regime to result in a different government fairly quickly that would talk to him. So far, that's not proved to be true. The war continues. We don't know for how long, but I think the markets are beginning to have an impression on the White House, which could, after all, declare victory at any time and leave. But to lose a war against Iran, I think, would be a very difficult thing for Americans to understand.
Chris, without Russia firing a shot, it seems to be the only winner in this particular conflict. I mean, is that something that you think is true?
Well, Russia is definitely gaining financially from this situation. Remember that Russia, because of the sanctions that the US announced in late October, which then took effect in late November, Russia's seen a significant fall in oil and gas export revenue for the last 3 months, December, January, and February, because not only was it finding it difficult to find customers for oil. I mean, there's certainly reports of oil literally floating around in tankers looking for a buyer, but they've had to sell a lot of that oil at significant discounts. So while Brent, for example, was trading at about $65, there were reports that Russia was selling its oil for about $45. Now, as of early last week, we know that almost all of that surplus oil has been snapped up by Asian buyers and at close to market price. So our calculation, our back of the envelope calculation, is that Russian export value rose by at least $3 billion last week, roughly the same amount that the European Union say has cost energy, higher energy costs has cost Europe. So Russia clearly has benefited, but it's not the only one. Remember, significant beneficiaries will be the oil producers in like the U.S. oil states. The Dallas Federal Reserve Bank late last year issued a report or a warning saying that a lot of particularly independent oil producers in states like Texas, Oklahoma, etc., which, as I understand it, are strongly Republican states, that they were close to financial strain, saying that they needed at least $60 West Texas just to survive. So they will gain a lot from this higher oil price. And this is, to say, strong backing for the Republicans and for Donald Trump, but also gas producing states. Australia is a big LNG producer, as is Canada is a big oil producer. So Russia is not the only country that is gaining from this, but it certainly makes budget management a heck of a lot easier at these oil prices and with demand for Russian oil, and the fact that they don't have to sell at a discount.
Alan, Russia is not the only winner here. In fact, as Chris was saying, some Republican states are going to get a financial bonanza here, but Russia is the only one that's at war with Ukraine. West Texas isn't, and that's a dangerous precedent. If you give Russia that money, which effectively you have, you're extending the war in Ukraine.
Well, there's no question about that. At the same time, we really have to keep in mind that the oil industry, in fact, the entire fossil fuel industry, is a classic boom and bust industry. And the big successful companies, the big successful Western companies in particular, that dominate production in the US and the rest of the Western world, are very good at navigating these ups and downs. And as we, I think, just heard, as global oil prices rise, U.S. producers have much more incentive to put more supply on stream, and that's clearly what's going to happen. And we're going to see these oil price fluctuations continue, certainly for the next few months, as the Persian Gulf situation remains very uncertain. But it's also very clear that at least from the U.S. standpoint, that the situation is very well in hand, in large part because the U.S. economy has become much less fossil fuel intensive than it's ever been.
Now, I want to bring in Stephen here. Stephen, capitalism will do what capitalism does best, right? It'll react to a market. That's exactly what's happening with the energy price sector. But Europe is now competing with Asia when it comes to getting gas physically into their borders. So, what are the options here for Europe? And is Europe panicked about this? Are the people you're speaking to in diplomatic circles panicked about this?
Well, panic, no, because I don't think people think this is going to go on forever. I mean, the problem is Europe, having weaned itself from a great deal of Russian energy, to be sure not all of it, is more vulnerable now. It does need to get gas before next winter, but next winter is several months away. The problem will be, I think, price in the end rather than supply. So I don't think panic yet, no. But there are some European countries, Hungary and Slovakia, which get direct oil from Russia. There's a pipeline that got damaged going through Ukraine, so they're struggling with that. The big problem Europe has is the security of Ukraine. The way this war in the Middle East is using up Patriot missiles and other kinds of interceptors, which have a very small number of them in the world, is taking them away from Ukraine, which needs them to protect itself from Russian missiles and drones. So I think the big worry Europe has is less, energy, though that's real, than it is protecting Ukraine from a longer struggle that uses up important interceptor missiles that the Europeans are buying from the Americans, but which the Americans are diverting sometimes for their own use in Iran. So
it's a very good point you make.
It's the bigger worry.
It's a very good point you make, because South Korea is actually worried about this. We're talking about Asia, because the Americans are moving their THAAD missile interceptors out of South Korea and diverting them to the war effort in Iran. I want to come to Chris here. Chris, there is a strategic advantage here for Russia. There's a political advantage here for Russia, but there's also a military advantage here for Russia when it comes to Ukraine. May Russia use this to push further into Ukrainian territory and, put Europe on a knife edge?
Well, I don't think so. The conflict's been going on for 4 years now. Russia does appear to be making some gains, but it's literally inch by inch. Of course, we talk and we know the situation with regards to possible supply tightness on interceptor missiles, etc. But the Ukraine military is very effective. It's well dug in. The fact that Russia maybe is earning an extra $3 billion in exports even per week is not going to change that dynamic on the ground. It's not going to help the Russian military accelerate its gains in East Ukraine, for example. In fact, I would say that the fact that Russia is making this extra money really doesn't make much of a difference. It certainly makes the finance minister sleep better at night until he has less money to borrow to balance the budget. But it doesn't really change anything. Russia was not heading towards any sort of financial crisis, even in January or February with the low oil receipts. It was not facing any sort of economic pressures that would force it to compromise at the peace talks. And that situation really hasn't changed just because it's earning a lot more money today. The fact is that it would appear from all reports that fighting in East Ukraine is pretty much bogged down. And what's happening in the energy markets financially isn't going to change that. But what might change that, I guess, to address your point, is that if Europe, for example, were to end up in a more difficult energy situation, perhaps even facing an energy crisis, particularly with regard to gas, when in the next few months when it needs to start rebuilding for next winter, then I guess from the Russian perspective, they may hope that Europe would be more inclined perhaps to press President Zelensky for more compromises at the negotiating table, something which, of course, they have not done. They strongly support President Zelensky's position, but the Russian view is that if the energy crisis gets worse, then Europe's political position may have to change in the next couple of months. That clearly depends on what happens in the Gulf and how long it lasts, but that's some of the narrative that we're beginning to hear here in Moscow.
Alan, once again, given everything our guests have just said and that you've been listening to, this was all completely avoidable. You knew that the Strait of Hormuz was going to...
I completely disagree. I'm sorry, I completely disagree.
You predicted that the energy infrastructure would get hit and therefore prices would go up? Because I don't think anybody was talking about that just a fortnight ago when this started.
I don't think anybody expected that Persian Gulf military operations were going to leave global energy markets unaffected. Nobody in their right mind would have ever seen that. What was clearly thought was that the overriding imperative was to make sure that Iran never acquired nuclear weapons, because that would have been absolutely catastrophic, not only for global energy markets, but for the global economy, period, and for global security as well. And when you face situations like this, you have competing priorities, you have to choose, and I think that the United States has chosen correctly.
The United States surely has just chosen the United States, though, Alan. Quickly?
What else do you expect the United States government to do? I mean, certainly we don't ignore the interests of foreign countries, and especially American allies, but American leaders are elected to safeguard and to promote the interests of the American people first. But I would also have to add that, once again, preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon in the long run will be a tremendous benefit for the entire world, and nobody should overlook that.
I mean, I will point out here that the last Supreme Leader did have a fatwa saying Iran wasn't going to go for a nuclear weapon, which is effectively law in Iran. But I want to come to Stephen here. Stephen, America has basically abandoned Europe, right? That's what's happened.
Not in the least. We have 70,000 American soldiers in Europe, along the frontiers with Russia, in Germany, in Poland, in Romania, defending NATO, deterring anything that might happen. The United States has not abandoned Europe. What the United States wants to do is Europe to take more responsibility for its own defense. It is true that on this war, I don't think America really cared what Europe thought. I mean, it didn't consult, nor did it warn. But in terms of abandoning Europe, I think that's simply not true.
Chris, there's a pivot here that Russia can do quite effectively. If it winds up that its biggest market, its most prestigious market in many ways, is going to be Asia because of just the sheer value of it, it can position itself from weaning itself from what Europe wants, and that's a political victory for it because it becomes slightly more independent.
Well, I think the position or the narrative in Moscow, and what we hear in Moscow a lot, is that initial talk about Asia pivot has definitely moderated. The Russians don't want to be any more dependent on China as they say they were with Europe. The whole narrative in Moscow is much more about diversification, having more trade partners, more investment partners, more political partners. But you are right that over the medium term, Russia has already gone through the pain of diverting its energy resources away from what was its dominant market, the European Union, to Asia. It's taken that financial hit in 2023, and it's now almost entirely shifted focus towards China. And just go back to what you were saying earlier. Europe certainly is in the most vulnerable economic position. Militarily, it certainly is a different issue, but economically, it is in the most vulnerable position. The US is certainly in a very comfortable position because it's energy self-sufficient. It produces enough oil for its domestic needs, and it's a big exporter of LNG.
Chris, I'm going
to
stop you there because we're running out of time, and I want to come to Alan just for a very quick answer because we are running out of time. Alan, what's the appetite here for the Americans? Will they stomach a $200 a barrel oil price if that happens? What's the appetite here for the war?
Well, that's the $64,000 question, and certainly we've seen in the recent past that the appetite that the American people have, mainly for more military casualties, is really quite limited. And I would imagine that folks are going to be very, very unhappy if oil prices stay this high for much longer, much less if they rise further.
I want to thank all of you, Stephen Erlinger, Chris Weaver and Alan Tonelson. And thank you too for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com AJ Inside Story. And you can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is at AJ Inside Story. From me, Imran Khan, and the whole team here, bye for now.
With the global rules-based order creaking at the seams and geopolitical tensions taking center stage, Upfront is back.
I think Trump's second term has been fueled by retribution, intimidation, whiplash, flood the zone. And at the heart of it is the deportation border issue.
He's a wannabe emperor, and emperors need empires.
Join me, Mark Lamont Hill, along with my special guests, Upfront on Al Jazeera.
It's 12 GMT, 3 p.m. in Doha. Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. These are the latest developments on day 13. The UN's refugee agency says up to 3.2 million Iranians have been displaced as Israel and the U.S. continue to bomb across the country. Volatility on the markets and fluctuating oil prices as energy sites in the Middle East are targeted in strikes. A wave of coordinated drone and missile attacks by Hezbollah and Iran forces Israelis to take shelter. And Israel announces an expansion of military operations in Lebanon after a night of air raids that killed at least 8 people in Beirut. There have been more strikes on Iran, with explosions seen in the central city of Isfahan. The United Nations says more than 3 million people have been displaced by the U.S.-Israeli bombings. Strikes have continued, with many parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to ruins. Iran says nearly 19,000 civilian sites have been hit since the war began. The UN Refugee Agency is warning that humanitarian needs are rising rapidly. Meanwhile, Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities as the conflict in the Middle East spreads. This sent Brent crude prices above $100 a barrel. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has confirmed an attack on fuel storage tanks at a facility in Muharraq. It says authorities are securing the site. Iraq, for its part, has suspended oil operations at its ports. That's after 2 foreign fuel tankers, including one owned by an American company, were hit in the port of Al-Fau in the south. At least 1 crew member was killed and another 25 rescued. In Oman, multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah on Wednesday. The attack caused explosions and a major fire in Salalah, which is an important hub for tankers wanting to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And 3 cargo ships were attacked in the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday. One was a Thai-flagged vessel. 20 crew members were rescued after a fire broke out on board. Well, more than 800,000 people have been internally displaced in Lebanon since the escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. And in response to a barrage of attacks overnight, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz now says the military will expand its operations in Lebanon. He said if the Lebanese government cannot stop Hezbollah from attacking, then Israel will. On Wednesday night, one Israeli attack killed at least 8 people in a popular beachfront district of Beirut. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering the latest developments in Doha, Baghdad, Nablus in the occupied West Bank, and the White House in Washington, D.C. We start first with the Associated Press reporter Inzamam Rashid, who's reporting from near the Strait of Hormuz.
Become a
Giba,
channel member
in the
today
United
to receive a
Arab
gift
Emirates.
from Morning Mic Drop on
There are
Truth
still
Talks
around
Live.
1,000 vessels.
Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
They've anchored down because they know that they are not going anywhere.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Cross. But right now, we know that the Strait of Hormuz is in the control of the Iranian military, meaning that any vessel that does attempt to cross will be targeted. We've seen the evidence of that over the last few days. A couple of nights ago, from my balcony here in the distance, around 15 miles that way, probably Iranian waters, we saw a vessel on fire burning, that was burning for a good few hours. And then since then, we've had reports of a number of vessels targeted by the Iranian military. It seems that over the last 48 hours, 72 hours or so, Iran has specifically been targeting energy resources, whether it is oil facilities across the wider Gulf. Obviously, we've seen the attack on a couple of vessels in Iraq waters as well, or whether it's been here on the Strait of Hormuz, not just blocking the strait, but also targeting vessels as well.
And let's now bring in Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi here in Doha for us. No let-up in the Gulf region, as we heard there. There have been multiple strikes on multiple oil targets. Zain, tell us about what's been hit.
That is correct. The strikes have not let up. In fact, this morning, as we were talking about the Strait of Hormuz, there was another attack on a vessel reported off the coast of Jabal Ali, an unknown projectile once again hitting a ship and causing a small fire on board, similar to the attacks that you mentioned that we saw on Wednesday. So the profile of these attacks is remaining consistent. A number of attacks across the Gulf Arab states once again. We had an air raid siren here in Doha. The all clear was given shortly thereafter. No explosions were heard this time, but in other parts of the area, we've seen multiple drone attacks. Australia, in fact, telling non-essential diplomats to leave Israel and the UAE because of the ongoing threat in those places. Kuwait reporting a drone attack at the international airport that did cause damage. Dubai informing us of or reporting a drone strike, an explosion, multiple missile and drone barrages intercepted by UAE air defenses since 3 a.m. last night. And the list goes on and on. Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, oil installations, the Sheba oil field in Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia that the Americans regularly use, drone targeting a residential building in Kuwait. Oman, of course, those oil tankers that you mentioned early on in the bulletin. So it is consistent. What they are targeting is the Strait of Hormuz, a pressure point there, a naval pressure point there. They are targeting the airspace over Gulf Arab cities as a pressure point. They're targeting the oil and gas sector, energy as a pressure point, and that bypass that people are trying to use via Oman to get around the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, they're targeting that as well. So consistently, even though the volume and frequency seem to slow down midweek, it seems like that's ratcheting back up. The spread of these attacks is also ratcheting up.
Yeah, consistent pressure on these Gulf countries, Zain, no doubt. Mahmoud Abdel Wahad in Baghdad. We've seen also images of an oil tanker on fire off the coast of Iraq. Some very spectacular images, extraordinary pictures. What are you finding out about what happened there?
Well, these are two foreign tankers. They were loaded with the crude oil from the Alfa oil port in southern Iraq in the Basra province. And as they were still in the Iraq's maritime domain, the territorial water, they were hit, according to Iraqi officials, by an Iranian explosive-laden boat. Then Iraqi rescue teams managed to rescue 38 members of the crew members of the two ships. One is confirmed dead. Now, these two tankers, as you know, that they were hit after threats from Iran to target foreign vessels that do not comply with their conditions, with Iranian conditions. Now, you know that after this operation, oil operations have been halted in Iraq. And since the beginning, you know, it's already an overstretched sector in Iraq. Since the beginning of the conflict, Iraq has decreased its oil production from 3,300,000 barrels a day to only less than 1 million barrels a day. And a country like Iraq relying on oil revenues for more than 90% of its budget, then this is a major blow to the country's economy.
So, Zain, as you heard there, pressure on energy infrastructure across the region, but banks now also shutting down operations in some Gulf countries. Why are they taking such a step?
That is correct. We're seeing another pressure point. This time it's economic. This time it's the banking sector. Again, a very core central part of the economy of the countries in this region, of really any ability to do global banking. And that is because what we have seen is that Iran had a bank branch attacked. Israel struck an Iranian bank, the Sipa Bank, from what we understand. And after that attack on a bank in Tehran, in Iran, Iranian government said that they will now target banks that are affiliated with the United States and Israel. And having seen that open threat, Citibank started closing branches in the UAE, ordering branches in Dubai to evacuate. Shortly thereafter, we understand that Standard Chartered followed suit, evacuating offices in Dubai. Here in Qatar, HSBC has shuttered for the time being. Some of these closures are temporary, some, they say, indefinitely, and likely to be the case as other banks follow suit based on this threat. And this really does illustrate that Iran is going toe-to-toe. And it is not just retaliating in kind, it is retaliating to cause greater chaos and disruption. In this case, potentially to the banking system. Now, even if there aren't any attacks, with these closures, that certainly is disruptive to commercial banking, to corporate banking, and it is likely to have ramifications and knock-on effects as long as this conflict carries on.
Zain, thank you very much. That's Zain Bazravi in Doha, Mahmoud Abdul Wahad in Baghdad. Thank you both for the update. Meanwhile, Israel has been the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Across Israel, strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations. Let's go to Nida Ibrahim, who's in Nablus for us in the occupied West Bank. So missiles, Nida, coming from both Iran and Lebanon simultaneously. And there have been air raid sirens sounding in Jerusalem as well as Tel Aviv. Tell us about what's been happening there and the impact of this.
Well, according to the Israelis, it was an integrated and a joint attack by Hezbollah and Iran into the Israeli territories, sometimes happening simultaneously. It was 8 p.m. on Wednesday when Hezbollah fired a big salvo, a major one, 100 rockets into Israeli territories. And the fear is not just from these regular rockets that are being fired from Hezbollah, but more precise ones that target long-range distances, including a site that has been hit a few days ago near Jerusalem, where it's believed to be a strategic site. Now, Israel did not want to reveal that at first, to tell people what happened and where, but the result of that announcement happened after some footage was leaked. Now, Israel tries to keep a very tight censorship as to where these areas have been attacked, but it cannot control each and every video coming out. This shows us that there is a fear, real fear from Hezbollah's rockets, as the Israeli officials have been saying in the past few days, that they have been undermining Hezbollah's powers. Now, it shows this latest salvo coordinated with Iran that Hezbollah still has power. That drove the Israeli army, according to Israeli media sources, to tell soldiers not to go to certain roads close to the Lebanese border because they fear of anti-tank missiles coming out of Hezbollah. In the past 24 hours, according to the Israeli ambulance service, around 180 Israelis have been moved and transferred to hospitals. The majority of them have suffered panic. The fear here is that these missiles are being cluster munitions. The ones that are being fired from Iran, the ones that are being fired from Hezbollah show a capability that is beyond what the Israelis have expected. They were always talking about the need to stay in these 5 strategic, they call them, locations in southern Lebanon to prevent Hezbollah from infiltrating or causing threats to the northern Israeli communities. But that kind of attack might have taken Israel by surprise, and that's why the Israeli defense minister has instructed and said that he and Netanyahu have instructed the army to expand their operation in southern Lebanon. They've been talking for a while about wanting to create a security buffer zone to protect the areas in northern Israel. They did not issue evacuation threats and orders to their citizens to move out of the area, but they believe that that is exactly what Hezbollah wants, to put pressure on the government by showing that the Israeli communities there are not safe. It's a very sensitive situation for Israel, although, yes, it's been wanting to advance and push more troops into southern Lebanon, but that is proving to be much more difficult than the Israelis had anticipated.
Nida, thank you for that. That's Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reporting from Ramallah, and not Nablus, as I mentioned earlier, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, even as Iran's Revolutionary Guard tightened its chokehold on the crucial maritime route. Trump has promised safe passage for vessels, but did not provide details. 20% of the world's supply of oil and gas passes through the waterway. Iran says it's ready for a long war of attrition that it warns will destroy the world economy. Well, the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has warned that American military vessels can't escort civilian ships through the Strait of Hormuz for right now. He said it may be possible by the end of the month. Wright also said the U.S. military operation in Iran would be over in a matter of weeks. Let's bring in Mike Hanna, who's at the White House for us. Mike, we've heard some conflicting messages from the Trump administration on all this. What is the goal right now, the ambition for continuing this war?
Well, there's absolutely no clarity whatsoever about what the end game is in this war. President Trump has given various timeframes and various objectives. It's focused predominantly on the military depredation of Iran. Then he switched and started mentioning about a switch in governance. That has now been walked back. So there is no clarity as to exactly what is the end game of the U.S. action against Iran. And that is important because it is that would determine, one would imagine, when this conflict will end. But without a clearly expressed target, and there has been no clearly expressed target at the end of this operation, then it's very difficult to see how the U.S. can conclude the action in Iraq and walk away from it.
Meanwhile, as we're seeing in this region, Mike, a lot of pressure on the energy sector, and fuel prices are hitting record highs. How is the White House spinning the domestic pain of a war that they claim is being won?
Well, President Trump and members of his administration have tried to be reassuring to the American public. They've repeatedly said that they had plans in place. They knew that there would be an energy issue after this conflict began. But what the plans are, well, nobody has been told yet. We had heard from President Trump that there had been a series of plans, but once again, no clear, tangible clarity as to what these exactly are. We also heard from President Trump that there's a promise to let U.S. naval vessels escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that has not transpired. And we're hearing from the Energy Secretary that it probably won't for a period of time. So while President Trump is saying that the war is going to be over soon, the economy of this country is being badly hit, badly battered, and the president hasn't given any idea as to how he's going to deal with it.
Thank you, Mike, for that. That's Mike Hanna live for us at the White House. Well, nearly 1,400 Iranians have been killed in the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. Tawhid Asadi has more on this from Tehran.
There are several residential areas across the Iranian capital and in many other cities being impacted, and the damage is in many of these scenes unbelievably massive. And of course, as you can see here, we are at one of the residential areas targeted, and you can see firefighters working. We witnessed some bodies being taken out of the scene, and the amount of destruction is, as you can see, unbelievable. Several apartment buildings in this residential neighborhood have been heavily damaged following the airstrikes. Entire sections of buildings appear to have collapsed, leaving exposed rooms and piles of concrete and twisted metal across the street, and the surrounding streets are covered with debris, shattered glasses, and we also saw broken balconies and damaged cars buried under rubble. And of course, windows and other parts of the buildings in the vicinity have been all blown up by the blasts, and the utility lines also hang loose across the area. Emergency crews, as you can see, and the residents are now searching through the wreckage, as this is a sort of very disastrous situation. And of course, as far as the number of casualties, we don't have any specific information. However, we saw the families of people who were living in this very residential area gathering. I saw a lady mourning whose husband was just taken out of the scene dead. And of course, this is huge. This is unbelievable. This is massive when it comes to the destruction that you can see. And the scope is quite enormous. It's not just one building or two, but as you can see, if our cameraman can show, this is just one of the buildings, and then near that also there is another building, and it goes there and it goes there. And if you can show that place also, we can see all the buildings in the vicinity of the targeted area are also damaged, some of them partially, some of them fully demolished. And of course, it is the very scope of the Israeli and American airstrikes that we see here in the capital. We know that the damage does not absolutely stop here. There are so many other residential areas across the country targeted.
Well, we spoke earlier to Dr. Ali Jafarian, who's Iran's deputy health minister. He says the attacks on civilian sites have increased and the health system is strained, but Iran has experience of years of war and sanctions.
In the past 4 days, the attacks to the neighborhoods and city areas, non-military, non-police, and everything else is increasing. So we have this problem. Serving the people who come to us is okay, and we are ready for that. We are trying to import all of the medicines and equipment and supplies from different routes that we have. We do not have any flight to Iran now, and the southern coast of Iran is under attack several times, even some days. So we have a lot of limitations added to the severe sanctions against us and the money transfer and these issues. But we are trying to reach to all of those sources in different ways and bring them in. We do have strategic support for 6 months. We did it before, and we are trying to replace it as is used. We have had the experience of 8 years war with Iraq, which was the same things, and so we have to evacuate a lot of wounded people from the battlefield to the cities. So my country and our health service is ready for that. We are working on it, and we are doing everything we need for even worse situations. I hope not happening, but the health system is ready for that. Our centers around the world, around the country is more than 1,000 hospitals are doing and serving the people. So we can cover that if needed.
The Iranian army spokesman, for his part, says its attacks have caused extensive damage to U.S. assets across the region.
A large number of U.S. forces were killed and injured in American bases in Kuwait. The infrastructure in Salman Harbor, the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, was attacked by missiles and drones. American posts and batteries were hit by our missiles at the Mohammed Al Ahmed military location. And moments ago, Wave 39 was conducted and U.S. bases were targeted in Persian Gulf. We have also targeted an Israeli ship while it was stationed. The Hormuz Strait is under constant surveillance by our naval forces, and our enemies have no right to pass through.
Here in Qatar, the Prime Minister has addressed the country's Council of Ministers, encouraging resilience in the face of continued Iranian attacks.
نجتمع اليوم والمنطقة تمر في ظروف عصيبة.
We meet today as our region is going through grave circumstances due to the ongoing military escalation that has affected the region and has also targeted the state of Qatar, regrettably, with repeated attacks from Iran, which have not been limited to military targets alone, but have also struck civilian targets, showing little regard for the harm inflicted upon Qatar and the resources of its people.
وهنا أود أن أؤكد عليكم أهمية ودقة هذه المرحلة.
At this stage, it is important to recognize the significance of the moment our country is going through. Qatar has faced many difficult challenges in recent years, and each time, by the grace of God, we have emerged stronger. Such experiences have taught us the importance of perseverance and the need to continue strengthening the resilience of our country in the face of such challenges. Therefore, under the current political and economic circumstances, I urge you all to prioritize spending in ways that strengthen our resilience. And when this hardship passes, God willing, we must maintain this same level of commitment.
To discuss this and all the latest developments in this war, we're now joined by Zaidoun Al-Kinani, a Middle East politics lecturer at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Zaidoun, good to have you with us on Al Jazeera as always. I want to pick up with what the Qatari Prime Minister was saying there. Gulf countries clearly in a very delicate position right now, a very tightrope that they're walking, having to maintain diplomacy because Iran is, in their geography, it's a neighbor, but also having to defend their sovereignty. How long do you think they can sustain and they keep this neutral position they have right now?
As much as they can. They, even prior to the war, initiated and tried to advocate to the US to prevent such a war from happening, given that the rumors were always there on the table. A lot of media assumptions predicted that such a thing would happen, but not maybe to the extent that Trump actually did coordinate it with Israel, or not even to the extent of assassinating Khamenei, which is why a lot of the predictions and a lot of the attempts in preventing such a war is finding itself in a very delicate position, but also in a cornered position where it's no longer we're no longer in a position of what can we do, but rather wait to see until how much this war will cost both sides and end it eventually.
There are reports suggesting that some Gulf leaders believe that Washington dragged the region into this conflict without a clear plan. Do you think the trust in US security guarantees is being eroded now, is eroded as a result of this conflict?
Enormously decreased. There is a very strong belief and an assumption that after this war, the relations between the Gulf and the US will witness a major transformation. It's not clear if there will be a requirement of more guarantees or revisiting the nature of the relationship in the future.
Do you think there'll be a rethink about the costs and benefits of hosting military bases in this region, US military bases?
It'll be difficult to know at this stage. One cannot forget that as much as Trump or Trump's administration presented a heads up to the Gulf states about such a war coming, the Gulf states is also now witnessing a stronger threat that they perhaps didn't expect it to be a threat to that extent, which is Iran in today's case. So we'll have to wait and see until the war is over.
Right. And what about with Iran? Will geography ultimately force the Gulf countries to maintain relations with Iran regardless of the current tensions?
Of course, in the long term, they'll always have to accept the fact that they're neighbors. Both Iran have to accept that the Gulf states will always be around the corner and vice versa. In Iran's case, it also matters on if that same regime will stay in the picture or another regime comes, and that will obviously present a major transformation in the way the Gulf states will deal with Iran in the future. But certainly in the first short period, in the short term, right after this war, once it is over, we'll definitely expect a massive decrease in the trust and then a strong impact on the reconciliation efforts that were built upon for the past few years between the Gulf and Iran.
Right, and all eyes, of course, right now on the internal dynamics in Iran, within the country, what's happening right now. We've heard President Pezeshkian lay out some conditions for peace, but at the same time, the Revolutionary Guard are continuing, their attacks across the region. What do you think is happening internally, and what will determine the course, the direction of the war? What factors internally will determine the war, the way the war goes?
Well, the differences are very evident within the intra-elitist differences in Iran, speaking politically, militarily, even religiously, if we were to look at the role of the Hawza and Najaf or in Qum towards the rulings of Tehran. They've always existed, those variety between those different power structures and agencies. Khamenei was the ultimate force that gathered all of these different opinions in ensuring that there would be a unified foreign policy, a unified approach. But today we're witnessing that the IRGC has militarized the political system in Iran, which is why we're witnessing conflicting and contradicting opinions and approaches between the Iranian president and the IRGC.
We are expecting to hear from the new supreme leader sometimes today, we understand. How significant would it be if we heard from him today? And what are you expecting to hear from this new supreme leader?
There are a variety of things that we were expecting here. Mujtaba Khamenei will have to present himself as a future leader to Iran, and not just the new leader who will be leading this existential war to protect the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're also expecting to see what is the real intentions of the Iranian regime towards this war, given that, as we previously discussed, we're noticing a huge distinction between the stance of the Iranian president and the stance of the IRGC. As previously discussed in other programs, Mujtaba Khamenei is believed to be the nomination of the IRGC against the Hawza of Qom, which means that the political system in Iran post-Khamenei is much more IRGC-oriented than it used to be.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we hear from the new supreme leader. Zaidan, thank you so much, as always, for joining us on Al Jazeera. Zaidan Al-Kinani from Georgetown University here in Qatar. It is coming up to 12:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflicts between the US, Israel, and Iran. On day 13, these are the latest developments. The United Nations says more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by US and Israeli bombing. Strikes have continued, with many parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to rubble. The UN Refugee Agency says humanitarian needs are rising rapidly. Iraq has suspended operations at its ports after attacks on 2 foreign fuel tankers in Al-Faw in the south. Officials say Iran was behind the strike. At least 1 crew member was killed and 38 rescued. Bahrain's Interior Ministry says fuel storage tanks have been attacked at a facility in Muharraq Governorate. It's blaming Iran and said authorities are taking measures to handle the incident and secure the site. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has said on X that his country is committed to peace in the region, but he's also laid out what he sees as a path to de-escalation. He said the only way to end this war ignited by the Zionist regime and the US is recognizing Iran's legitimate rights, payment of reparations, and firm international guarantees against future aggression. Well, for more on this, let's now speak to Zoreh Karazmi, who's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She's joining us from the Iranian capital. Thank you so much, Professor, for your time. So while President Pezeshkian talks about conditions for peace, conditions for de-escalation, the Revolutionary Guard is still launching missiles and hitting oil tankers in the region, as we've seen. Can you explain to us what's happening here internally in Iran? Is there a split inside the power structure?
Actually, there is no split, and there is a sort of consensus, I think, among all the authorities and the institutions, that Iran is in the right place of self-defense, and the eye-to-eye is a strategy that is declared by IRGC, and also the government is abiding by, to secure to secure us for a sustainable way. You know, Iran is not in position to tolerate every other month a new war by the United States and Israel. So it's in the position to defend itself and is very well ready for a war of attrition, as many times declared. And this is the United States that is just not ready for a prolonged war. And if this sort of escalation, like, for example, hitting banks, like hitting other civil infrastructure, the water desalination, the oil depots, the residential places, as they are doing, would have the same retaliation response from Iran's side. It's well declared and consistently done.
You say there is no split, Professor, but in practical terms, who is actually driving Iran's war strategy right now, the government or the Revolutionary Guard?
Actually, it needs a sort of integration between these institutions. When you remember that after assassination of the supreme leader, it was a leadership council, and national security, for example, council, the government, the guardian council. Now the supreme leader himself is included. So IRGC is not the only reference to determine the policies, but at the same time, I think that there is a well-orchestrated consensus here that this legitimate position and the power that that it has upper hand in military side in the domination of Iran on the Hormuz and this new security paradigm that emerged of this war is well maintained by all of them.
We are expecting to hear from the new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, we understand today. What message will he be delivering, you think? And who will that message be for?
I think he's going to talk, it's the first time. So first of all, it should address the people that, that very high popular support was just indicated by people toward him. So I think it would be responded. And also to the enemies and also to those who are sacrificing to actually provide the security for this country. I think at least these three populations are the target populations of this message. And I think that the integrity and the sovereignty of Iran on the territories, some values that there's no difference between the former and the new supreme leaders to insist on.
You mentioned the Iranian people, Professor. How do they see this attack by the U.S. and Israel? Is it again? Do they see it as an attack against the leadership or against the Iranian people?
The people are indiscriminately under attacks. The United States and Israel are bombing residential areas. More than 7,000 houses are destroyed. 69 schools are annihilated. 32 hospitals are targeted. More than 1,600 enterprises and businesses were targeted. So people well understand that the United States and Israel that are coming from this genocidal background are not the reliable partners to really think that they're coming and saving anyone. However, the media fabrications and the Western and American media corporates still are fabricating portrayals about Iran that are absolutely lies. But here, the solidarity and a very supportive huge population for the supreme leader is very evident in the streets every single night and in different gatherings.
Professor Zohreh Kharazmi, thank you so much for speaking to us and bringing us the view there from Tehran. Thank you for your time. Now, the conflict in the Middle East has disrupted global energy markets, pushing up the prices of oil and gas. Before the U.S. and Israel launched their offensive on Iran on February 28th, the two most common types of crude sold at $65 to $70 a barrel. Iran's retaliatory strikes on what it said were American assets in Gulf states sent the price per barrel of oil well above $100. On Monday, President Donald Trump told U.S. media he thought the war against Iran was nearly over. The price of oil began to fall. Since then, with little indication the conflict is ending, prices have increased again. They were back above $100 a barrel in early trade on Thursday. Well, the effects of the conflict are also being felt thousands of kilometers away in Europe, where people are seeing sharp hikes in fuel and gas prices. Italy is the latest country to join with other members of the International Energy Agency who are releasing millions of barrels of oil in a bid to stabilize prices. Nicholas Hack reports from Brussels.
The aisles of a supermarket in Athens, a new front in the war in the Middle East. As energy prices rise, so does the cost of food. Oil powers the farms that produce it, the trucks that move it, and the factories that package it. Europeans are paying the price for a war unfolding far away.
Of course I'm worried. because the price increases have already put many families in serious difficulty.
I don't know what will happen. It worries me.
Prices at the pump in Europe are approaching $2 a liter. The war is disrupting oil and gas supplies, and Europe does not have enough. Russia does. And President Vladimir Putin is offering help. But European nations have reduced their dependence on Russian energy since it invaded Ukraine in 2022. And some leaders say backtracking would be a mistake.
Yet in current crisis, some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder. It would make us more dependent, more vulnerable, and weaker.
This situation in no way justifies lifting the existing sanctions against Russia, which must remain in place.
As a temporary fix, the International Energy Agency is releasing 400 million barrels of emergency crude, an unprecedented move to shield Europeans and stabilize the price of oil. Governments, too, are stepping up. Hungary is capping fuel prices. Italy is considering a windfall tax on energy companies. France is monitoring prices at fuel stations, and Greece is expanding subsidies to help households cope with rising costs.
Since the beginning of the conflict in the Middle East, energy has been a crucial weapon wielded by all parties. Now, thousands of kilometers away, European leaders are scrambling to reinforce their economic defenses as the war's front line seems to be expanding. Nicholas Hawke, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Earlier, my colleague Rob Matheson spoke with Neil Killiam, Associate Fellow in the Middle East and North Africa Program at Chatham House, and asked him whether Europe releasing oil from its strategic reserves and now the US doing the same will help stabilize oil prices.
It's not going to make a large material difference. I mean, in total, it's 400 million barrels. It really depends on the pace of the release. It's not clear yet what the schedule is. 3 or 4 European states have said, they're going to release, like the UK is going to be 13.5 million barrels, France 14.5 million barrels. But if that were released all in one go, which it wouldn't be because it's going to be over probably 60 days, it will only make a material difference for 3 weeks. It's going to be dragged out over that time. But it's a one-shot solution, so it's a high-risk strategy. So once that oil's finished, there is no real alternative.
Donald Trump has been describing the spike in oil prices, at least initially, as a temporary thing. Now, how significant is it that the US itself is having to release supplies from the strategic reserve, given as the point you were just making, that this is essentially a one-shot deal?
Oh, it's very significant. I mean, it really tells you everything you need to know. I mean, Donald Trump has said, this is a blip. Longer term, markets are going to be very well supplied, and this conflict will be over. Well, we don't know, do we? 3 or 4 weeks time. But the fact that they've sort of rolled in with the IEA and they're releasing 172 million barrels is significant, and I think it really tells everyone what they need to know about the situation.
In South Korea, the US-Israeli war on Iran has pushed 14,000 businesses with ties to the Middle East into crisis, and many more that depend on oil-based petrochemicals are facing imminent closure. The war is putting the country's industrialized economy at risk. Jack Barton reports from Seoul.
South Korean plastics manufacturer Hwangman-ik inspecting the last bags of raw materials produced from crude oil. Only 1 in 4 workers remain, and all production is about to stop.
Yesterday, I got a phone call saying that suddenly there's a shortage of raw materials. So the raw material provider is no longer shipping them out.
It's a story being told across South Korea after US and Israeli attacks on Iran triggered an energy crisis far beyond the Middle East.
Everything is connected in a chain. So rather than just plastic factories being affected, petrochemicals have ripple effects across the entire industry.
A ripple that affects everything from automobiles and cosmetics to fertilizer and food, all of which are being hit by the additional impact of rising transport costs, leading to inflation, lowered growth forecasts, and a battered Korean won. 70% of South Korea's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Iran. Tehran's Revolutionary Guard has effectively closed the waterway as part of the war.
It would be advisable to work closely with strategic partner countries to swiftly identify alternative supply routes that do not pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
But alternatives will come at a higher price, and they will arrive too late for many.
The domestic economy is already extremely bad and has already sunk to the bottom. And if on top of that we face destruction of raw material supply, then factories like ours would have difficulty surviving.
Until oil transit returns to normal, all Huang can do is oversee the final order his company can fill on a machine about to fall silent. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
To Lebanon now, where the Israeli military has carried out another night of heavy bombardment on the capital, Beirut. One attack killed at least 8 people in a popular beachfront district of Beirut. Another 30 people were injured. More than 600 people have been killed in Lebanon since the fighting resumed this month. Israel has also launched an airstrike on the town of Kasr Naba in eastern Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. More attacks are expected as the Israeli army has issued new forced evacuation orders for the village of Dors in the central region. Zena Khodr has been at the site of the attack in Beirut.
Yes, it was a difficult night, not just for the residents of Beirut, the Lebanese capital, but for people in southern Lebanon and eastern Lebanon. There were intense Israeli attacks across the country. We are in Ramlat al-Baida. This is a seaside boulevard where the displaced people, the people who are displaced from the war seeking shelter. I'm going to show you the first crater which caused the blast. It is here on the ground. It appears, according to Lebanese security sources, that the car was not the target. The car was parked here alongside the motorcycle, and there were people here. Traces of blood everywhere. They've used sand really to cover those the blood. You can see this is what we're showing you right now. I'm also going to show you the second crater caused by the second blast. This was a double tap strike. So people here are telling us that this was an attack on civilians. There was no military target. If you can see in the distance, there are tents. This is where people are sleeping out in the open, people who have been displaced from the south of the country, from Beirut's southern suburbs. So there's increasing concern here that really we've been talking about so-called precision strikes outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. But this appears to be an attack on civilians. And people here were expecting this simply because on Wednesday, late on Wednesday, Hezbollah launched its largest rocket barrage since the latest confrontation began.
Well, for more on the situation in Lebanon, we're now joined by Dr. Hassan Abu Sita, who's a reconstructive surgeon and professor of conflict medicine at the American University of Beirut. Dr. Abu Sita is one of the doctors treating injuries caused by Israeli attacks in Lebanon. He's currently working at the American University of Beirut's Medical Center, treating under 18s who have been injured in the war. And the doctors joining us from Beirut. Dr. Abu Sita, thank you so much for your time. We know that at least 84 children have been reportedly killed in this war, hundreds more injured. Can you tell us first what you're seeing arriving in your emergency rooms? How severe are the injuries among the young patients you're treating?
The majority of these injuries are absolutely catastrophic. They're all blast injuries from shrapnel, from the bomb itself, or flying debris, or from buildings that are collapsing on these children. And so these children are coming in with multiple injuries involving fractures, head injuries, eye injuries, soft tissue injuries. And one of the biggest problems is so many of these children are so critically injured, they need pediatric intensive care beds. And as a result of the forced closure of 3 of the hospitals that were in the southern suburbs, the number of pediatric intensive care beds in Lebanon has decreased.
That is quite concerning. Doctor, we spoke, of course, during the war on Gaza, and I understand that some of the children being treated in Beirut right now are from the Gaza Strip. What does that say about the scale of suffering in this region when children from multiple wars are ending up in the same hospital ward?
It signifies the fact that Israel has been launching a war against the children of this region. For Zionist colonialism, these children represent the future that settler colonialism needs to negate. And so Israel has launched the war against Palestinian children. And after it discovered that the West is completely blind to these children's suffering and finds them completely ungrievable, it launched multiple wars in Lebanon. We're now into the second war. We were already still treating the war wounded of the previous war, around 1,400 children from the previous. And now we are starting a new war that Israel is waging on the children of Lebanon.
Yeah, and Lebanon's health system, as you said, Doctor, has been under severe strain for years now. Can hospitals there realistically cope with the scale of casualties if this war intensifies? Are you facing shortages already?
Absolutely, particularly in view of the fact that this war comes at a time when there is a regional war happening. And so aid has not been coming in the way it has in the past. And that Lebanon seems to barely recover from one war when it plunges into another Israeli attack. And so the system is barely able to look after the consequences, the long-term consequences of the previous war when it needs to deal with the new one.
Yeah. And what we have right now is also many families displaced, more than 700 people displaced across Lebanon. From a medical perspective, what health risks follow when entire communities are forced from their homes?
We saw this in Gaza, and we saw this towards the end of the previous war in Lebanon. When you move thousands of families into schools that are equipped in terms of water and sewage facilities for 1,000 students, that becomes a breeding ground for infectious diseases. When you displace hundreds of thousands of people away from their primary care providers who have been treating their diabetes and their heart disease and their hypertension, and you put them literally on the street, these chronic illnesses become life-threatening acute illnesses as a result of the neglect that happens.
A very dire situation, no doubt. Dr. Hassan Abu Sita, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us there about the health situation in Lebanon. Dr. Hassan Abu Sita joining us there from the American University of Beirut's Medical Center.
Thank you.
Well, the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has displaced, as I mentioned, more than 800,000 people in Lebanon, and the country is struggling to find shelter for them. Many are sleeping in the open. Schools, stadiums, and theaters are also offering temporary accommodation. Bernard Smith reports from Beirut.
Cinema has always provided an escape from reality, and these children in Beirut need that more than ever at the moment. The Colisée Theatre and two others in Tyre and Tripoli are now hosting displaced families.
What we try to do is small things now to host the people, and they are welcome. It's home for everyone. And what we try to do also, the families now, they cook together, they eat, they enjoy the time to be in the space. They are from different nationalities, but they become friends together.
800,000 people have been uprooted by the fighting in southern Lebanon and southern Beirut. Those that can't find room in a public shelter or can't afford rent or a hotel end up outdoors. Mohammed Mansour stayed at the theatre during the last war.
Of course, everyone is afraid. Everyone is worried about how they will return to their homes. What can you even say? This is war.
Jihad Istanbuli is here with his wife and son. 1 minute you're in your home, he says, and suddenly you find yourself sleeping in a theatre.
Here, we are relatively comfortable, though of course, it's not like being in our own home. There are activities taking place inside the theater to entertain the children who were displaced under the bombardment, to help them forget the suffering they went through, and to give them a bit of joy after what they have witnessed on the road.
When tonight's movie ends, it's back to reality. This is where everyone will sleep. So for more than a week now, many of Lebanon's internally displaced have been forced to sleep outside. And every day that this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah goes on, the need for shelter increases and the likelihood of a swift end to the fighting decreases. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
In other world news now, Israel is continuing to bombard the Gaza Strip despite a ceasefire that came into effect in early October. An airstrike killed a Palestinian man and injured dozens more on Tuesday. The Gaza Health Ministry says more than 600 people have been killed in these attacks since the ceasefire came into effect. Ibrahim Al-Khalili reports from Gaza City.
Nearly 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold here in the besieged Gaza Strip, and people think that the guns fell silent, but the Israeli forces had other plans. Another ceasefire violation committed by the Israeli forces here in the west of Gaza City, resulting in killing one Palestinian and injuring many more here. People here come to get the basic necessities during the holy month of Ramadan. We can clearly see here the situation is catastrophic in the light of the ongoing Israeli violations. The government media office says that the Israeli military committed 1,950 ceasefire violations since the ceasefire took hold here in the Gaza Strip. These civil defense teams have arrived to the place here to rescue the injured Palestinians. What was meant to be a place of family gathering and to get the basic necessities for their families now turned into a site of deadly attacks. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
South Korea's parliament has passed a special bill to allow for $350 billion of investment in the U.S. The trade agreement signed in November is aimed at getting Seoul more favorable tariff terms. More than half of that amount will be invested in strategic U.S. industries, including semiconductors, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. The rest will be dedicated to cooperation related to shipbuilding. Bangladesh's parliament has reconvened for the first time since 2024 when a popular uprising forced the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to resign. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party won last month's elections, making its leader Tariq Rahman Prime Minister. He told Parliament he wants to build a safe and democratic country. Rahman also accused Hasina of making Parliament dysfunctional and of leading a dictatorship. Chile's new far-right president has been sworn in. José Antonio Cast has promised to overturn some of the progressive policies of his left-wing predecessors and lead what he's calling an emergency government. Chile is the world's largest producer of copper, and the U.S. has welcomed Cast's addition to the club of conservative governments in Latin America. Our Latin America editor Lucia Newman reports.
It's an image few would have imagined even a year ago. José Antonio Cast, the son of German immigrants, receiving Chile's presidential sash. It signals the sharpest political shift to the far right since the country's military coup in 1973.
To confront our emergencies in security, in healthcare, in education, employment, and so much more, Chile needs an emergency government, and that's what we'll have. An emergency government isn't a slogan, it's a reality. It means order where there's chaos and a firm hand where there's impunity.
Outgoing left-wing President Gabriel Boric put on a brave face at the inauguration. Almost all the conservative leaders of the region were in attendance, embracing Cast with enthusiasm. Cast was a strong supporter of Chile's former dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, and, inspired by Donald Trump and his MAGA movement, has pledged to make Chile great again. He supports conservative social values and even broader free market economic policies. Chileans hope he will make good on his electoral promises to reduce crime, control undocumented migration, and increase economic growth. A sharp shift in foreign policy is already in the making. On Saturday, Cast attended a summit of like-minded regional leaders hosted by President Trump, who offered to use U.S. military missiles to crush organized crime in Latin America, an offer that Cast told us he would consider.
There are armed drug traffickers amongst us who kidnap people. What we're seeing in Chile should concern us, and anyone who offers collaboration will receive it.
Cast has indicated he'll end Chile's staunch support for the Palestinian cause in favor of Israel, and says he'll halt humanitarian aid to Cuba until there's a change of government. In these times of geopolitical uncertainties, the arrival of Latin America's newest president is being welcomed by members of the growing far-right wave in the Americas, a wave whose priorities President Trump has made clear he wants to determine. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Soldiers have been deployed to the streets of South Africa's biggest city to help police fight gang violence and illegal mining. Last month, President Cyril Ramaphosa warned he would use the army against organized crime, which he described as the greatest threat to democracy and economic development. Stay with us on Al Jazeera. I'll be back in just a few minutes with more on the day's top stories, including, of course, the U.S.-Iran war. In just a few minutes. Stay with us.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans, and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Donald Trump has just launched America into a full-scale conflict without a plan, without authorization for Congress, or even a debate in full view of the American people.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
What does this mean for them if the price of oil stays at somewhere around $60 a barrel next year?
From global markets and economies.
What does the debt crisis look like for ordinary families in Africa?
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
One headline, then another. The story shifts. The narrative moves faster than the facts. The listening post slows things down to question and understand how and why the story changed on Al Jazeera.
Hello, it's 13 GMT. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Fuli Batibo. These are the latest developments. The UN's refugee agency says up to 3.2 million Iranians have been displaced as Israel and the US continue to bomb sites across the country. Volatility on the markets and fluctuating oil prices as energy sites in the Middle East are targeted in strikes. Israel issues new forced evacuation orders for southern Lebanon after a night of air raids that killed at least 8 people in Beirut. A wave of coordinated drone and missile attacks by Hezbollah and Iran forces Israelis to take shelter. Iran's Supreme Leader Moshtaba Khamenei is expected to deliver his first message since assuming the role shortly. That's according to Iranian media. We'll bring that to you when it happens. That announcement is coming as there have been more strikes across Iran, with explosions seen in the central city of Isfahan. The United Nations says more than 3 million people have been displaced by the US-Israeli bombings. Strikes have continued, with many parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to rubble. Iran says nearly 19,000 civilian sites have been hit since the war began. The UN Refugee Agency is warning that humanitarian needs are rising rapidly. Meanwhile, Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities as the conflict in the Middle East spreads. This sent Brent crude prices above $100 a barrel. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has confirmed an attack on fuel storage tanks at a facility in Muharraq. It says authorities are securing the site. Iraq, for its part, has suspended oil operations at its ports. That's after 2 foreign fuel tankers, including one owned by an American company, were hit in the port of Al Fau in the south. At least one crew member was killed and another 38 rescued. In Oman, multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah on Wednesday. The attack caused explosions and a major fire at Salalah at an airport, an important hub for tankers wanting to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Well, we have a team of correspondents around the world covering the latest developments in Dibba near the Strait of Hormuz, Doha, the White House in Washington, Beirut, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and the Iranian capital. Tawhid Asadi is there for us. Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran. Tawhid, we are expecting, as we've said, to hear from the new supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei. What do we know about him and his priorities?
Well, actually, following the killing of the late former supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, now we are expecting a very important statement coming from the new supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Moshtaba Khamenei, who is 30 years younger than his father. And of course, the trajectory of decisions made by him is going to pave the way for different important aspects inside the country. And of course, it is going to be remain to be seen whether it's going to be a sort of legacy of his father, or there's going to be a paradigmatic shift when it comes to the foreign policy and the domestic foreign policies of the country. So far, the message that we are hearing from the political establishment is that of defiance, that of deterrence, and that of resistance. So we are not expecting at this point a message drastically different from the approach of the former supreme leader of the country, as the country is right now under the continued wave of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. Of course, we've got this message coming from the officials inside the country depicting a sort of gist of what we are expecting to receive as a statement from the new supreme leader of the country. They said this is strategically important message contains different issues, including important points about the former supreme leader of the country, the role and duties of people, armed forces, the executive body, as well as the resistance front and regional countries, and the way the country should confront the adversaries. So this is very important, seeing the comprehensive nature of this message that we are expecting to receive, most probably coming in the next few hours.
A highly anticipated message, no doubt. Tawhid, as you say, day 13 now of the Israeli and U.S. attacks on Iran. And the targets do not just include military sites, but also civilian sites and civilian infrastructure. You've been visiting one of the neighborhoods that's been hit earlier today. Tell us about what you saw while you were there and how Iranians are coping in these conditions.
Well, even as a journalist, it's hard to talk about the devastation that I saw when I was in one of the eastern neighborhoods of the capital. And as you mentioned, this is day 13, and this is not just the military headquarters or police stations or the state buildings being targeted, but we witnessed one of the neighborhoods, one of the residential areas, and we know that it goes without saying that was not the only residential area, but it's still on that particular scene we saw bodies taken out of the scene. We saw bodies related to women and children, and the situation was far beyond what I can call disastrous. And also we knew from the scene, from the people who were there, that more than 20 or some, according to some others, 30 people have lost their lives. And this is not that. We know that more than 14 according to the latest, more than 1,400 people have lost their lives as a result of these continued waves of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, with many more injured. And it goes without saying, it is not the Iranian capital, but in many different cities, they are saying more than 200 cities, we have been witnessing the impact of these airstrikes. Again, it's not just limited to the military places or political places, but residential areas. One of the most perhaps tragic instances dates back to day one from the initiation of these strikes in Minab, when a school belonging to an elementary school belonging to girls were targeted, as a result of which more than 160 student girls lost their lives alongside with their students. And that is showing the very scope of these strikes, which are not targeting the state-affiliated places. And of course, there is another layer of complexity for people who are living inside the capital. And that happened the other day, Saturday night, when the oil depots, oil facilities were targeted. And since then, we have been witnessing these thick columns of smoke drifting through the air in different parts of the city, in southeast of the city, in western parts of the city, and in eastern parts of the city. These are all oil depots, and they are now creating a serious environmental concern, public health concern for people who are breathing this toxic air. And now there is also concerns about the contamination of soil and water, seeing this contaminated situation following these strikes targeting the oil facilities in the capital.
Tawhid, thank you very much for the updates. That's Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. And as we've been reporting, there have been multiple attacks in the Strait of Hormuz today. Iran says it's hit an oil tanker which flew a Marshall Islands flag off the coast of Iraq. The vessel is owned by a company based in New Jersey in the U.S. The IRGC say the Safe Seer was hit in the northern Gulf region after failing to comply with warnings. They blamed the escalation on the United States. Joining us now is Dubai-based Associated Press reporter Inzamam Rashid, who is overlooking the Strait of Hormuz in Diba in the UAE. We've been talking about all these attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Can you tell us about what you've seen, what's been hit and where?
Well, Folly, it seems that Iran has ramped up their attacks to the Strait of Hormuz and the surrounding waters over the last 48 to 72 hours or so. Yes, they continue their attacks on civilian infrastructure in many of the Gulf countries, but it feels that some of that military aggression has shifted here over the last few days, and they have been targeting many vessels, whether it's oil tankers, whether it's cargo ships, and they are potentially vessels who are trying to make their way through the Strait of Hormuz. We know for the last 8 or 9 days or so, the Iranian military has had control, de facto control of these waters, and that's meant that there are around 1,000 vessels currently parked up at the entrances of the Strait of Hormuz, around 200 of them oil tankers, crude oil tankers, that simply cannot pass through. You may be able to see in the distance there are a couple of tankers that are just anchored down right now, not moving, and have been there for a number of days. And then to my left, just round the corner, you've got dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of tankers anchored down, again, waiting for that signal that they can finally pass the Strait of Hormuz. Just a reminder that this strait, around 20% of the world's oil usually passes through here. It's usually an incredibly busy passageway, a very narrow passageway, but very busy. But over the last few days, we've seen a destruction. We've seen that this is perilous and very dangerous passageway of water where ships are now afraid to pass through. So Iran specifically targeting vessels and oil tankers, which is of course having huge knock-on effects to the oil markets around the world. We do know that off the coast of Oman yesterday, there was an oil tanker that was struck. That was a Thai-flagged carrier where 20 of the crew members had to be rescued. Today, the Thai foreign minister has come out and demanded an apology from Iran over the damage caused to that vessel. Earlier today as well, we saw a German vessel near to the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz that was targeted as well. Projectile fragments had hit that container. And then just a couple of nights ago as well, Folly, just to tell you what I've seen and I've eyewitnessed here from my balcony, is around 15 miles or so that way, heading towards the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz in Iranian waters, I was watching a vessel burn for about 4 to 5 hours. No idea whether it had been struck either by Iranian military or, in fact, this was one of the US operations that we've seen over the last couple of days. We know that a big conversation around mines has been floating around. There is potentially some Iranian mines now in the Strait of Hormuz, but America putting out some videos suggesting that they targeted Iranian Navy vessels, including small boats that could be used for mining. Let's just be clear, if there are mines in the Strait of Hormuz right now, that would be the worst case scenario for tankers trying to pass through to get their oil and goods to other countries. And of course, it would be the worst case scenario for the oil markets, of which the effects we've seen right around the world.
But as you say, there's been no evidence of those mines being laid in the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you so much for bringing us the latest there. Inzamam Rashid in Dibba, overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you very much for your reporting. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump has urged oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz even as attacks continue. Trump has promised safe passage for vessels, but did not provide details. 20% of the world's supply of oil and gas passes through the waterway. Iran says it's ready for a long war of attrition that it warns will destroy the world economy. Meanwhile, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has warned that American military vessels can't escort civilian ships through the Strait of Hormuz for now. He said it may be possible by the end of the month. Let's bring in our Mike Hanna, who's at the White House in Washington. Some very conflicting messages from the Trump administration. What is the goal and ambition for continuing this war on Iran, Mike?
Well, we still don't know. We've heard various outlines of what the objectives of this war are, which mainly have dealt with the physical depredation of Iran, particularly on a military basis, attacks on missile sites, attacks on Republican Guard headquarters, attacks on nuclear facilities. But the actual end game, at what point does President Trump say, yes, well, we have succeeded in what we are doing? We simply do not know, because the actual end game has not been outlined by the administration. President Trump has been saying that this war is nearly over. This is after his defense secretary was saying it's 4 or 5 weeks. So we're getting conflicting reports about timelines. We're getting conflicting reports about objectives. So very unclear to see exactly what would lead President Trump to say, yes, we have succeeded. We can now remove ourselves from this conflict.
And of course, you have the issue of energy prices. Fuel prices are hitting record highs. How is the White House going to justify that to the American people, especially when they claim the war is being won?
Well, it may be very difficult and increasingly difficult as the oil shortage begins to hit home at Americans. Already oil prices are rising sharply, over 20% over the past week. But President Trump and his administration have insisted that they knew there would be oil shortages. They have made plans to deal with it. What these plans are, we're not exactly sure. We did hear from the Energy Secretary that President Trump ordered a topping up of the strategic reserves before this conflict began. So the Energy Secretary insists that there is no shortage as such. There is oil that can be put into the market when needed. But there again, you have President Trump promising to escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, this a couple of days ago. However, now you have the Energy Secretary saying specifically that the U.S. cannot spare the resources to escort vessels or tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So we've got confusion, different objectives, different ideas, different interpretations. So very difficult to pass through all of this and come up with some kind of coherent explanation as to exactly what the administration is doing and thinking.
Yeah, the picture is far from being clear. Mike, thank you very much. Mike Hanna at the White House. As we've heard, there have been multiple Iranian attacks across the Gulf region this Thursday, including on energy infrastructure. Bahrain's Interior Ministry says fuel storage tanks were attacked at a facility in Muharraq Governorate. It's blaming Iran and said authorities are taking measures to handle the incident and secure the site. Let's get an update with Dmitry Medvedenko, who's here in Doha, monitoring the situation across the region. No let-up here in the Gulf region. There have been multiple strikes on multiple targets, oil targets. Talk to us about the latest and what's been hit.
No let-up indeed, Folly. We've had the continued attacks across the Gulf. Basically every country has been affected over the past 24 hours, issuing shelter-in-place alerts for its population. And of course, energy infrastructure appears to be the primary target of Iranian attacks. That fire that you mentioned at Muharraq oil storage facilities was blazing through the night, huge pillars of fire, and then a large pillar of smoke seen even in the early hours of the morning. We've also learned that jet fuel storage facilities were hit at Manama Airport, and this comes a day after Bahrain announced that its air flag carrier Gulf Air will be moving some of its planes away from basically danger or exposure to these attacks. And we're also learning that similar measures are
Dimitri,
being taken.
sorry, here's Iran's new supreme leader speaking now.
Aims and goals have been foiled and aborted. He also confirmed the necessity of continuing the defensive activity, and he also added that it's important to continue the closure of Hormuz Strait, or the Strait of Hormuz. Also, he said the path of the war, or the route of the war, will continue depending on the interests of the parties. Also, he expressed his solidarity with those who lost their lives and with the wounded and their families, and confirmed that there will be revenge for the blood of the martyrs, particularly the children who are at the School of Mina. In another part, the Supreme Leader pointed out that there will be a message to the officials in the countries of the region. They must know that Iran is quite keen on the relations between Iran and the countries of the region, adding that the enemy wants us to be in different moods in order to control our region. He said that Iran has warned previously that the war against Iran must not affect our relationship with our neighbors, despite the fact that we have been attacked from some of the American bases in these countries. In the name of Allah Almighty, Allah Almighty will give us the best, and peace be upon you all.
There you have it, a message from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Let's go back to it.
Peace be upon those who want the best for Iran and the Iranian people. At the very beginning, we must talk to the people, especially after the martyrdom of the supreme leader of Iran. And I'd like to thank everyone in the Iranian people and in the Muslim world for their sympathy and support. The martyrs are always in the best place, and the recent war will be having its repercussions. I'd like to talk to the Iranian people who have clearly shown the expert council their support through the radio and the TV of Iran. I have learned the result of the Supreme Council voting, and from my position, the place that hosts Al-Khomeini and Al-Khamenei, this position necessitates a lot, not only this period or the past period, but also for the future of the country. The death of a leader has always shown the world that he is always, or he was always based on the truth. He was always talking about the truth. And he has a great character, and the scholars have their own characteristics. And I will stop it here, and I will continue talking about the supreme leader for next occasion. The responsibility is big. The responsibility is very big, and I ask the power and support from Allah Almighty and from you. The connection is always there between the leadership and the people. Al-Khomeini and Khamenei have helped the people to be involved to the policy of the country and have stressed the importance of the meaning of the Islamic Republic. They believed in this identity, and we have seen this side during the recent days where, before my the enemies were trying hard to hit the people before the expert council can find a supreme leader. Now I'm here, and the Iranian people have shown the world that they are great people, and we all have the good successor, and Allah Almighty is helping us to do that job. It's quite important to understand profoundly and perfectly the verses of the Holy Quran. We want to resort to the Holy Quran to make sure that the role of the leaders, the role of the great leaders is quite important, and it is a blessing to have these leaders, and it is a blessing to learn a lot from their characters and their characteristics. It's quite important to always be together, and the leader cannot work without you. The leader cannot work without the support of the people. And of course, we need all to depend and to rely on Allah Almighty and to follow the path and the roots of the great characters and the great personalities that are always in Iran. We need to defeat our enemy. Our strength will help us all to defeat our enemy. And so many categories of our society understand this, and away from the points of differences, we need to overcome all the points of difference, and we need to make use of the great presence of the Iranian people and leaders during with their different layers during this war, the social and the cultural and the security. position was good in our country. Our unity is always there, and we must continue that path. The leaders are supposed to point out to these roles to be played by the people and by different categories of the people and the different agencies and organizations in the country. There must be an attention or a special attention to these efforts that will defeat the enemy. And today is quite important because the Iranian people, particularly during difficult times like these days, are doing well. And I need the people of Iran to receive and get all the different types of support and services by the different agencies in the country. This is quite important. And these services must be offered to the people in order to continue the path of resistance and the path that will lead us to defeat the enemy. Regarding the fighters, I'd like to thank the brave fighters who are doing great job at a time where our country is under pressure and under attacks. Our great forces have severely attacked the enemies and have prevented the enemies from dominating our country or from dividing our country. The Iranian people wants you to continue your defense of the country and to do this in order for the enemies to regret what have they done and what they have done. And when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz and other fronts, the enemies have no experience that is enough to affect us. We will continue our efforts and we will keep these places as they are, and we will enforce the good people in the internal resistance, and we know that they are doing good job. Also, it's quite important that the revolution, the Islamic revolution, has its own values, and the resistance people are quite committed to these principles that can end the Zionists. The resistance in Yemen will do also their job, and they want, and everyone wants to help. People also in Iraq wants to help us and to help the Islamic revolution. I'd like also to talk about the damage that has happened, about those who lost their beloved ones, or those who got wounded and injured, those who are suffering any damage, those who lost their jobs or even left their areas. I want to tell them that according to the experiences that I had with the martyrs, the leaders, including my father, my wife, and my sister, they are very loyal. They helped everyone, and the end was great for her. All those martyrs are in a better place, and they continue the path of the previous martyrs. We need to be aware of the promise given to us by Allah Almighty for sacrificing our lives for our countries, We need to be patient, and we need to believe in the promises of Allah Almighty. We will never retreat. We will revenge the blood of our martyrs. The revenge will be always there, not only for the late supreme leader, but also for the blood of every single Iranian citizen who lost his life or her life because of this war. We have concrete indications that we will revenge for the blood of all our martyrs. The Iranian blood is very precious, particularly the blood of children and women. That's why the crimes of the enemies in Minab school and some other places will be severe for the enemies, and they will pay the price. The wounded people must receive free and best treatment. They must enjoy certain privileges. The current situation must be dealt with through offering some financial compensations for those who have suffered the damage. I would like also to say that this is our duty. This is our duty to help the people. And under any circumstances, under any situation, the enemies will pay the price. They will pay the price. They will pay the price. We will take the revenge, and we will destroy their facilities that equals the compensation that we need. We have good relations with 15 neighboring countries, and we are always willing to develop these relationships with our neighboring countries. But the enemy has certain military bases in some of these countries, and have used these bases to attack us. We have warned before that without attacking these bases, the enemy will continue their aggression. We are forced to continue the interests and the bases of the enemies, but we still have good relationships and friendship with the neighboring countries. Those who killed our children will pay the price. My advice is to stop these bases from operating. We need to do that because the enemies are saying lies and are telling lies. Those who cooperate with these directions and directives must be fully aware. The regime in the Islamic Republic of Iran is not a colonial regime. We need to be unified. We need to have good relations with the neighboring countries, and we are ready to improve the relations with the neighboring countries. I am talking to the late Supreme Commander, and I want to tell him your death has created deep sadness in our hearts. You were killed while reading the Quran on the 10th of Ramadan. You have been patient for long, and you have never expressed any impatience, and You stayed for a long time facing everything with bravery, and it will take us some time to discover the good characteristics of your personality. We hope you will be in paradise with the prophets, and for the sake of the Iranian people and for the sake of the resistance acts people, we need to make sure that we will be fine. And we pledged to Allah Almighty and to the late Supreme Leader that we will follow the path of the right. We will do our best. We will continue your path. And I will ask all the leaders with different degrees and the political layers and the entire people of Iran to do their best and to show their unity. I'd like to thank everyone who supported me. I'd like to thank the Leadership Council, and I'd like to thank everyone, and I ask Allah Almighty to bestow His mercy on us and on all the Muslims everywhere and on all the weak peoples everywhere. And we ask Allah Almighty in Ramadan, the holy month of Ramadan, the blessed month of Ramadan, to help us to live in dignity and to support the Muslims everywhere, and peace be upon you all.
That was the first statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. This was a written statement being read on Iranian state television. First statement after his appointment following the assassination of his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in U.S. and Israeli strikes at the beginning of the war. We're going to unpack all of this with our correspondents and guests, but just a few points that were made by the new supreme leader that I want to highlight to you. On the war itself, he expressed his condolences and solidarity to those who lost their lives. He said, we will never retreat and vow to avenge the blood of the martyrs, his own words. He said they will pay the price, we will destroy their facilities, and said it was necessary to continue the defensive activity, including continuing to close the Strait of Hormuz. On the region, the Gulf region, and the attacks on Gulf countries, he said there'll be a message to officials of the entire region that the war in Iran must not affect the relations with our neighbors. He said the enemy wants us to fight in order to control our region. We're willing to develop these relations with these countries. So a rather conciliatory tone there from the new supreme leader to the countries in this region. Let's now unpack all of this, as I said, with our correspondents as well as guests here on Al Jazeera. We're going to start with Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital, Tehran. A long written message there, which again was read out on state television in Iran. Tawhid, give us the highlights and who the different messages were intended for.
Well, actually, this is the first statement that we hear from Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, coming out to give a picture of the context and to give a picture of the trajectory of his courses of action, decisions pertaining to the ongoing situation inside the country. And we know that the timing is also important. Many people were waiting for this message. And of course, this is sort of, I can say, in a sense, continuation of the legacy of the former supreme leader of the country, his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And on that, he began with a message of condolences, and of course talking about the very idea of people's participation, which gives legitimacy to the political establishment of the country. Meanwhile, he talked about the central role of Iranian people. He stressed that the strength and the stability of the political system depends upon the participation, awareness, and unity of Iranian people. And of course, part of that message is as an echo of basically resilience and resistance, the same rhetoric that is quite common in the Islamic Republic's discourse over the past few years, and I would say decades. Also, he talked about the necessity and exigency of unity as well as solidarity, social solidarity among the Iranian societies in this critical situation. He called for avoiding internal divisions and maintenance of national unity and remaining active in social and political arenas and support one another during wartime hardship. This is actually domestically important aspect of this message. But beyond that, we know that seeing the context of war, we also heard important messages from the Supreme Leader. First, he tried to make a sort of division when it comes to regional countries by a mixed message saying that the country is trying to improve, to keep good relations with the regional countries, while it knows that this is just the U.S. bases in those countries being used to target the Iranians. And then he talked about also retaliation and revenge.
Yeah, as you said, different messages there for the domestic audience, for the regional leaders, of course, the regional countries, and also internationally. He said, which was very interesting, we will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed as a way to pressure the enemy, basically. It doesn't indicate that there's going to be a change in strategy from Iran at all.
Well, indeed, we know that that is part and parcel of the rhetoric by the Iranian side, which was even prior to initiation of these strikes, this confrontation. The country came out to say that it's going to use the leverage of the Strait of Hormuz in case of any escalated situation. And right now, we hear the same statement from the new Supreme Leader of the country, seeing the geostrategically significant aspect of this choke point, the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iranian side is also talking about the possibility of ramping up this regional escalation into a next level. We heard from a security official last night talking about the possibility of another strait being closed. And right now, that is also the possibility on the table in this already complicated situation. And let's just keep in mind, when it comes to energy market, when it comes to the commercial aspects, and when it comes to the major military buildup by the Americans in the region, the Strait of Hormuz remains perhaps the most significant point in this region.
A significant point of pressure. Briefly, Tawhid, how will Iranians be receiving this message?
Well, so far, we know that we're dealing with a relatively polarized society. Of course, in December, we saw massive protests taking place, part of that coming from the economic difficulties and part of that coming from political demands or social demands. Meanwhile, we see strong support among a considerable proportion of the society to the state. Yesterday, I was in the funeral of the military commanders, and we saw thousands of people gathering across the streets to take part in this mourning on the one hand, and of course show a sort of political statement on the other. But still, we know that the new Supreme Leader is going to be dealing with tough challenges. Domestically speaking, he is inheriting a crippled economy as a result of years of sanctions by the West, as well as domestic mismanagement. In foreign policy arena, we know that there are going to be tough challenges ahead, specifically when it comes to this controversial nature of the ties between Iran and the West and the United States in particular. And of course, the tough decisions, hard decisions, important decisions that need to be taken when it comes to the trajectory of the ongoing war.
Okay, Tauhid, thank you very much for that. Tauhid Asadi in Tehran. We'll, of course, come back to you for more reaction to the first statement by Iran's new supreme leader, which was read out on state television just a short while ago. To discuss it further now, let's bring in our guests here in the studio with me, Zaidon Al-Kinani, Middle East lecturer at Georgetown University, Middle East politics lecturer at Georgetown University here in Qatar, and in London, Rob Gates-Pinfold, who's a lecturer in international security at King's College London. Gentlemen, a warm welcome to both of you. Lots to unpack here from this speech from the new supreme leader of Iran. First of all, Rob, let me come back to you. The fact that this was a written statement read out on state television and not an audio one, as we've been used to from the former supreme leader, what does it suggest to you about the security awareness of this new leadership?
Well, I think it's the new leadership trying to prove that they are indeed in charge, that they're visible. Obviously, we saw a lot of criticism of the new supreme leader, that he hasn't been seen in public since he was appointed. There was that picture that did the rounds on social media of a cardboard cutout of the supreme leader being used. So this is his attempt to show that he is indeed in charge. There was all sorts of rumors about him being wounded. So he's trying to show that, you know, that's not affected him. He's calling the shots. And indeed, in terms of the message, this is very much the repetition of the standard Iranian line here, that they don't have any conflict with the GCC states, whilst they're also striking the GCC states. They don't want to back down. The Straits of Hormuz will stay closed, and US bases in the region have to go. So rather than what the Trump administration might have been hoping for, a kind of change in rhetoric from the new administration or the new supreme leader, what we're actually hearing here is very much more of the same. Iran continuing to dig down into its established positions, both in actions and also in rhetoric.
All right. Your thoughts, Zaidun? They clearly don't want to back down, as Rob said there. What did you make of this message, both the internal message to the Iranian people and the one to the outside world?
Well, symbolically, it's a major sign of a fragile position, given that the supreme leader's first speech is televised while he's in the country himself. It's also read by someone else.
And not his actual voice, which I thought was quite significant.
His actual voice, which creates a lot of uncertainty about the legitimacy and the ability of the supreme leader to stand strong ahead and in front of these challenges ahead of the country. But it also indicates a major drive away from the rhetoric that was presented by the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, who was trying to present a potential way of a reconciliation and a contradiction or a challenge to Trump's complete surrender rhetoric, with a potential way of accepting certain conditions that will eventually lead to ceasefire. The rhetoric and the discourse presented by the new supreme leader is very resistance-oriented.
Why do you think we're hearing this dual rhetoric within Iran, Zito?
These are the dynamics, the variety of dynamics.
Is it a case that there's a divergence in divisions, or is this perhaps also a way to fool the outside world, if you will?
It could be a strategy in that way, but we also knew these divisions that existed between these different power structures and the elitist group in Iran at the hierarchy of the system, and we're expecting those divisions to even be more detrimental today, given that the IRGC is enjoying a very different approach in the war, in contrast to, if you may want to call him a member of the reformist camp, such as Pezeshkian and other members of the Iranian government. This resistance rhetoric also helps the new supreme leader to step away and not feeling the responsibility of tapping into discussions regarding economic reforms, state building, and many other fundamental issues that matter to ordinary Iranian citizens who believe that the global sanctions against their country is what led to a lot of these challenges, and just focusing on the militarized aspect or the spreading of the Islamic revolution.
Rob, your thoughts about this? Do you think there are divisions within the leadership right now? Who is actually, in practical term, driving Iran's war strategy right now? Is it solely the Revolutionary Guard?
Well, there always were divisions in the Iranian leadership, even before this conflict. And we know that when regimes find themselves under existential peril, those divisions the deck not only has a propensity to be reshuffled in favor of one faction or the other, but those divisions are, of course, exacerbated as the threat becomes more existential in their perceptions. It looks like this war is very much being fought by the Revolutionary Guards at the moment, which is why we see this less than plausible rhetoric, for example, from the Iranian president and the foreign minister saying that they're not targeting GCC states, they're only targeting US military bases within those countries, something that if you live in any of those countries, you will know has to be taken with more than just a little pinch of salt, I think it's fair to say. So what we're seeing here is that power struggle playing out in real time here. While the IRGC is dictating the war in terms of expanding the war and selection of targets and intensity of targeting, you see from the leadership, for example, the Iranian president, as Zaidan discussed, an attempt to strike a more conciliatory pose. Now, we did hear recently leaks from UAE officials that there might be a breakthrough on the horizon. Well, listening to that speech there, there are no signs of any breakthrough. This is very much a hardening or digging in of Iran's heels here. The degree to which the supreme leader, of course, controls what's going on is very much an open question.
Right. Zaidan, but they were, I mean, even though if the strategy from what we heard from the Supreme Leader, Rob, is going to stay the same for now with the continuation of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, there was, Zaidan, somewhat of a conciliatory tone towards the countries in this region. He said, the new Supreme Leader, the war against Iran must not affect our relationship with our neighbors. He's clearly trying to appease them a little bit. Will they hear this message?
Well, he's also contradicting himself by claiming that he will continue to target U.S. bases and interests, which are the same U.S. bases and interests that we've witnessed being targeted. One, sure, they have targeted U.S. bases as we see them in previous days, but it also included attacks against civilian areas and infrastructure. So if not claiming and admitting that they did target civilian infrastructure, even if it was unintentional, then it means we will continue to witness an existential target against the security, the national security of the GCC states and their societies.
Okay, what do you make of this contradictory message, Rob?
Well, I would say it can be a few things. First of all, it can be the Iranian regime's attempt to basically paper over what they're doing, say that actually, no, we're not doing this. So the political leadership who are saying these things are complicit. It could also be an admission that they have lost command and control, that even if, for example, they say we didn't target Oman, when they did target Oman, that's because they didn't give the order to do so, i.e. there are various parts of the Iranian military, particularly the IRGC, who are now operating relatively independently, something which is very likely given the fact that Iran's command and control has been hit significantly in this conflict. And the other possibility, of course, is that the IRGC know what the political leadership want and they're ignoring them. They're the ones who are directing this war, determining, as I say, the parameters of the war and determining its intensity. Okay. All of those are not good outcomes for Iran's relations with the GCC states going forwards.
Okay. Finally, Zaidan, your thoughts. I mean, the coordinated multi-front pressure by Iran we're seeing right now, not just on military sides as we've seen in this region. What does it suggest about where the war is headed? And from what we've heard from the Supreme Leader now, do you think we're headed for a next phase, another phase of escalation, or perhaps there could be some sort of compromise in the coming days?
Well, we're looking at the speech in parallel to the previous statements by President Trump, and it seems like both sides are insisting on pushing further until they reach a level that they believe is a complete victory from either sides. The presumed assumptions of a possible ceasefire or a pause to the war was mainly based on the economic challenges that all of these countries are facing, including their allies across the world. It seems like these economic statistics and numbers are not enough to push or calm down the egos of both political leaders into pausing or ending this war.
Thank you very much both for your analysis, Rob Gase-Penfold and Zaidan Al-Kinani. Thank you for joining us here on Al Jazeera for the first reaction to the speech by the new Supreme Leader, the statement, I should say, by the new Supreme Leader of Iran. Now, in response to a barrage of attacks overnight, Israel's Defense Minister, meanwhile, Israel Katz, says the military will expand its operations in Lebanon. He said if the Lebanese government cannot stop Hezbollah from attacking, then Israel will. Hezbollah and Iran carried out a joint operation against Israel on Wednesday night. Tehran has confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war. And Lebanon is already under intense bombardment. One attack killed at least 8 people in a popular beachfront district of Beirut early on Thursday. Another 30 people were injured. More than 600 people have been killed in Lebanon since the fighting resumed this month. And Lebanon is struggling to find shelter for the hundreds of thousands of people displaced by the fighting. Many are sleeping in the open. Schools, stadiums and theaters are also offering temporary accommodation. Bennett Smith has a story from Beirut.
Cinema has always provided an escape from reality, and these children in Beirut need that more than ever at the moment. The Colisée Theatre and 2 others in Tyre and Tripoli are now hosting displaced families.
What we try to do is small things now to host the people, and they are welcome. It's home for everyone. And what we try to do also, the families now, they cook together, they eat, they enjoy the time to be in the space. They are from different nationalities, but they become friends together.
800,000 people have been uprooted by the fighting in southern Lebanon and southern Beirut. Those that can't find room in a public shelter or can't afford rent or a hotel end up outdoors. Mohammed Mansour stayed at the theatre during the last war.
Of course, everyone is afraid. Everyone is worried about how they will return to their homes. What can you even say? This is war.
Jihad Istanbuli is here with his wife and son. 1 minute you're in your home, he says, and suddenly you find yourself sleeping in a theatre.
Here, we're relatively comfortable, though of course, it's not like being in our own home. There are activities taking place inside the theater to entertain the children who are displaced under the bombardment, to help them forget the suffering they went through, and to give them a bit of joy after what they have witnessed on the road.
When tonight's movie ends, it's back to reality. This is where everyone will sleep. So for more than a week now, many of Lebanon's internally displaced have been forced to sleep outside. And every day that this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah goes on, the need for shelter increases and the likelihood of a swift end to the fighting decreases. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
All right, a quick recap of the breaking news we've had this hour. An Iranian state television has read out a message from the new Supreme Leader, Moshtaba Khamenei. It was the first statement since he assumed the role. He didn't appear on video. He called for unity among the Iranian people and armed forces. He said the Strait of Hormuz would remain closed as a means of pressuring Iran's enemies. He also said he believes in friendship with his country's neighbors, but said that Iran must continue to remove all threats. We'll have plenty more on this on Al Jazeera in just a few minutes. Stay with us. We're back after this short break.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans, and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense.
We acted out of necessity.
I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Is this a genuine attempt to revive Venezuela's oil industry or surrender of state control under pressure?
Critical debate.
Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to annex the West Bank.
Netanyahu doesn't have to annex the West Bank because effectively it's already happened.
Informed opinions.
It's still the richest, most powerful country on earth, and the idea that it's always been cheated and that needs to put tariffs, I think the world is getting tired of that.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Warning system allows the government to close
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Shut down construction sites, but environmental
It's 14 GMT. I'm fully Batibo with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. These are the latest developments. Iran's Supreme Leader Moshtaba Khamenei makes his first statement vowing the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed to keep pressure on the US and Israel. The UN's refugee agency says more than 3 million Iranians have been displaced as Israel and the US continue to bomb sites across the country. Volatility in the markets and fluctuating oil prices as more energy sites in the Middle East are targeted in Iranian strikes. And Israel issues new forced evacuation orders for southern Lebanon after a night of air raids that killed at least 8 people in Beirut. Iran's new supreme leader says the Strait of Hormuz will remain shut to put pressure on, quote, the enemy. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei released his first statement since he was appointed a few days ago. The message was read out on Iranian state television. Khamenei called for national unity and said those who have been killed by Israeli and U.S. strikes will be avenged.
He stressed the importance of continuing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. He said the path of the war will continue depending on the interests of the parties. He also expressed his solidarity with those who lost their lives and with the wounded and their families, and confirmed that there will be revenge for the blood of the martyrs, particularly the children who were at the school of Minab.
His message comes as there have been more strikes across Iran, with explosions seen in the central city of Isfahan. The United Nations says more than 3 million people have been displaced by the US-Israeli bombings. Strikes have continued, with many parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to rubble. Iran says nearly 19,000 civilian sites have been hit since the war began. The UN Agency for Refugees is warning that humanitarian needs are rising rapidly. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has defended his handling of the conflict. On his social media, he said the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. But of far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons, he says, and destroying the Middle East and indeed the world. I won't ever let that happen. Well, we have correspondents around the world covering the latest developments here in Doha, the White House in Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and the Iranian capital, Tehran. And that's where we start with Tauhid Asadi, who's there for us. Tauhid, so the first message from the new supreme leader of Iran. Tell us about the main messages, the key messages to both the Iranian people and the outside world.
Well, actually, from two perspectives, it's critically important, domestically speaking, and in terms of foreign policies of the country. While Iran is facing an ongoing phase of American and Israeli strikes, and the situation where he takes the leadership of the country seems to be quite tough with respect to at least three perspectives. First, we know that this is the war time and the country is dealing with the continued airstrikes while it tries to retaliate. And we see different statements coming from IRGC on that. Also, domestically speaking, we know that he is going to have tough challenges ahead when it comes to the economic deterioration that the country is facing. And of course, when it comes to foreign policy, there are so many knots that need to be untangled under his leadership. But getting back to the statement that we heard, we know that he began his speech, his actually statement, which was delivered in a sort of written form by the state TV. He opened up the conversation with message of condolences. And of course, he touched upon the idea of leadership and its legitimacy. Moving on to talk about the central role of the people in the political establishment, to emphasize that unity of Iranian people is quite needed, and the participation is quite needed when it comes to the stability and strengths of the political establishment. He also called for unity and actually social solidarity on the situation that the country, of course, I can say the number one priority, the need for the country is right now to keep the sovereignty, and on that, what is needed basically is the unity and solidarity among the people. And on that also, we heard a strong call to for people to remain active in social and political arenas and support one another during wartime hardship. And speaking of the war, he also expressed his gratitude to the fighters and also called for continuation of these strikes. Another important aspect that you were mentioning was the Strait of Hormuz, the closure of which something Iranian new supreme leader placed emphasis upon as a part of these already delicate situation that the country and the region is basically facing, seeing the strategically and geostrategically significant role of this choke point across the region. So Iran, it seems that from this statement and from the statements that we heard from the political establishment, is trying to use that leverage in this already delicate situation. All in all, by and large, what I can say is that that was a message of defiance, that was a message of deterrence, and that was a message of resistance that we heard from the Iran's new supreme leader, echoing more or less the same rhetoric and discourse that we heard from the Iranian political establishment and Iranian former supreme leader.
Thank you, Tauhid, for that. Tauhid Asadi with the latest there from Tehran. Let's bring in Mike Hanna at the White House in Washington. Mike, as Tauhid said there, a message of defiance from Iran's new supreme leader. I imagine there hasn't been reaction yet from the Trump administration because this just happened just a few minutes ago. But we've heard from President Trump in the last hour on social media.
Yes, indeed. At about the same time as the Supreme Leader was releasing his statement, or the statement was released, President Trump took to Truth Social and said, the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Well, it's not quite clear exactly what he means by this, whether he's saying that rising oil prices are of benefit to the United States. Because they certainly are not to the United States consumer, the American citizens who are facing increasing costs in terms of their oil costs, their fuel costs. So that is what he's saying there. And then he carries on and says that of far greater interest and importance is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons. So President Trump there saying that this is the most important thing to him. He has not been clear about exactly what the objectives are from the administration. And certainly this message of defiance from the Supreme Leader is going to have an impact on the American public. They've been told that this war is nearly over. They've been told by President Trump that the war is nearly completed. And now you've got this type of message of defiance from a leader who the administration has been implying has already been defeated. So this is going to be an issue for the American public, and it is obviously going to be of great concern to the administration.
Okay, Mike, thank you for that. Mike Hanna live for us there at the White House. Well, Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities as the conflict in the Middle East spreads. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has confirmed an attack on fuel storage tanks at a facility in Muharraq. It says authorities are securing the site. Iraq has suspended oil operations at its ports. That's after 2 foreign fuel tankers, including one owned by an American company, were hit in the port of Al-Fao in the south. At least 1 crew member was killed and another 38 rescued. In Oman, multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah on Wednesday. The attack caused explosions and a major fire in Salalah. That port is an important hub for tankers wanting to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And 4 cargo ships have been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz in the past 2 days. One was a Thai-flagged vessel. 20 crew members were rescued after a fire broke out on board. Well, Associated Press reporter Inzamam Rashid is near the Strait of Hormuz in Diba in the UAE. He told us earlier about what he's been seeing.
There are still around 1,000 vessels that are lined up, waiting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. They've anchored down because they know that they are not going anywhere, and they haven't shifted for around 8 days or so. 200 of them are crude oil tankers that are just parked up in the Strait of Hormuz. Behind me, you may be able to see just in the very faint distance, there are a few vessels currently sat there. To my left around the corner, there are dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, just lined up waiting to get the signal that they can cross. But right now we know that the Strait of Hormuz is in the control of the Iranian military, meaning that any vessel that does attempt to cross will be targeted. We've seen the evidence of that over the last few days. A couple of nights ago, from my balcony here in the distance, around 15 miles that way, probably Iranian waters, we saw a vessel on fire burning, that was burning for a good few hours. And then since then, we've had reports of a number of vessels targeted by the Iranian military. It seems that over the last 48 hours, 72 hours or so, Iran has specifically been targeting energy resources, whether it is oil facilities across the wider Gulf. Obviously, we've seen the attack on a couple of vessels in Iraq waters as well, or whether it's been here on the Strait of Hormuz, not just blocking the strait, but also targeting vessels as well.
And there have been multiple Iranian attacks across the Gulf region on Thursday, including on energy infrastructure. Bahrain's Interior Ministry says fuel storage tanks were attacked at a facility in Muharraq Governorate. It's blaming Iran and said authorities are taking measures to handle the incident and secure the site. Let's get an update on the situation in the region with Dmitry Medvedenko, who's here in Doha for us. No let-up in the Gulf region, Dmitry. There have been multiple strikes on targets across the region. Talk to us about what's been hit.
No let-up indeed, Folly. Basically every country in the Gulf has been affected in the past 24 hours by either missile or drone or a combination of both strikes coming from Iran. Now, these oil storage facilities that you mentioned in Muharraq, we've seen videos of a huge blaze burning through the night, and even in the early hours of the morning, there was still a pillar of smoke coming from that location in Bahrain. And also, we've learned that jet fuel storage facilities in Manama Airport have also been hit. And this comes a day after the flag carrier of Bahrain, Gulf Air, announced that it would be moving some of its cargo and passenger planes away from danger or being exposed to these Iranian attacks. We've also learned that in Oman, which has also had its fuel storage facilities hit in the past 24 hours or so, that it is removing some of its vessels from its ports to basically get them further away from Iran and from possible attacks. So energy infrastructure appears to be target number one. But after these words of Mojtaba Khamenei that, let me quote, "We will take compensation from the enemy if they refuse. We will take from their property. If it is not possible, we will destroy it." Now, we've yet to hear any official reaction to this address by the new Iranian supreme leader from the Gulf, but I think this is one of the passages that might be concerning for everyone here.
Indeed, and it's not just energy infrastructure. Banks in the region, also some banks at least, are shutting down operations in several countries. Why are they taking such a step, Dimitri?
Well, 2 nights ago, one of the public financial institutions of Iran, its branch or a building associated with it, got hit in a US or Israeli attack. And Iran's basically responded saying they have now free rein to target financial or economic institutions associated with the United States or with Israel. And even though we haven't had any reports of Iran actually doing that, there is already a wave of announcements coming from these financial institutions across the Gulf saying that they're closing their branches temporarily, at least for the end, till the end of this week, to ensure safety of their employees. Now, among the banks, we've had HSBC here in Doha announcing that they're suspending operations in their branches, and in the UAE, Citibank, as well as Standard Chartered, announced the closure of their offices. But it's not just banks. We've also learned that big consulting and auditioning firms, PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, as well as Deloitte, also saying that they are going to be suspending operations. PwC specifically saying that it's closing its operations in 4 countries, and that is Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. So Iran appears to be expanding the avenues where it can pressure the countries in the Gulf to increase exposure of this conflict and apply pressure on the United States. So these countries are known as transport hubs. We have a transport, not collapse, but airports in Qatar, in Dubai are operating in a very limited capacity. We've got logistics stopping, affecting prices worldwide. This is, of course, about oil and gas coming through the Strait of Hormuz. And we've got energy facilities and financial institutions, because Dubai is known as a major financial hub, and now all of these offices in its financial center are closing fully.
Thank you, Dimitri, for the update. Dimitri Medvedenko here in Doha. Elsewhere, in response to a barrage of attacks overnight, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz says the military will expand its operations in Lebanon. He said the Lebanese government cannot stop Hezbollah from attacking, then Israel will. Hezbollah and Iran carried out a joint operation to hit Israel on Wednesday night. Iran's confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war. Well, Lebanon is already under intense pressure and intense bombardment. One attack killed at least 8 people in a popular beachfront district of Beirut early on Thursday. Another 30 people were injured. More than 600 people have been killed in Lebanon since the fighting resumed this month. Well, we have Bernard Smith standing by for us in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. But first, we go to Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, so Israel's defense minister saying they're ramping up Lebanon operations just after this joint attack by Hezbollah and Iran. What more has he said, and how significant is this?
It is quite significant, Foley, because it does indicate that Israel is expanding this assault on Lebanon, on Hezbollah, in a manner it did not expect. In fact, that is by the admission of Israeli military to launch attacks on Hezbollah, but they did not think that the Lebanon front would become so significant. Estimates are that Hezbollah fired up to 200 rockets last night alone in that incident, where Iran as well fired missiles at the same time. And so there is a huge backlash, especially in the northern communities in Israel, because the Israeli army had intelligence, but it denied that there was such intelligence. It denied its expectation of a large-scale attack. And so the damage to the civilians was significant. The impact on the residents of northern communities was, even though the Israeli military continues to very strictly control the kind of information that is available to the public, the kind of visual material that is available for publication by way of exposing what kind of damage was sustained from all those attacks. For now, it is expected that Israel might call up more reserves. There is talk in Israeli media, quoting unnamed officials, that Israel has not yet taken the decision to attack Lebanese civilian infrastructure related to the state, but that was still under consideration. Of course, this is something that Israel has done in the past to the detriment of the electricity grid and other vital infrastructure in Lebanon.
Noor, thank you very much for that. Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank for us there. Apologies to our viewers for that poor connection. Let's now head to Lebanon, head north from there to Lebanon. Bernard Smith is in Beirut for us. So more airstrikes and forced evacuations there, Bernard, even as Israel says the worst is yet to come. What's the latest from where you are?
Well, the practical implications of what Israel says about expanding its area of operations means it's issued new evacuation orders this afternoon and ordering people to evacuate now north of the Litani River. We've been talking about that as a borderline since this fighting started. Now this afternoon, Israeli says they want people to move north beyond the Zavrani River. Well, there's about 30 kilometers between that and the Litani River. So now you've added a total 10% of Lebanon's territory that Israel is ordering forced evacuations from. They've also issued more evacuation orders for several districts of the southern suburbs behind me, so we can expect typically airstrikes later on there. It is causing, obviously, massive disruption to the life of ordinary Lebanese as they are forced to flee and move further north fully.
Bernard, more than 800,000 displaced in Lebanon, people fleeing, as you say. What's the human impact of that kind of mass displacement?
And the UN is also saying that 90% of the shelters it has or that are existed are full, and it's running out of space and running out of the material that people need in the shelters. They need the tents, they need the food, they need the help. And what Lebanon is relying on, as it often does in crises like these, is not just on the state, but on the help of private individuals and individual charity. Cinema has always provided an escape from reality, and these children in Beirut need that more than ever at the moment. The Colisée Theatre and two others in Tyre and Tripoli are now hosting displaced families.
What we try to do is small things now to host the people, and they are welcome. It's home for everyone. And what we try to do also, the families now, they cook together, they eat, they enjoy the time to be in the space. They are from different nationalities, but they become friends together.
800,000 people have been uprooted by the fighting in southern Lebanon and southern Beirut. Those that can't find room in a public shelter or can't afford rent or a hotel end up outdoors. Mohammed Mansour stayed at the theatre during the last war.
Of course, everyone is afraid. Everyone is worried about how they will return to their homes. What can you even say? This is war.
Jihad Istanbuli is here with his wife and son. 1 minute you're in your home, he says, and suddenly you find yourself sleeping in a theatre.
Here, we are relatively comfortable, though of course, it's not like being in our own home. There are activities taking place inside the theater to entertain the children who were displaced under the bombardment, to help them forget the suffering they went through, and to give them a bit of joy after what they have witnessed on the road.
When tonight's movie ends, it's back to reality. This is where everyone will sleep. So for more than a week now, many of Lebanon's internally displaced have been forced to sleep outside. And every day that this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah goes on, the need for shelter increases and the likelihood of a swift end to the fighting decreases. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Gideon Levy is a journalist and author. He spoke to us from Tel Aviv earlier about the broad support for the war among Israelis.
On one hand, you see the polls, they are unbelievable. 94% of the Jewish Israelis support this war. 82% of the entire Israeli public opinion, but what is important are the Jewish voices in this country, and they support it in terms of North Korea. Yeah? On the other hand, people are really quite crushed by those daily and nightly running to the shelters, fears, traumatized, no schools, no education system, no economy. I cannot overbridge between those two contradictions. I mean, people are really being taken blindly in Israel after every war, at least in its beginning. When the price will get heavier, maybe people will rethink about where are we going to, what do we earn out of this war, and are we really ready to pay the price?
More now on Mojtaba Khamenei's message. Iran's new supreme leader said he wants to maintain good relations with its neighbors in the Gulf. He also called on regional countries who host American bases to close them.
He stressed the importance of continuing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. He said the path of the war will continue depending on the interests of the parties. He also expressed his solidarity with those who lost their lives and with the wounded and their families, and confirmed that there will be revenge for the blood of the martyrs, particularly the children who were at the school of Minab. The supreme leader also had a message for officials in the countries of the region. They must know that Iran is keen on relations with those countries. The enemy wants us divided in order to control the region. Iran has warned previously that the war against it must not affect our relationship with our neighbors, despite the fact we have been attacked from some of the American bases in these countries.
Let's discuss this further now with Zohreh Karazmi, who's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She's joining us live from the Iranian capital. Professor, good to have you once again, especially to react to the first statement by the supreme leader there. What did you make of it, first of all, overall, both the internal message and the message to the outside world? What are we to make of the direction the new leader wants to take Iran?
Yes, actually, I think that it was very vital message because
from the his appointment. The people haven't got any messages. So, however, it was a written one, but it was significant. I think the continuity of some lines were significant, just talking about the Republican spirit of the Islamic Republic and the role of the people and the vitality to stand and resist. And at the same time, talking about appreciating the access of resistance and very much emphasizing on the right and the commitment to deterrence and sovereignty of Iran. And also giving some messages to the battleground, that is the continuation of the leverage of closing Hormuz, and also just retaliating any attacks from the American bases and other enemies.
Right.
But also at the same time having the message of peace for the neighboring countries, that we don't like to hit their borders.
And
But
I
one
want to ask you about that a
significant
bit
point is
more. I do want to ask you about that message to the neighboring countries. But before that, just on the fact that this was a written message, why was it a written message and not an audio one, for example?
Maybe
I ask because we still haven't seen him
now, because
I ask this because we still haven't seen him and we still haven't heard his voice. It's quite, interesting, I guess, to find out why this was a written message.
Yes, I think that, the security situation is very complicated here. You well know that the Israelis already had lots of threats that they are going to assassinate the next leader. So any signs of the voices or places or locations can be dangerous. So I think that the written forms was the most safe one.
Okay.
And I think that the sort of tone, humble tone he indicated addressing people, but the boldness and the confidence he's shown against the United States and Israel was really significant.
It was certainly a defiant message to the U.S. and Israel. Now, on relations with Gulf countries, he said he wants good relations with neighbors, but also vowed to continue to hit U.S. targets in this region. There's a bit of a contradiction there, isn't there? How can you want good relations, but also say we'll continue attacking your territory?
I think that is not contradictory, but it's self-evident that the GCC countries have indicated that they have no sovereignty over their territories. Americans are doing as they like, and their bases are the sources of violence and attacks
their bases,
and striking
from what we
missiles
know,
that
haven't been
had
used
slapped their
to
people in
attack
Tehran.
Iran. There's no indication that these sites, these bases in the region have been used to directly attack Iran.
Yes, there are lots of evidences.
Which evidence
Trump
can you
himself
point to?
was the one that many times. Yeah, Trump has carrying lots of munitions and aircraft carriers and fighter jets to the region, and evidently mentioned that it's to stand against Iran. And also, when you're talking about the missiles that are prepared for 300 kilometers, is only for attacking to Iran and has no other functions in the region. And also, there are radars, there are intelligence that are shared by Russia and China. So I think that there are lots of evidences, and the GCC authorities themselves well know, and many of them are not in the position of absolute denial because they know what actually running. But about Ayatollah Khamenei's message, one significant point is that he humiliated the United States and Israel with not directly addressing them. He talked to the neighboring countries, to indirectly giving the message that the American bases should be closed down and shut down. Otherwise, the anarchy and the sort of, the dangers and adventures will keep on.
This is a young supreme leader with no prior experience, political experience at least. How firmly is he in control in Iran today? Who's actually driving Iran's war strategy right now?
First of all, he's not that young. He's about 50s. And you know that he has a long history of working as this supreme advisor of his father. So he has very sophisticated understanding of the different institutions. He had worked with IRGC, with the government and ministers, with other actually institutions. And at the same time, he was the ears and eyes of his father, traveling to different cities, talking to ordinary people, reporting the situation and the hardship of the people, I mean, in economic sense. And so he is coming from that sort of rich experience at the same time.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your views with us, Professor Zohre Karazmi, joining us there from Tehran. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 14:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. A reminder of the latest developments on day 13. We've heard from Iran's new supreme leader, who's released his first statement since assuming the role. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei's statement was read on state television. He said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed as a means of pressuring Iran's enemies. He also said he believes in friendship with his country's neighbors, but said Iran must continue to remove all threats. The United Nations says US and Israeli bombing has displaced more than 3 million people in Iran. Strikes have continued with many parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to rubble. The UN Refugee Agency says humanitarian needs are growing rapidly. And Iraq has suspended operations at its ports after attacks on 2 foreign fuel tankers in Al-Faw in the south. Officials say Iran was behind the strike. At least 1 crew member was killed and 38 rescued. Let's discuss the latest developments now with Rob Gase-Pinfold, who's a lecturer in international security at King's College London. He's live from there. Thank you, Rob, for being with us once again. Let's start with the message from the new supreme leader of Iran, the first one since he was appointed. It was a defiant one, a defiant tone, especially on the Strait of Hormuz, which he says will remain closed. What do you make of that? And what does it indicate about the direction in which Iran wants to take this conflict?
Yes, you're right. It was a very, very defiant tone. Words that stood out for me were ones like revenge, destroy, for example. It was very much a reiteration of Iran's existing messages. There was, to be frank, very, very little new under the sun here. Iran has already announced that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed. He was saying that the new supreme leader said that it will continue to be closed. He continued to parrot the line that Iran seeks friendly relations with GCC states and it's not targeting civilian assets there, only US military bases. We know that's not true. And of course, we know, as you discussed with your previous guest, that the GCC states specifically asked the US not to use those bases to attack Iran.
Right.
But nevertheless,
the
they found their civilian
right,
assets in
Rob,
the
the
firing
Iranians the Iranians are saying, including the guests that I had previously, that attacks are being launched from bases in this region, from US bases in this region. Is there any evidence today to support that claim?
In a word, no. There is no evidence for that. We do know the GCC countries demanded before the war that the US not use their bases to attack Iran. There was an evacuation of US personnel, for example, from the Al Udeid base in Qatar. That wasn't just because they were expecting retaliation. It's out of an expectation that they couldn't use that base to attack Iran. So the GCC states really stuck their necks out here in trying to not give Iran any legitimacy or any excuse to attack them. And nevertheless, Iran did still attack them. It not only attacked countries with whom it's long had difficult relations, for example, Saudi Arabia, it attacked every single GCC state, including those that really tried to mediate until the very last minute, including Oman, including Qatar, for example. So this is all part of Iran's broader strategy of chaos. It's basically trying to push for a ceasefire by causing so much chaos, so much instability that the US perceives this conflict as no longer in its interests. And it's willing to burn its bridges with any and all Gulf states in order to pursue that very high-risk strategy.
And looking at the battlefield today, Rob, is either side, you think, closer to achieving a decisive outcome, or are we entering a phase of this conflict that's going to be basically a deadlock. I mean, we don't know exactly what the ultimate goal is for the U.S., but what does it say about where we are at this time of the conflict?
Well, we of course do not know what is going on behind the scenes. Shortly before the new Supreme Leader's recorded speech, we heard Anwar Gargash, influential UAE presidential advisor, saying that a breakthrough was in reach. Well, there's quite a disconnect between that optimistic projection and the speech by the new Supreme Leader, which
perhaps
more or less is
breakthrough between
Iran forces they're taking in.
Could it be the breakthrough between Gulf countries and Iran? Because again, we've heard the Iranian Supreme Leader say that, you know, these are brothers, these are regional countries, we want good relations with them.
Yeah, but we've heard that time and time again. We've heard the Iranian president say that they apologize for attacking the Gulf states whilst Iran continued to attack the Gulf states. We've heard the Iranian foreign minister claim that it was wrong to do so and to apologize. We've heard Iranian claims that Mossad cells have been arrested in these Gulf states, when in fact IRGC cells have been arrested within these Gulf states. We heard today Iran deny that it had attacked Oman, despite the fact that Shahed drones landed in Oman or were sent towards Oman. So frankly, none of this is plausible anymore. And there's two explanations. One is that the Iranian regime has lost control over its own forces, or that it's complicit in this strategy of chaos and is simply lying through its teeth. Neither of those potential explanations are promising for Iran's continued relations with the Gulf states, it's fair to say.
Yeah, and Iran said it wants good relations with the Gulf states. Do you see those relations getting back to where they were when this conflict ends?
Well, the Gulf states know they have no choice but to have some kind of dialogue with Iran. This is normally any kind of situation like this. For example, you know, looking at the Israeli front, you saw that Israel passed messages between themselves and Hezbollah, between themselves and Hamas, before the recent confrontation. So we'll probably have a similar scenario where there are still channels open between the Gulf states and Iran, though I think it's fair to say, and you guys in Doha will probably know better than I, that there is now very much no love lost between the Gulf states and Iran. Not just Gulf leaders, but Gulf publics as well. There is a real feeling that this is not their war, they are not legitimate targets, and particularly their civilians are not legitimate targets, but Iran continues to pound and target GCC cities from Riyadh to Doha and everything in between.
Rob, thank you so much. Always good to get your analysis. Rob Spinfold joining us there from London.
Thank you.
Now, the conflict in the Middle East has disrupted global energy markets, pushing up the prices of oil and gas. Before the U.S. and Israel launched their offensive on Iran on February 28th, the two most common types of crude sold at $65 to $70 a barrel. Iran's retaliatory strikes on what it said were American assets in Gulf states sent the price per barrel of oil well above $100. On Monday, President Donald Trump told U.S. media he thought the war against Iran was nearly over. The price of oil began to fall. Since then, with little indication the conflict is ending, prices have increased. They were back above $100 a barrel in early trade on Thursday. Earlier, my colleague Rob Matheson spoke with Neil Quilliam, Associate Fellow at the Middle East and North Africa Program at Chatham House. He says the decision by European countries and the U.S. to release oil from their strategic reserves will only provide short-term relief.
It's not going to make a large material difference. I mean, in total, it's 400 million barrels. It really depends on the pace of the release. It's not clear yet what the schedule is. 3 or 4 European states have said, you know, they're going to release, like the UK is going to be 13.5 million barrels, France 14.5 million barrels. But if that were released all in one go, which it wouldn't be because it's going to be over probably 60 days, it will only make a material difference for 3 weeks. It's going to be, you know, dragged out over that time, but it's a one-shot solution. So it's a high-risk strategy. So once that oil's finished, there is no real alternative.
Donald Trump has been describing the spike in oil prices, at least initially, as a temporary thing. Now, how significant is it that the U.S. itself is having to release supplies from the strategic reserve, given as the point you were just making, that this is essentially a one-shot deal?
Oh, it's very significant. I mean, it really tells you everything you need to know. I mean, Donald Trump has said, you know, this is a blip. longer term, markets are going to be very well supplied, and this conflict will be over. Well, we don't know, do we? 3 or 4 weeks time. But the fact that they've sort of rolled in with the IEA and they're releasing 172 million barrels is significant, and I think it really tells everyone what they need to know about the situation.
The effects of the Middle East conflict are also being felt thousands of kilometers away in Europe, where people are seeing sharp hikes in fuel and gas prices. Italy is the latest country to join with other members of the International Energy Agency, who are releasing millions of barrels of oil in a bid to stabilize prices. Nicholas Hack reports from Brussels.
The aisles of a supermarket in Athens, a new front in the war in the Middle East. As energy prices rise, so does the cost of food. Oil powers the farms that produce it, the trucks that move it, and the factories that package it. Europeans are paying the price for a war unfolding far away.
Of course I'm worried, because the price increases have already put many families in serious difficulty.
I don't know what will happen. It worries me.
Prices at the pump in Europe are approaching $2 a liter. The war is disrupting oil and gas supplies, and Europe does not have enough. Russia does. And President Vladimir Putin is offering help. But European nations have reduced their dependence on Russian energy since it invaded Ukraine in 2022. And some leaders say backtracking would be a mistake.
Yet in current crisis, some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder. It would make us more dependent, more vulnerable, and weaker.
This situation in no way justifies lifting the existing sanctions against Russia, which must remain in place.
As a temporary fix, the International Energy Agency is releasing 400 million barrels of emergency crude, an unprecedented move to shield Europeans and stabilize the price of oil. Governments, too, are stepping up. Hungary is capping fuel prices. Italy is considering a windfall tax on energy companies. France is monitoring prices at fuel stations, and Greece is expanding subsidies to help households cope with rising costs.
Since the beginning of the conflict in the Middle East, energy has been a crucial weapon wielded by all parties. Now, thousands of kilometers away, European leaders are scrambling to reinforce their economic defenses as the war's front line seems to be expanding. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
In South Korea, the US-Israeli war on Iran has pushed 14,000 businesses with ties to the Middle East into crisis, and many more that depend on oil-based petrochemicals are facing imminent closure. The war is putting the country's industrialized economy at risk. Jack Martin reports from Seoul.
South Korean plastics manufacturer Hwangman-ik inspecting the last bags of raw materials produced from crude oil. Only 1 in 4 workers remain, and all production is about to stop.
Yesterday, I got a phone call saying that suddenly there's a shortage of raw materials. So the raw material provider is no longer shipping them out.
It's a story being told across South Korea after US and Israeli attacks on Iran triggered an energy crisis far beyond the Middle East.
Everything is connected in a chain. So rather than just plastic factories being affected, petrochemicals have ripple effects across the entire industry.
A ripple that affects everything from automobiles and cosmetics to fertilizer and food, all of which are being hit by the additional impact of rising transport costs, leading to inflation, lowered growth forecasts, and a battered Korean won. 70% of South Korea's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Iran. Tehran's Revolutionary Guard has effectively closed the waterway as part of the war.
It would be advisable to work closely with strategic partner countries to swiftly identify alternative supply routes that do not pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
But alternatives will come at a higher price, and they will arrive too late for many.
The domestic economy is already extremely bad and has already sunk to the bottom. And if on top of that we face destruction of raw material supply, then factories like ours would have difficulty surviving.
Until oil transit returns to normal, all Huang can do is oversee the final order his company can fill on a machine about to fall silent. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Australia imports almost 70% of urea, and its farmers are already being hit hard by soaring fertilizer prices. With winter approaching, farmers are under pressure to stockpile as much as they can ahead of the sowing season. Danielle Robertson reports from central New South Wales.
In today's agricultural market, when fertiliser is available and how much it costs is beyond a farmer's control. So Lachlan Max Smith is stockpiling everything he can.
I've been here 73 years. I've never seen fuel price and fertiliser go up so quickly at such a critical time. We've got lambs to feed in the feedlot and we want to put our crops in. It really is a critical time this has gone, and we have nowhere to go.
The Middle East is a major supplier of urea, the main chemical widely used as a fertiliser, and Australia imports most of its supplies. Shipping delays in the Strait of Hormuz have led to price increases. Farmers here tell us it's already spiked by 20%, threatening grain production.
It doesn't just affect the farmers in terms of input costs, but those input costs will be transferred to consumers in terms of their bread and meat.
Higher fuel prices are compounding the situation, with each livestock feed delivery more expensive than the last. Farmers here are often described as the backbone of the Australian economy, and so the pressures felt here could ripple through the supply chain, with warnings the entire food industry could be at risk. Small grains carrying the weight of economic survival. Danielle Robertson, Al Jazeera, Central West New South Wales, Australia.
Alicia Ellis is a professor of practice at Arizona State University. She says the timing of the conflict is what's making it especially bad for global farming.
The Persian Gulf is crucially important to both fertilizer production as well as natural gas. And of course, the strait is critical to their distribution, right? But these are also very tightly linked to one another because natural gas both fuels the process, but it's also a key ingredient in the production of synthetic nitrogen. So that's really key. But the big problem that I'm pointing out right now is that timing really matters more than anything. Fertilizer application has to be done soon after planting, and planting has to be done when the weather is right. There's not a lot of wiggle room, right? So the closer that supply shocks are to planting season, regardless of whether it's coming from transportation and distribution or from production, the harder those disruptions are to absorb. 3 weeks is a pretty impressive window in which global markets can adjust, right? The problem is that those windows are, of course, narrow in agriculture. Farmers also have other options, right? You could think about planting something else. You could think about delaying a little bit. You could think about changing your application rates or the type of fertilizer you're using, but all of those are going to have an impact on yield. So there's no way around farmers facing difficult choices in the weeks ahead if it doesn't get better.
The US-Israeli war on Iran led to angry scenes in the UK's parliament on Wednesday. Polls suggest public opinion is against direct British involvement in the conflict. But as Richard Gatewood reports from the Fairford Air Base in England, preparations are underway for further air raids.
Bunker-busting JDAM bombs are loaded into B-1 Lancer bombers at RAF Fairford. It signals a change in choice of munitions technology, with a different type of standoff missile system being removed from the aircraft. A US Air Force cargo plane delivers supplies to a base that's fast become an active hub for strategic bombing operations. Trolley loads of JDAM bombs were seen being taken across the runway. 3 B-1 bombers returned here to Fairford after what's believed to be the first US mission to Iran from a British base during this conflict. And throughout the day, along with the rest of the world's media and the public who live around here, we've been watching the ground crew maintain those aircraft and rearm them. MPs on the House of Commons Defence Select Committee have been briefed on the use of British bases for what should be defensive operations.
What I do know is that there's been a continuing conversation between the British government and the Americans, and the British are actually looking at each individual target and clearing them, as is standard procedure. And so we're making sure that the Americans are operating within the agreement that we have with them around the use of our bases.
The Prime Minister's faced criticism from opposition leaders for not helping Donald Trump with the joint Israeli assault on Iran. He feels his judgment was right.
I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war, and a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing.
British opinion polls show a large and growing majority against the war. The fact that some of it is now being waged from the UK is likely to bring tough questions for the government in the coming days. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
In other world news, South Korea's parliament has passed a special bill to allow for $350 billion of investment in the U.S. The trade agreement signed in November is aimed at getting Seoul more favorable tariff terms. More than half of that amount will be invested in strategic U.S. industries, including semiconductors, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. The rest will be dedicated to cooperation related to shipbuilding. Bangladesh's parliament has reconvened for the first time since 2024, when a popular uprising forced the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to resign. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party won last month's elections, making its leader Tariq Rahman Prime Minister. He told Parliament he wants to build a safe and democratic country. Rahman also accused Hasina of making Parliament dysfunctional and of leading a dictatorship. Tensions are rising again in northern Ethiopia, raising fears of another war in Tigray. People say banks are running out of cash, basic supplies are scarce, and federal forces have been deployed near the region's borders. Many civilians are leaving the capital, Mekelle, fearing the fragile peace could collapse. Catherine Soy reports.
People from Ethiopia's Tigray region are leaving the capital, Mekelle, by whatever means they can. Some say they're escaping the possibility of renewed fighting between armed groups, the government, and forces from Eritrea on Tigray's border.
We are really scared. During the last war, I was pregnant. I had to flee from here to Mekone. I suffered a lot during delivery. All that suffering had passed and we returned here.
At the northern border with Eritrea, banks are running out of cash and basic supplies are scarce. Everyone remembers the last conflict. Starting in 2020, Ethiopian government forces fought alongside soldiers in Eritrea to contain the Tigray People's Liberation Front, or TPLF. All sides have been accused of human rights abuses.
Many civilians died here, not only those who went to fight. Civilians who stayed behind also died. This is why people are now leaving their property behind and fleeing.
By the time it ended 2 years later, more than 600,000 people had been killed and many more displaced. About 150 kilometers south of Mekelle, the scars of that war remain. The town of Chercher borders Amhara region. People here are not just worried about tensions with Eritrea, but ongoing conflicts between armed groups at the border with Tigray.
I don't know for certain if war is coming, but from what people are saying, I think war is inevitable. We feel very close to disaster. I don't know what to do.
Analysts say what's happening between Eritrea and Ethiopia is partly over access to the Red Sea. When Eritrea declared independence from Ethiopia in 1993, Ethiopia lost direct access to the sea, and relations have been strained ever since. All this as Ethiopia is preparing for elections in May, and people in Tigray are calling on all sides to de-escalate before fighting erupts again. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera.
Israel is continuing to bombard the Gaza Strip despite a ceasefire that came into effect in early October. An Israeli airstrike killed a Palestinian man and injured dozens more on Tuesday. The health ministry says more than 600 people have been killed in these attacks since the ceasefire came into effect. Ibrahim Al-Khalidi reports from Gaza City.
nearly 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold here in the besieged Gaza Strip, and people think that the guns fell silent, but the Israeli forces had other plans. Another ceasefire violation committed by the Israeli forces here in the west of Gaza City, resulting in killing one Palestinian and injuring many more here. People here come to get the basic necessities during the holy month of Ramadan. We can clearly see here the situation is catastrophic in the light of the ongoing Israeli violations. The government media office says that the Israeli military committed 1,950 ceasefire violations since the ceasefire took hold here in the Gaza Strip. These civil defense teams have arrived to the place here to rescue the injured Palestinians. What was meant to be a place of family gathering and to get the basic necessities for their families now turned into a site of deadly attacks. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Chile's new far-right president has been sworn in. José Antonio Cast has promised to overturn some of the progressive policies of his left-wing predecessor and lead what is calling an emergency government. Chile is the world's largest producer of copper, and the U.S. has welcomed Cast's addition to the club of so-called conservative governments in Latin America. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports.
It's an image few would have imagined even a year ago. José Antonio Cast, the son of German immigrants, receiving Chile's presidential sash. It signals the sharpest political shift to the far right since the country's military coup in 1973.
To confront our emergencies in security, in healthcare, in education, employment, and so much more, Chile needs an emergency government, and that's what we'll have. An emergency government isn't a slogan, it's a reality. It means order where there's chaos and a firm hand where there's impunity.
Outgoing left-wing President Gabriel Boric put on a brave face at the inauguration. Almost all the conservative leaders of the region were in attendance, embracing Cast with enthusiasm. Cast was a strong supporter of Chile's former dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, and, inspired by Donald Trump and his MAGA movement, has pledged to make Chile great again. He supports conservative social values and even broader free market economic policies. Chileans hope he will make good on his electoral promises to reduce crime, control undocumented migration, and increase economic growth. A sharp shift in foreign policy is already in the making. On Saturday, Cast attended a summit of like-minded regional leaders hosted by President Trump, who offered to use U.S. military missiles to crush organized crime in Latin America, an offer that Cast told us he would consider.
There are armed drug traffickers amongst us who kidnap people. What we're seeing in Chile should concern us, and anyone who offers collaboration will receive it.
Cast has indicated he'll end Chile's staunch support for the Palestinian cause in favor of Israel, and says he'll halt humanitarian aid to Cuba until there's a change of government. In these times of geopolitical uncertainties, the arrival of Latin America's newest president is being welcomed by members of the growing far-right wave in the Americas, a wave whose priorities President Trump has made clear he wants to determine. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
That's it from me, Foliba Thibault. Stay with us. Cyril Vanier is with you next for all the latest developments on the US-Israel-Iran wars. Thanks for watching.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
With the global rules-based order creaking at the seams and geopolitical tensions taking center stage, Upfront is back.
He's a wannabe emperor, and emperors need empires.
Upfront on Al Jazeera.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Is this a genuine attempt to revive Venezuela's oil industry or surrender of state control under pressure?
Critical debate.
Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to annex the West Bank.
Netanyahu doesn't have to annex the West Bank because effectively it's already happened.
Informed opinions.
It's still the richest, most powerful country on earth, and the idea that it's always been cheated and it needs to put tariffs, I think the world is getting tired of that.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier with all the latest developments. Iran's new supreme leader says the Strait of Hormuz will remain blocked and warns U.S. bases in the Middle East should be shut if the attacks are to stop. More than 3 million Iranians displaced. The UN raises the alarm about the fallout from the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. More energy facilities come under attack. The International Energy Agency warns that the conflict is causing the biggest disruption in the history of the global oil market. And new forced evacuation orders in southern Lebanon after 8 people were killed in a strike in Beirut. Iran's new supreme leader says that the Strait of Hormuz, that's the vital sea route for energy shipments, will remain shut to put pressure on, quote, the enemy. In his first statement to the public via state television, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei has also pledged to keep up attacks on U.S. bases in the region. Iranian attacks on oil facilities and shipping have caused major volatility in energy markets. The International Energy Agency says that the world faces its largest ever oil supply disruption. U.S. and Israeli strikes continue to pound Iran, with parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to ruins. People in the city reported some of the most intense strikes yet over Wednesday night. And the attacks are causing a major displacement crisis. The United Nations saying more than 3 million Iranians have been displaced by the bombings so far. Well, we're live in Beirut, in Doha, in Ramallah. We're live also at the White House in Washington, D.C., and in the Iranian capital, Tehran. First, though, we take a closer look at the statement from Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. In the statement, he says the leverage of blocking the Strait of Hormuz must definitely continue to be used. Studies have been conducted regarding opening other fronts where the enemy has little experience and will be highly vulnerable. Studies have been conducted, and activating them, should the war situation persist and with due regard for expediency, will be carried out. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi is in the Iranian capital. So Tawhid, it's the very first time that we actually hear from Iran's new supreme leader since his appointment. He, of course, sets the tone and the direction for the country as a whole. How would you characterize his message?
Yes, indeed. This is the first time that we hear at least we receive a written statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated on the first day of the American and Israeli strikes. And now we hear echo of the same rhetoric, the same statement from his son, which is now the new supreme leader of the country, 30 years younger than his father. However, the same rhetoric partially, I can say that we witnessed. Of course, this is a message characteristically speaking of defiance, deterrence, and resistance. He began the statement with a sense of condolence, specifically seeing the death of his father, the supreme leader, as well as his family members and other people who just lost their lives in this recent strikes over the past, I would say, 2 weeks. But he continued to touch upon very important aspects, most important of which I can refer to is Strait of Hormuz. And right now, Iran is saying just very much similar to the statements that we heard from other Iranian officials about the talks about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, talks about the possibility of elevating the level of regional confrontation into a next level. And on that, last night, we heard from a security source saying that there is a possibility of another strait being closed by Iran or Iranian affiliated forces. And also, speaking of this very statement that we received, we know that he put emphasis on the central role of people, and also he called for unity and solidarity among the nation while the country is in a very critical circumstance of wartime. And also he moved on to talk about the war by itself, saying that we are not at war with regional countries, but we are targeting the U.S. military bases across the region. Again, some message that we have heard from other officials in the Iranian political establishment, all saying that the precondition for halting these strikes on regional countries is that the attacks, the strikes from those territories on Iranian territories should be halted. But the reality on the ground, seeing the continued nature of these strikes, is far from any point that we can call de-escalation. He also talked about the support of Iran and the collaboration and coordination between the country and its regional partners, or what he called the axis of resistance, and also the commitment he talked about, he promised in terms of retaliation and compensation, and also a message to regional countries that Tehran tries to keep good relations despite the wartime conditions with these countries. This is just the gist of the matter from this, I would say, lengthy statement that came out from the Supreme Leader. It was broadcast in a written form, of course, on the state TV, and people are waiting to see when he is going to come out for a public speech.
Mike Hanna is at the White House. Mike, we have known for a few days that the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei would be replaced by his son, Mojtaba Khamenei. What had Donald Trump said about Mojtaba Khamenei until now?
Well, initially he said, before the appointment was confirmed, that he was a lightweight, as he put it. He wasn't very keen on the appointment being made. He was asked subsequently directly whether he could declare a victory with Mojtaba Khamenei in power. He said he didn't want to answer that. So that is something that he doesn't want to discuss. But very clearly, initially, President Trump very dismissive of the younger Khamenei, saying, as I said, that he's a lightweight. But this message of defiance that is being sent out now is likely to be of great concern to the administration.
Tawhid, back to you in Tehran. Have you been able to get a sense these past few days since the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei of how Iranians have responded to this choice?
Well, I was in downtown for the past few days. We had an event yesterday, which was the funeral of top military commanders of the country who lost their lives on the same strike that targeted Iran's Supreme Leader's office, including the Secretary of Defense Council, as well as the Defense Minister, Chief of Armed Forces, and others. Of course, what I witnessed there was thousands and thousands of people going to the streets to not just take part in that funeral and mourning indeed, but also to express a sort of political statement in support of the Iranian political establishment. And after the announcement of the appointment of the new Supreme Leader, the next day we saw another gathering in downtown Iranian capital, Enqilab Square. Meanwhile, we had footages from different cities, large and small, people gathering to express their sort of support. But also we have to keep in mind that we are dealing with a relatively polarized society right now. While a considerable part of the society supports the political establishment and they rally around the flag under this wartime situation, there is another segment of the society coming out with dissatisfaction. And we have to keep in mind that back in December, we saw massive protests taking place, mostly driven by the economic hardship that people are facing. And that's an important aspect. That's an important challenge that the new Supreme Leader will have to be dealing with, is seeing the deteriorated economic situation in the country. And also, it goes without saying that at certain level, we witness some political as well as social dissatisfaction among a part of the Iranian society. These are the challenges ahead for the new supreme leader. But still, we know that right now, thousands have gathered to express their support. Also, we know that political establishment had already expressed the support, and we know that the military, IRGC, army, and other let's say parts and parcels of Iranian political system and the military system have already mentioned that they are backing the new supreme leader. However, it's early to judge. It's early to judge as he is just taking the charge of the leadership, and people are waiting enthusiastically, curiously, to see what are the next courses of action and what are the next decisions of the new supreme leader are going to be. And that's the key point of concern, not for the people in Iran, but also for the people in the region who are involved in this very escalated situation, and of course, for the international audience.
And Tawhid Asadi in Tehran, thank you very much. And as we've been reporting, there have been multiple attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it has hit an oil tanker which flew a Marshall Islands flag that was off the coast of Iraq. The vessel is owned by a company based in New Jersey in the United States. The IRGC, that's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, say that the Saif Sia, the name of the ship, was hit in the northern Gulf region after failing to comply with warnings. They blame the escalation on the United States. Associated Press reporter Inzamam Rashid reports from Dibba in the United Arab Emirates.
Iran has ramped up their attacks to the Strait of Hormuz and the surrounding waters over the last 48 to 72 hours or so. Yes, they continue their attacks on civilian infrastructure in many of the Gulf countries, but it feels that some of that military aggression has shifted here over the last few days, and they have been targeting many vessels, whether it's oil tankers, whether it's cargo ships, and they are potentially vessels who are trying to make their way through the Strait of Hormuz. We know for the last 8 or 9 days or so, the Iranian military has had control, de facto control of these waters, and that's meant that there are around 1,000 vessels currently parked up at the entrances of the Strait of Hormuz, around 200 of them oil tankers, crude oil tankers that simply cannot pass through. You may be able to see in the distance there are a couple of tankers that are just anchored down right now, not moving, and have been there for a number of days. And then to my left, just round the corner, you've got dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of tankers anchored down, again, waiting for that signal that they can finally pass the Strait of Hormuz. Just a reminder that this strait, around 20% of the world's oil usually passes through here. It's usually an incredibly busy passageway, a very narrow passageway, but very busy. But over the last few days, we've seen destruction. We've seen that this is perilous and very dangerous passageway of water where ships are now afraid to pass through. So Iran specifically targeting vessels and oil tankers, which is of course having huge knock-on effects to the oil markets around the world. We do know that off the coast of Oman yesterday, there was an oil tanker that was struck. That was a Thai-flagged carrier where 20 of the crew members had to be rescued.
We want to take you straight to these live pictures here. What you're watching right now, are the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, which has just sustained another attack from Israel. There have been sustained Israeli attacks on Dahye. That's the name of the suburb. Dahye, seen as a stronghold for Hezbollah in Lebanon, has been struck repeatedly by Israeli air raids, and it has once again just in the last few moments. Let's bring up Bernard Smith, who's reporting from Beirut. Bernard, I believe you had a line of sight to that strike, if I'm not mistaken. What just happened?
Yeah, that's the smoke rising in the distance from it, Cyril. Earlier on today, the Israeli military gave an evacuation order for a number of districts within the southern suburbs. I'd say about a couple of hours ago, and that's the first strike we've seen come in there since then. There may well be more, and they've also issued for the first time an evacuation order for a specific building in the downtown, near the downtown area of central Beirut. This building identified on a map, and as far as we can tell, it's a residential building, but there is clearly something or someone in there that Israel wants to target, and I can hear the Israeli warplanes overhead. You can usually hear them just before and just after an airstrike. So that's happening there. And in tandem with that, they've issued evacuation orders for southern Lebanon again, and this time pushing people further north from the Litani River. That has been the sort of de facto line that Israel had set in the last few days, but now they've moved it north to the Zarani River. That's another 30 kilometers up from the Litani. They've said people should evacuate up to there, meaning Israel is forcing evacuation orders on 10% of Lebanon's territory, Cyril.
And it's also more than 10% of the population that has been forced out of their homes, around 800,000 people. Bernard, what kind of help, if any, are they getting?
Yeah, 800,000 people are registered on the government's registration website. 90% of the shelters the government is providing are now full, says the UN. Most of that number of people are not in government shelters. The majority are either staying with friends and relatives, they're in hotels. Some are still sleeping in cars, although the government says there's no reason for people to be sleeping outside. It says it's got enough facilities, but nevertheless those shelters are filling up. There's perhaps 120,000 people in shelters, but it's incredibly, of course, disruptive to life. People who are in those shelters have already seen their homes blown up, particularly those from the southern suburbs and southern Lebanon, so they don't have homes even to go back to. People can't work. Many people are day laborers, can't earn any salary, so people are without money, without a home to go back to, and this campaign of Israel's and this fight between Israel and Hezbollah shows no indication of ending soon, and that was another explosion, and I think that's not the southern suburbs, that's to the seafront, I think. And when I get more information on where that was, I'll let you know, unless you've seen it.
Bernard, well, we're also looking, we have our camera trained on Dahye, so we can see the smoke rising up from the southern suburb. I understand that is not the latest area where you heard that last explosion from. But Bernard, if I sum this up, more than 10% of Lebanese territory is currently...
That was to the coast. Yeah.
I was just going to say more than 10% of the Lebanese territory is currently under a forced evacuation order from Israel. More than 10% of the population has been forced from their homes. You explained what's happening to them. Is the Lebanese government a helpless spectator in this fight between Hezbollah and Israel, or do they have any kind of agency here?
They don't have a lot of agency, no. I mean, for example, when Hezbollah and Iran's Revolutionary Guard announced that they had for the first time launched this joint operation earlier on overnight and earlier on this morning into Israeli territory, well, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, he summoned someone from the Iranian embassy to tell them to criticize them for allowing this statement, saying that Iran had launched, an Iranian group had launched this joint operation with Hezbollah. The Lebanese government is not particularly effective at the moment, although it's heavily critical, been more critical than ever before of Hezbollah. It has little power to do anything at the moment. It's supposed to disarm Hezbollah. It's calling for international help. It's calling for US and international to help it disarm Hezbollah. So it's very difficult for the Lebanese government to try and influence Hezbollah's activities, Cyril.
Bernard Smith, thank you very much for your reporting from Beirut, the Lebanese capital, where just as you were speaking, we heard this other loud detonation. I know you're going to try and find out what that was about, even as we're seeing the smoke rising from Dahye, the southern suburb of Beirut. Let's go to Noor O'Day. Noor is reporting for us from Ramallah, that's in the occupied West Bank, about Israeli affairs. Noor, what is Israel saying today? And I know that Israelis, especially in the north of the country, came under what I believe was Hezbollah's biggest attacks in the last few days, some 200 rockets launched by Hezbollah into Israel. So what are Israeli military and political officials saying about their plans?
Well, Israeli military and political officials, Sarah, have to, have had to respond to two things. On the one hand, the largest scale Hezbollah attack, 200 rockets, like you said, in one go, aimed at northern communities. But more importantly, perhaps for these officials, they've had to answer to the public who are outraged that the Israeli army had intelligence. They knew that something like this was in the works. There were leaks about it before it happened, and the army denied that something like that was in the works, which, according to many local officials in those municipalities, put people in danger because they were told to relax after they had been on guard. Now, nobody was killed in those attacks, but we have to keep in mind the only information that we know about the impact of these rockets and the Iranian missiles is what is cleared by the Israeli military censor. We saw a few videos of the sky lighting up last night from the barrage of rockets from Hezbollah. We know that many buildings sustained damage, but we do not know the extent. We don't know if any military assets were hurt, but we now know that the Israeli military has marching orders to escalate significantly the attacks on Lebanon, to apply pressure. The Israeli Minister of Defense, Sarah, has been talking or addressing rather the Lebanese government, telling them that it's obvious in his mind that they don't know how to deal with Hezbollah. They cannot disarm the group, so Israel is going to do it. It's not really clear how he intends to do that from the sky. What is clear is that Israel will be applying maximum pressure, what it refers to as the Dahiya doctrine, attacking civilian targets, attacking neighborhoods, pressuring the population so that an outcome favorable to Israel can be produced.
And Noor, I think as you speak, we're actually witnessing the Dahiya doctrine live. And when we see right now a very big cloud of smoke over Dahiya, again, that's the name of this vast southern suburb of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, considered to be a Hezbollah stronghold, which has been repeatedly hit by Israel. So even as we watch this, Noor, is Israel, and have they said whether they intend to launch an even bigger ground invasion of southern Lebanon?
Well, the ground invasion is a bit trickier, Cyril. They say that they might do that, but that will require calling up a lot more reserves, and it does carry a lot of risks because the clashes with Hezbollah have already injured several Israeli soldiers. That will not be a walk in the park. It's not like firing from the sky and blowing up buildings. That is close combat, and it's something that I think, at least from a political perspective, the Israeli government was trying to avoid for the time being. But we did hear that the Israeli government has threatened the Lebanese government to possibly be attacking Lebanese infrastructure that is under the control of the government. And that brings to mind previous Israeli attacks on the electric grid, on the airport, and such. And those have been struck repeatedly by Israel. Interestingly, Sarah, maybe for our viewers, it's good to remember that the residents of Dahiya are predominantly people who were forcibly displaced from southern Lebanon decades ago by Israeli bombardment. This is a story that is long in the memory of people in the region, certainly of the Lebanese people. This has been going on for decades, and the story continues about forcibly displacing people, bombing buildings, decimating homes, and pressuring the government, which can do very little in the face of such massive attacks.
Noor, we're now getting a new live feed from Beirut, a different angle with an attack that clearly has just occurred in the Lebanese capital. Again, a cloud of smoke the size of a building that appears to be engulfing right now an entire neighborhood and making its way towards the camera that's filming this, again, live in Beirut. So multiple attacks have just happened in the Lebanese capital. Now, this is in keeping with what Israel has been doing over the last few days, which has been hitting what it says are Hezbollah targets. Most of them, most but not all, have been in Dahiya. That's the southern suburb of the Lebanese capital. Let's go straight back to Bernard Smith, who's in Beirut. Bernard, what can you tell us?
Cyril, so there was one when I was on air with you before an explosion went off, which we now know was a tap on the building that Israel said it's targeted in downtown Beirut. That is as in a warning tap. There's a common Israeli practice, which means that they will come back at some stage and destroy or hit whatever the target is they're looking for in that building. So that significant explosion was just a tap. And then we've had, I think, two more strikes in the last 5 minutes or so in the southern suburbs with the drone overhead. And I can't hear the warplanes anymore. Normally you can hear the Israeli planes overhead when a strike is coming in or just after. I can't hear them now. So there we are. Intense afternoon of airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut. The Israelis had given evacuation orders for particular districts in the southern suburbs, and they're hitting targets there, and we expect them, well, they've already hit this target in the downtown area with this warning tap. So we would expect at some stage later today that they will deliver a second hit on that building.
Okay, so this could happen perhaps momentarily. We're still watching this live. We've got multiple angles on this, Bernard, just so you know what we're seeing. We're seeing a street-level view of this very thick, dark cloud of smoke that's engulfing one part of Dahye, according to what you've just told us. You also reminded our viewers that this area, Dahye, has been under a forced evacuation order from Israel. So are there still people left in Dahye who live in those areas and who are directly under these attacks?
Well, actually, most of that area is in theory deserted. It's very hard, obviously, to completely keep those areas cleared out. But we, for example, would not be allowed down there. The military, there are checkpoints on the way in, and you're not allowed in. Similarly, the area now in downtown Beirut, where that building had that tap on it, well, now the military has sealed off all access around there, and the traffic is obviously sort of a gridlock in the area around there. But down there in Dahye, no, people will go back and forwards to their homes in some parts of Dahye. Sometimes they'll sleep in their cars on the outskirts and go back in later on. But generally, it should be clear of people, and it has been generally pretty empty down there.
Bernard, we continue to watch this live. Do we have any idea what Israel is hitting? I know each time they say Hezbollah targets, Hezbollah leaders, Hezbollah command and control, but is there any way to sort of keep track of what is actually being achieved from a military standpoint, from Israel's point of view, in these strikes?
Well, when Israel sometimes says it's hitting a Hezbollah command and control center, it can just be as simple as a room where somebody has a walkie-talkie or a phone who's an alleged operative, or a Hezbollah operative who's in communication with someone. It's not how you might imagine a command and control center with banks of screens and monitors on it. It's usually something, it's just a phrase Israel uses to describe a target they're hitting, but they're normally they could be just apartments. They are allegedly Hezbollah members or activists, and that is who Israel says it's targeting. And we have had some confirmation post the attacks. For example, the Iranians said that diplomats, as they called them, were killed in an attack on a hotel in downtown Beirut a couple of days ago. On the Corniche seafront much earlier this morning, where 8 people were killed, there was no indication that the people killed in that attack were active Hezbollah members. Nobody from Israel has said who those people were, and as far as we understand, these were people who were sleeping, camping out on the street area there because they'd already evacuated their homes in the southern suburbs, Cyril.
Bernard Smith reporting from Beirut. Thank you very much, Bernard. I know you're keeping a very close eye on this, finding out as much as you can. We'll let you speak to your sources, and we'll come back to you before long. Thank you. Now, let's find out what happened in the Gulf region today. Gulf states continue to come under attack on a daily basis from Iranian drones and missiles. Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko is monitoring all of that live for us from Doha. Dmitry, brief us on the latest today.
So in the past 24 hours, basically every country in the Gulf, Cyril, has been affected by Iranian retaliatory strikes. We've had several shelter-in-place warnings here in Doha. Yesterday, we had one. Today, didn't hear any explosions. But at the same time, we've seen pictures of blazes of oil storage facilities in the Gulf being attacked, mainly in Bahrain, in Muharraq. The blaze was quite big through the night. We had a huge pillar of smoke that could be seen in the early hours of the morning. Also, an jet fuel storage facility hit at the Manama airport, and that comes right after the flag carrier airline, Gulf Air, said that it would be removing some of its planes from the airport. So we've had also similar announcements coming from Oman. I've seen a report that it is trying to remove its vessels from its own ports to basically get them further away from Iran and from these potential retaliatory strikes, as one of their oil storage facilities also got hit. However, the country did say that its oil production and transportation was not affected as a result, Cyril.
So, Dimitri, Gulf countries are seeing their main moneymaker come under attack, and that's their energy sector, their oil and gas facilities. How are they responding to this?
So, we've heard the International Energy Agency saying that the situation right now in the Middle East is the single most disruptive event in the history of global oil supply. So estimates are saying up to 300 million barrels of oil haven't made it to the market. Now, let's look at some of the biggest producers like Saudi Arabia, for example. This whole region is very much dependent on oil production, energy exports. Saudi Arabia several days ago announced that it is cutting its output. It's also announced that it will try to divert some of its oil exports to the south because it has access to the Red Sea. We've seen reports that the tankers that it's trying to hire to deliver oil from the Red Sea ports, that it has to pay a huge sum to hire them. This is logical because of the increased risks and, as we've heard our reporters say earlier, the tankers that are just sitting in the Strait of Hormuz being unable to export. Now, Saudi Arabia has this luxury of having access to two seas. Other countries do not. You have Iraq, for example. It has cut its output by up to 70% in these past 2 weeks. And it's not just about being unable to export oil, because Kuwait, for example, does not have any alternatives to the Strait of Hormuz. It's also about the fact that obviously all of these countries are producing way more oil than their national economies need. So they have to store the oil that they're producing somewhere. And the estimates at the beginning of this conflict, we're 13 days in, said that up to 25 days is the capacity of how much oil can be stored. And then they have to basically cut production even more. So this is the expectation right now by analysts.
Yeah, on the top right corner of our screen for our viewers, we are seeing the aftermath of an Iranian attack on tankers near the Iraqi port of Basra. And in the center of our screen, I believe we just saw another strike. And that is happening on the other side of the Middle East in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Dmitry Medvedenko, thank you very much. As we continue to keep a very, very close eye on what's happening in Beirut, I'll bring in Mike Hanna at the White House. So, Mike, we were talking about energy, the impact of this war on energy. Iran intentionally disrupting the global energy market by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to cause pain for consumers around the world. It's already happening. What is Donald Trump saying about it?
Well, the President Trump has just put out a message on his social media page in which he says the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. President Trump, they're saying that this oil crisis is actually of profit to the United States. Now, this is something that may not go down well with many of his citizens who are being beset by increased oil prices, the price of fuel going up by some 20% in the past week alone. And here you've got the President of the United States putting out social media messages saying, in effect, that this oil crisis is good because the United States makes a lot of money as a major oil producer. So very worrying, perhaps, for the American public that their president is seeing this in financial terms, looking past what the public are suffering to something that the country as a whole may benefit in the longer term.
Mike Hanna reporting from the White House. Thank you very much, Mike. Iran's new supreme leader also used his first public statement to address his country's attacks on neighbors, including Qatar. Tehran has targeted nations hosting U.S. interests, including military bases. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, quote, "We have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbors, and we have always been and remain willing to have warm and constructive relations with all of them. But for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. In the latest assault, some military bases were used, and naturally, as we had explicitly warned and without intending to harm those countries, we attacked only those bases." Let's bring in Zohreh Khwarazmi. She is an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and you're joining us live from the Iranian capital, Zohreh. I see Rob Geist-Pinfold is with us. I'll get to you in a little bit, Rob. Zohreh, what did you make of this announcement by the new supreme leader?
Actually, it was a firm statement of the preparation of Iran for a prolonged war, as he emphasized on the leverage of closing Hormuz to be continued. And he also had emphasized on the relations with the resistance front, with the commitment to retaliation and deterrence of the country, put a lot of priority to talk to the people and the Republican sense of the Islamic Republic. But for me, what was significant was that he contempted and humiliated the United States and Israel with not really addressing them, ignoring them very much, and talking about the American bases toward giving messages to the neighboring countries that Americans are not bringing prosperity and peace as this mess they make and created in the region is indicating. So you should close it down and make the whole region safe. Number one. Number two, he was giving a lot of active voice to Iran.
Maybe we can examine this a little.
In the statement.
Zohreh, just a second. Let's examine that a little bit more closely. You're saying that he reassured, right? Those are your words. You're saying that the supreme leader reassured neighboring countries. I'm going to go ahead and push back against that. I don't think, actually, that neighboring countries are in the least bit reassured by that statement, because he said we are going to keep attacking. I understand the distinction that Iran is making. Iran is saying we're attacking only U.S. military bases. I've had this argument multiple times over the last few days. That simply isn't true. And the Gulf countries are saying it is not true. And they passed and they got the United Nations Security Council to approve a resolution yesterday condemning Iran's attacks. So I put it to you that Iran's neighbors will be in no way reassured by what they just heard from Iran's new supreme leader.
You know, the GCC countries and also other countries in neighborhood that have hosted the American bases, the military bases, with these heavy munitions, with the sort of fighter jets, with the U.S. aircraft carriers, that all of them are targeting Iran, should know that Iran stands in a very legitimate position to retaliate this illegal act of aggression. So if the GCC really likes to resume prosperity and also the peace to the region, should blame those, the United States and Israel that who have made this mess, not Iran. Iran only legitimately defending itself. And I think this way would continue. But all the tanks that stuck in the Hormuz, and also the oil installations, and these sort of, sources of prosperity of the region would evaporate if the escalation happens and continues to go up. And the fact is that Azofra, for example, from UAE, was the source to target the Minab school with 174 little girls to be killed and murdered. And also the Zofra, for example, was the source to target the water desalination that was feeding 30 villages in south of Iran. So there are lots of examples that the land and territory of the GCC countries is used to targeting and striking against Iran. And the GCC should have an active voice to use its sovereignty to end it.
Zohreh Khwarazmi, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you very much. We will speak again. Thank you for joining us on the program. Rob Geist-Pinfold is a lecturer in international security at King's College London. Rob, you're joining us from London. Rob, can I get your assessment on the U.S. and Israeli military campaign? Because it's actually very hard to tell from the outside how it's going. We know what they tell us is happening. They say they have struck more than 5,000 targets. That's obviously a very high number in 13 days. The U.S. keeps saying that they have downed almost entirely the Iranian Navy, and they say they're going after missiles and drones. Yet Iran continues to fire drones, continues to fire missiles. So how is this military campaign against Iran actually going?
Well, on the face of it, Cyril, from the, as you say, the limited information that we have available, the campaign is actually going really well, militarily speaking, in terms of the fact that the US and Israel now have air superiority and supremacy over the skies of Iran. We can see that by pictures released of drones and fighter jets more or less flying idle over the skies of Tehran with little fears of being intercepted. We've seen that footage from the White House of sinking of the Iranian Navy, for example. But the problem is, you know, we've heard Trump say things like, we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force. We know they've hit not just that, but also government infrastructure as well. How do you get from there, you know, these military successes, strictly military successes, to a quote unquote day after that brings de-escalation and stability for the region? The Americans have not answered this question. The Israelis, of course, have not answered this question either. So looking at this from a non-Israeli or US angle, from like a GCC angle, for example, you might think, okay, we have no love for Iran given their indiscriminate attacks on our population centers, but how is this campaign going to actually stop the missile and drone attacks? Is it actually going to produce a better day after, or is this the new normal, a recipe for continued chaos and stability without a clear US roadmap of turning those short-term military successes into a long-term political plan for something better for the region?
Do you draw any conclusions from the fact that Iran is still firing drones and missiles across the region?
Well, we know that Iran's output in terms of what it's fired has declined, and the Americans have pointed to this as a sign of success. And yeah, it might be a sign of success, but is it successful enough? For the GCC states, you don't need a decline in missile and drone attacks. You need zero missile and drone attacks in order to re-establish that stability, in order to go back to business as usual. So absent a complete decline in attacks, then there's still going to be that instability and chaos. So this is not going to be good news for the region. It's particularly not going to be good news for the GCC states. This points to the fact that, you know, you can bomb from the air, you can destroy things, you can degrade the enemy's capacity and capability to cause chaos, but you can't eliminate it. And this is what Iran is banking on. It can indefinitely cause chaos in the region until it can compel or convince the US to come to the table and reach a ceasefire.
Rob, a quick thought perhaps on Mojtaba Khamenei. We heard publicly from him for the first time just in the last 90 minutes. First time since he's been appointed. He's signaling defiance and what sounds like continuity.
Yes, I agree with you, Cyril. And I you know, listening to Zore's analysis, I took something very different to what she did from that. From what I heard is exactly as you say, a belligerent tone. We heard talk of retaliation. We heard talk of destroying US and Israeli assets in the region. So even though we heard earlier, actually, from Anwar Gargash, a UAE advisor to the president, that there might be a breakthrough coming. We definitely didn't hear that in that speech. That was very much a more of the same speech, an attempt to project at least the image that Iran is not deterred, that it will continue its campaign to bring a ceasefire through chaos. And even if it's sorry for hitting the Gulf states, I think that will ring hollow given the fact that it's obviously going to keep doing so.
Rob Geist-Pinfold, thank you very much for joining us on the Al Jazeera NewsHour. The U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran have caused widespread destruction. The government says at least 1,395 people have been killed since the war began nearly 2 weeks ago. More than 200 women and children are among the dead, including an 8-month-old baby. 17,000 people have been injured. More than 19,000 civilian sites that have been destroyed or damaged by U.S.-Israeli attacks. And the UN Refugee Agency says 3.2 million Iranians have been displaced by this conflict so far. Dr. Ali Jafarian is Iran's deputy health minister. He says the attacks on civilian sites have increased and the health system is strained, but Iran has experience of years of war and sanctions.
In the past 4 days, the attacks to the neighborhoods and city areas, non-military, non-police, and everything else is increasing. So we have this problem. Serving the people who come to us is okay, and we are ready for that. We are trying to import all of the medicines and equipment and supplies from different routes that we have. We do not have any flight to Iran now, and the southern coast of Iran is under attack several times, even some days. So we have a lot of limitations added to the severe sanctions against us and the money transfer and these issues. But we are trying to reach to all of those sources in different ways and bring them in. We do have strategic support for 6 months. We did it before, and we are trying to replace it as is used. We have had the experience of 8 years war with Iraq, which was the same things, and so we have to evacuate a lot of wounded people from the battlefield to the cities. So my country and our health service is ready for that. We are working on it, and we are doing everything we need for even worse situations. I hope not happening, but the health system is ready for that. Our centers around the world, around the country, is more than 1,000 hospitals are doing and serving the people. So we can cover that if needed.
In his first public statement, Iran's new supreme leader called on Gulf neighbors to close all U.S. military bases on their territory. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, quote, "Although we still believe in the need for friendship between us and those neighbors, these countries must make clear their position regarding the aggressors against our beloved homeland and the dignity of all our people. I recommend that they shut down those bases as soon as possible, because by now they must have understood that America's claim of establishing security and peace has been nothing but a lie," end quote. Joining us in the studio to discuss this is Danya Thafar. Danya is the executive director of the Gulf International Forum. That's a think tank based in Washington, D.C. Danya, it's great to have you back in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Gulf countries until now thought that having U.S. military bases on their territory was a gift because it meant protection, because it meant security. Iran, it seems, is trying to change their calculus and show to them, actually, it's a curse because it means that you're a target for Iran. Do you think that any Gulf countries, after they've heard the supreme leader there, will rethink their security alliances?
Like I said before, I think maybe in the long term, there may be some consideration about how the Gulf will diversify its security alliances. I mean, you've seen even the Gulf states bring in some European countries to help them on their defense posture. But let's be very clear, the U.S.'s bases are important to the Gulf states because it's an integrated missile defense system that's important throughout the Gulf and are strategically placed in a way to protect the Gulf from missiles. So it's impossible for the Gulf states to actually stop having these bases while Iran keeps the threat of having missiles flying over into Gulf territories.
Yesterday, Gulf countries came together and they used the diplomatic channels at the United Nations. They went to the United Nations Security Council. They presented a draft resolution, and they won in the sense that that resolution was then overwhelmingly approved. 13 of the 15 countries voted for it. There were 2 abstentions. No country voted against the resolution. This is a resolution that condemns Iran's attacks on Gulf countries. Beyond that, is there anything else at this juncture that Gulf countries can do?
Well, this was important because it shows the political isolation of Iran, globally speaking, and how much this conflict affects the international community. 130 countries backed this resolution, although they were not voting because it's the Security Council. So it does reflect 130 countries out of 190, I think 93 or 97 countries in the UN. What can the Gulf states do now? There are legal measures that the Gulf states can take through the ICC, through the UN, but the issue is the damage that's done to the global governance system, especially under the Trump administration, really affected the international, what you refer to as rules-based order. And I think that makes it very difficult for smaller states to have an equal footing to assert their power globally.
What kind of day after in Iran can Gulf states reasonably hope for? I mean, this military campaign will one day end, whether it's in 2 days, 2 months, or 2 years, one day it will end. The bombs will stop falling. What can Gulf states hope for? Like, realistically, I mean, what's a realistic scenario?
The most realistic scenario is that this ends as soon as possible, and there's a solution.
That's the optimistic scenario.
This is well, this is the most. So if you actually, I just wrote a piece about the day after in Iran, and there were 3 scenarios we looked at. One, decapitation, where we're at right now, and this halts because the stomach of the international community cannot handle this, and the Trump administration cannot handle the economic consequences of this war. That's obviously the most optimistic.
Okay, that's the scenario where Donald Trump says, we won, it's over.
So yes.
Okay.
There's a middle scenario, which I think is very dangerous, which is a wounded, angry Iran that's still under attack by Israel. Let's say the U.S. withdrew and Israel wants to treat Iran like Syria. That puts the Gulf states at the front line. And this is a very concerning scenario. And obviously the most unlikely scenario, which we say in our article, actually Robert and I, who was just on here, wrote this article, the worst case, the scenario that's, a Pandora's box is if regime change were to happen, which is highly unlikely. I mean, there could be, a small hope of glimmer that, another regime goes into place that is more friendly toward the Gulf states. But I think that we're a long way from that. And most likely that would be one that causes instability. So there are no real ideal scenarios for the Gulf state. I think the quicker this ends, the better it is for the Gulf states. That's what I would say.
And but it's interesting that the most likely scenario you identified is the one that you referred to as wounded Iran, which can continue to lash out and hurt its neighbors in the region in various ways. Danya Thafer, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Italy is the latest country to join other members of the International Energy Agency, which are releasing millions of barrels of oil in a bid to stabilize prices. Nicholas Hack reports from Brussels.
The aisles of a supermarket in Athens, a new front in the war in the Middle East. As energy prices rise, so does the cost of food. Oil powers the farms that produce it, the trucks that move it, and the factories that package it. Europeans are paying the price for a war unfolding far away.
Of course I'm worried, because the price increases have already put many families in serious difficulty. I don't know what will happen. It worries me.
Prices at the pump in Europe are approaching $2 a liter. The war is disrupting oil and gas supplies, and Europe does not have enough. Russia does. And President Vladimir Putin is offering help. But European nations have reduced their dependence on Russian energy since it invaded Ukraine in 2022. And some leaders say backtracking would be a mistake.
Yet in current crisis, some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder. It would make us more dependent, more vulnerable, and weaker.
This situation in no way justifies lifting the existing sanctions against Russia, which must remain in place.
As a temporary fix, the International Energy Agency is releasing 400 million barrels of emergency crude, an unprecedented move to shield Europeans and stabilize the price of oil. Governments, too, are stepping up. Hungary is capping fuel prices. Italy is considering a windfall tax on energy companies. France is monitoring prices at fuel stations, and Greece is expanding subsidies to help households cope with rising costs. Since the beginning of the conflict in the Middle East, energy has been a crucial weapon wielded by all parties. Now, thousands of kilometers away, European leaders are scrambling to reinforce their economic defenses as the war's front line seems to be expanding. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Gabor Shiring is Assistant Professor of Comparative Politics at Georgetown University in Qatar. You're also a former member of the Hungarian Parliament, Gabor. You're based in Doha, but you're joining us from Budapest today. So good for you. You avoided the missiles and the drones. Strategic reserves are being released by multiple countries. The 32 countries that are members of the International Energy Agency are releasing 400 million barrels of oil to try and contain the rise of oil prices. But that, as it's been explained to me, is just a stopgap measure. How long can this tide Europe over?
Yes, good afternoon. So what I think is really significant about this, that this is historically the biggest such release of strategic reserves in the history of the International Energy Agency. So this already shows you the gravity of the situation. And another really important factor about this release is that its effects can be only really temporary. I mean, this is a psychological intervention into the markets, but we're witnessing a continued escalation of the crisis that disrupts the flow of oil and gas. And not to speak about other critical materials, fertilizers, aluminum, helium that comes from the Gulf region that will also feed into a perfect inflationary storm globally. So this is, I think, also related to the fact that soon after the decision to release these strategic oil reserves, overnight the oil price climbed back again above $100 a barrel. So the price, so the markets are clearly not fully reassured about the prospects of this war. So, I mean, it's really hard to predict what's going to happen, but according to what the available information, I think this release has both maybe a week or 2 weeks time. But if we're talking about significant disruption beyond the end of March, I think we're entering a significant global energy and economic crisis scenario.
Is all of this a gift to Russia? Because their fossil fuel exports have increased more than 10% since the war began.
Yeah, that's one of the, if I may say so, most ironic dimensions of this whole conflict. On the one hand, Europe and the United States talk about containing Russia. Then the US and Israel starts this war. Europe's leaders, most of them, I mean, Spain, Norway are among the exemptions, but the mainstream leaders are just idly, basically aiding and abetting this aggression. And then they're just reckoning that they will have to pay the price. So, and then Russia is going to profit from all of this. It's clearly one of the biggest oil and gas exporters, and Putin is always ready to weaponize such geopolitical leverage that he has. So that's very clear. Another sign that shows that there is zero strategic thinking on the US side. And then on the European side, it should come up and kind of stand up against this reckless war, not just in the protection of European interests, but also in the interest of the global economy. They're just unable to do that. So Putin is easily coming out from this situation as the winner, at least in the short term, which also could, by the way, influence the unfolding of the war in Ukraine.
Gabor Shiring, Assistant Professor of Comparative Politics at Georgetown University in Qatar. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Now, we continue to watch everything that's happening across the Middle East and the Gulf region. You're watching live pictures out of Beirut, where there has just been another alert about an incoming imminent attack from Israel. So this is Beirut. There have been multiple attacks just over the last hour, some of which we saw live, that have been aiming for targets in Dahieh. That's the southern suburb of the Lebanese capital. So you saw plumes of smoke. We still see them, smoke rising from Dahieh. Dahieh has been under evacuation orders. Most residents of Dahieh, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, have actually left the suburb, but Israel continues to strike it relentlessly. We'll have more on that for you in just a second with more world news on Al Jazeera after a very short break.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
With the global rules-based order creaking at the seams and geopolitical tensions taking center stage, Upfront is back.
He's a wannabe emperor, and emperors need empires.
Upfront on Al Jazeera.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.